All right. Good morning and welcome, committee members, staff, and our good residents, Severn Township, and anyone else who might be out there. We'll start with seeing if we have anyone who needs to disclose a pecuniary interest. That done. There are none. We will start with we have one delegation this morning. Please be advised that in accordance with the council's procedural bylaw, no decision will be made on the delegation. The committee will do one of the following rather. Refer the matter to staff for report, refer the matter to future budget deliberations, or take no action. So I will start then by asking Stephanie, welcome Colin. If you'll can you take the mic here, please? And speak to the Coldwater parking matter.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I think we kind of covered that, but closer. Okay. On the table. All right. How's that? Okay. All right. So I have come to speak to you today about the overnight parking in the town of Coldwater specifically. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the community because that's what I am part of. I'm part of a community, and preserving the essence of what that community is essential to the future of the community of Coldwater. I really struggled to describe what Coldwater is. It's kind of this village that has a heart, but it's not easy to put into words. It's something that you kind of feel when you go there. It has like a vibe or a warmth or an ambience, but still it is so much more. And for those of you that don't visit Coldwater regularly, I am doing a terrible job of describing it, and I knew I was going to. So a Facebook post was prepared, and the question was put out to the community, like, how do you describe Coldwater? And I'm not sure how the feed is working and if Allison will be able to pull that up, but so many wonderful members of our community hopped on that Facebook post and used their words to describe the community. And I won't read through them all, but I just wanted to just let you know the words that were used very often in there. And that is that it is friendly, it has a heart, it's charming, it's unique, it's historic, the shops they love, and the events that Coldwater puts on. The essence of Coldwater could be summed up by a marketing guru like CBC's Terry O'Reilly as Coldwater's brand. Protecting a brand should be at the forefront of every decision made that affects the brand. And if decisions are made without a conscious approach that first recognizes, will this harm or benefit the brand, then you risk becoming hopeful of only last chance tourism. So just catching the tail end of what you recognize, but you recognized it too late. And I think it's very important that we make very conscious decisions to protect our brand so that it does not vanish. During the rebranding of Severn, when all the new banners were created and the website, the logo, everything like that, Coldwater was not overlooked. In fact, two of the photos that represent the township of Severn are the Coldwater Mill and a shop downtown Coldwater, or at least the shape and look of a shop that exists downtown Coldwater. But since then, revenue generating streams, governing bylaws, asset management plans, economic development, and so on are being developed while completely overlooking what Coldwater, the asset that Coldwater is to the township of Severn. The essence of Coldwater is an asset and quite possibly one of the township's greatest assets, and quite often one that is completely overlooked. In recognizing this, you would understand that the bylaws governing Coldwater should be developed with a protective yet mindful approach to maintaining that character and charm. The strategic plan should include historic building protection and improvement incentives. Economic development should strengthen tourism, draw and feature what we have that very few towns can still match in the same way that Coldwater does. Ultimately, I'm here today to talk about parking, but this issue has brought light to the need to fully understand the community before you rule it or potentially can ruin it. My request is, and what I best understand, will meet all of the needs of the community and maintain what is a special and rarely matched thing of free parking. And that green free parking sign, it's kind of it's a little iconic, I have to say. including overnight. Our community has two needs for this. First of all, the tenants of the historic buildings, which we've kind of touched on in the past, but also to accommodate just overnight parking in general in the two municipal lots. So the overnight parking of the tenants, but secondly, our residents who invite friends and family to come and stay and enjoy the community. When they come and they visit, they dine, they shop, they partake in recreation, they enjoy the village, and they have overnight accommodations provided when they're staying with a resident of our community. In Severn Township, we have very few options for overnight accommodation, and in Coldwater, almost none. So let's encourage our residents to invite overnight guests by offering free overnight parking, because we can. Generally, it is a non-issue, and the entire community benefits from allowing this to occur. Melanie Hart, a longtime Coldwater resident, shared when her parents and sister come from Niagara to visit, there isn't room in her driveway for the 5 cars, only 3. So it's really nice to have an easy option for them. Also, Lindsay Murdoch, a resident on Gray Street, shared a story that I just loved and had to include for you guys. Every summer, we have friends from out of town come to visit us in Coldwater. After dinner, we go grab some ice cream, and on the walk, our friend notices aspects of Coldwater we tend to miss through his camera lens. After he showed us several beautiful photos, my husband and I laughed when we saw the free parking sign he snapped a pic of. But he truly thought this was an amazing thing to see, an actual sign confirming anyone could park here at no charge. And then in this moment, I would like to just mention that the kindness the village of Coldwater and Severn Township have needs not to be confused with weakness. Free parking, free overnight parking, is a small and manageable gesture of kindness that's actually incredibly powerful. I will ask again, my request previously, that the 2 municipal parking lots, 1 Fire Hall Lane and 11 Michael Land Drive, be added to Schedule E of the bylaw, currently number 2022-20, permitting exemption of overnight parking of vehicles. This community deserves to be treated fairly and afforded the same benefit given to the cottaging community that the 2 lots in Port Severn serve. As I do understand that there were concerns raised in the previous council meeting, I also ask that you consider that the lots listed in Schedule E, all of the lots perhaps, of the bylaw, a restriction that reasonably limits the length of time any vehicle could sit consecutively in one space. Do you mind pulling up? I think there was a whole bunch of, by the way, just like, a flood of the Instagram or Facebook posts that people said. But this sign here, it sits at the carpool lot just outside of Coldwater. It limits consecutive hours of 120. I think that's even a little excessive for what we need in Coldwater. Generally, it seems like the tenants of the buildings move their cars every couple days at the least. So maybe something like this, where the length of time that a vehicle sits in one space could be limited, and maybe that would prevent any of the concerns that you guys were raising about abuse of the parking space, about a trailer being left, or different things that were mentioned before. Also, in extreme winter maintenance, I ask that you consider something as simple as a temporary signage, and it's in the next photo, if you could please, Allison. These are used incredibly successfully in the giant city of Montreal, who, on a scale compared to ours, has a major parking issue. But they just put up these temporary signs. People learn. I mean, our residents can learn. People understand that this is going to be there for one day. You see those signs, you don't park there. The signs will be gone the next day, and you're back to parking in that spot. So obviously, snow removal couldn't be done in the 2 lots at the exact same time, but our residents will catch on to this. And I'm sure that the landlords will help them understand if this is something that you guys think you could accommodate. So I'd really like to thank you all for your time. I do ask that you please choose option 3 from the staff report, and just help the community, help the tenants. And I really appreciate your time. Also, I can answer any questions if anybody has anything.
Well, thank you for your presentation. That's great. Yes. So committee members, will start with Dan.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for bringing this forward. I read through the report, and I even had trouble myself trying to capture that essence of what Coldwater is. But I'd say for me, to my fellow councillors that may not live in that community, it's been so very welcoming in the past 4 years that I've lived there. I think it really is a community when you think of what the word community means. I'm gonna save some of my comments for when the report comes forward, but again, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward in an effective way.
Thank you all. I really appreciate your time.
Member Cox?
Yes, I guess I just call it home. I've been there for so long and it's just warm and people say hello to people and it's people come to Coldwater for that reason. I hear them tell me that, you know, it's so nice to get on the street that somebody actually smiles at you or says hello or excuse me or something. I too agree with your presentation and we'll discuss it later in the report. And I just want to thank you again. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councilor Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation. Question for you. Do you have a sense of how many, I'm going to use the word quote unquote, permanent residents use that spot on a regular basis?
Yeah, I do. I did send that to Dan. I don't, if I grabbed my phone, I could pull it up quickly, but I believe it's about 30 apartments. And I believe the current need is about half of those have vehicles. So I think there's about 15 to 20, but potentially up to 30. I know that not all of the tenants do have a vehicle that needs overnight parking.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation. We're moving on. We're just going to check on the consent agenda, but just for your information.
If I can just get a motion to receive the delegation?
Oh, yes, by all means.
Thank you. The motion is just that the delegation by Stephanie Kennedy regarding Coldwater parking be received for information.
Mover. Member Minnings, secondary member Cox, all in favor? Motion passed. Yeah, so we're going to move the F12 item, Administrative Report 2514 Coldwater Parking and Options up to the first item on the agenda as soon as I deal with the consent agenda here. All right, let's go to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything from that agenda? Yes.
Hi, thank you. Just with clarification from the clerk, if I might, regarding the one resolution from another township. Was that the one that I emailed you about? I know that there was, yes. Okay, so I am going to pull, I'm sorry, I'm just looking. D 2.2, please. Thank you.
All right, D 2.2 then moves to new business. Any other requests? No, seeing none.
Motion to adopt the agenda then reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of item D 2.2.
Mover. Member Cox, seconder, Dan, all in favor? Motion passed. All right, let us move on to the regular agenda, starting with the first item, the administrative report on Coldwater parking and options. And who's going to speak to that first? Is it Craig or who? Derek. All right.
Thank you through the chair. So yeah, I can start it off. So the report provides a number of options as you'll read through the report. And I think sort of in summary, we're looking for a bit of a balance. The operations teams wants to do the best job they can in winter maintenance of these lots. And of course, that does require the lots to be free of cars in the wintertime. In addition to that, we do have concerns with having sort of a perpetual use or unregulated use of parking lots, particularly with regard to the Coldwater Arena. So having, I would say, vehicles in there that maybe have a long tenure, maybe act a bit more like storage, or of a commercial nature, really aren't, I would say, in line with the purpose of the public parking lots. So that's kind of our twofold, but we also recognize some of the concerns we hear today. So I think I'll stop there for sort of a full discussion and answer questions as they come up.
All right, so want to ask questions now, or do you want us to move to the speakers here? Questions? Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, I guess, I have comments and question. So for me, I do think that option 3, moving forward with the exemption of the parking lots, is the best option that's been put forward here. I think it's also the easiest option, the less, burdensome for, an administrative, from an administrative point of view. I guess, my question, Derek, would be, I know that, driving by the fire hall lane lot, I can see that there's maybe, 8 to 10 vehicles there, per night or so, maybe a bit more. How many vehicles do we know that are actually actively parking overnight at the Coldwater Arena?
To staff's knowledge, there aren't that many that park overnight on a regular basis. Our issue at the Coldwater Arena parking lot is that it is at times being used as a storage. There's a trailer that's been put there that's left there for long periods of time. We do see commercial vehicles, transport trucks in the parking lot. And we get numerous calls from during the summer months from Minor Ball asking for those trucks to be removed because they're blocking the parking area for easy access to the ball diamonds. We see them put there every weekend through winter season. So that becomes an issue with our tournaments and things like that, taking up numerous spots, especially with this year with the snow load that we had in the parking lot. And then adding 2 transport trucks sitting there takes away even more parking for us. So those are our bigger issues that we have. From a tenant point of view, it's over at the other parking lot. The parking lot itself is not a great accessible parking lot at the arena due to the material that it's made of. So that provides some issues. So people would prefer to use the other one. But we don't see a lot of overnights. We get the odd car, like functions, people leave their cars, which happens. That's fine. So it's more for us is the dumping of storage. Like we have 2 facilities there. It's not only the arena, it's the curling club too that needs to use the parking lot. So having these other things take up space is always a concern.
And then supplemental. So I know what we're saying here, no parking for vehicles with trailer, commercial vehicles or other recreational vehicles. Would it be acceptable if we chose option 3 to put up signage that would clarify that those things would be off limits? And I think the suggestion of the 72 hours or 120 hours, like the Ministry of Transportation sign, I think that would also be a good option.
Yes.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair. So we would absolutely put up signs for any of the options that council would choose today are going to result in new signage going up in the parking lot that's a little different from what's currently there. The transport trailers and even the personal trailers that are being hooked up to vehicles and left or parked beside are problematic. When this all started, we had someone storing their RV, right? Like, so those are problematic. With respect to the 120 or 72-hour window, staff would prefer that it just either be exempted or that it not. We do not have the staffing to go by and patrol at a 72-hour, 120 regular period of time. Considering our 2 officers patrol all of Severn and are not just solely focused on parking enforcement from one area, particularly through the summer too, when we have busy areas in Washago and Port Severn and such as well. So with that in mind, if council would like to go for option 3, staff are proposing that, again, we would prohibit anything other than, let's say, your truck, your car, minivans from parking in those lots overnight. And then if someone needs storage otherwise, then there are storage facilities available where they can put their trucks and their larger trucks or their campers or what have you, which is what is done elsewhere. So it's just from an enforcement perspective and a resource management perspective, going around and trying to watch cars for how long they're parked in a lot. This is not something that is functionally in our ability to do at this point.
And one last comment or question, I guess. The first line says that lots would be added to Schedule E of the parking bylaws, and lots would be exempt from overnight restrictions except for maintenance and significant community events. So I guess right, if we think about the comments made earlier, you've got the residents that need that parking or that are there. And then you've got people in the community that are inviting guests. Let's just say Witches Walk. You may have quite a few people coming into town that are going to be spending the night at other residents' houses. How do you like, you're saying that night or those nights on significant community events, we wouldn't be allowing overnight parking?
So one of the challenges, through you, Mr. Chair, one of the challenges that the township has, particularly in Coldwater, is that for a great reason, the community events are growing. Problem we have with that is that the amount of parking in Coldwater has not grown. So when we have these community events like the Fall Fair or Witches Walk or the Duck Race or Canada Day, we have a lack of parking available to visitors and public that are bringing business into Coldwater. So it's a matter of striking a balance. So that's why outside of declared maintenance events that we're recommending that the overnight parking not be permitted for those days. It's only, I think it's a handful a year that this would happen. We'd have to sign it. We totally understand that. And we'd have to work with the event organizers to ensure that that's clearly communicated in their materials. But it's a bit of a pinch point. So between facilitating visitors to the community in a small downtown core and allowing for overnight residents to use the township's lots, which are supposed to be for general public as well. So.
All right, member Mennings and then say, oh, were you next? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry. I just want to touch on that last comment you made. I don't think we have to worry about that. It's always worked. Those tenants have been parking there for over 30, some 40, 50 years. And it's always worked. I mean, we don't know if they're visitors or they're part of an event or anything. So I think that one always works itself out. The other one is with the tenants parking there, it's always worked. And we've already discussed this, that we had such a terrible winter and our storm event came up, and trying to get rid of the snow, it just didn't work this year. And I see the reason why. I totally believe there should be a big sign that says parking lot, and here's the rules. You put them in and you do it. I understand that it's very hard for our staff to go out, and I would probably say that you may get a complaint basis. Somebody may say, you know what, that car's been sitting there for 5 days. No one's moved it. No one's done anything. Is there anything? And if that's the case, we react to complaints. That's basically what we do with our bylaw. And the other one is in the winter, and maybe the landlords can help us here, is to ensure that their tenants move their cars or clean them off periodically. Because sometimes I think people just don't go near their car. And I think people think those are vehicles that have been just stored. And I think that if the landlords just said to their tenants, you know, every 2 days or so, move your car, clean it off, things would be, I think we'd be fine with that in the winter. Otherwise, I think it's worked very well. I was always told when I first came on council that to tell the tenants on the main street that they could park in the community center parking lot. Then we got the fire hall parking lot, and a lot of the rationale for that was we had shop owners parking on the main street, so we asked them to please go there, and then the shoppers use it. And otherwise, it's nice for a person who is handicapped because it is paved and they can do their thing. So I totally believe in option 3, and whatever staff is going to be most will work best for us to ensure that it all works is fine with me. I understand the 72 hours is a little hard to figure out, but we've policed it well ourselves over the years, and we can see what happens. I think we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Mennings and then CEO Kennard.
Thank you, through the chair. Derek, I just wanted clarification on what you shared. You spoke about the parking lots at the community center. And are we looking at these parking lots? I went to Coldwater actually since the last meeting and looked around, walked through all those parking lots, took some pictures. So the community center is on one side, and that's an unpaved parking area, et cetera. And then the 2 parking areas where the tenants are requesting to have overnight parking, is the township looking at that differently, or is this option, are all these options treating all of those parking areas as the same?
Yeah, in the report, we produced a couple of maps only to really illustrate, how options 1 and 2 could be a designated parking zone. So the location could vary, to be fair, but the principles remain somewhat the same. If we took the options of 1 and 2, there's a number of benefits. There's a lot of pros from an operational perspective. One of them is to collate, those overnight parking areas into one group, and also give the township the ability to advise permit holders of upcoming routine maintenance events, so that the area could be serviced once in a while as well. So that's the purpose. If maybe I'm missing the question, but that was the purpose of the designation on the maps. In reality, when you go out there, it's one giant, gravel parking lot, very undemarked at this moment. But our thoughts were to use some signage to clearly mark where the options 1 and 2 permit parking locations could be. And then if we're going to go that route, there's options to do sort of a split. So the Joseph Street parking lot in kind of purple, that area could be, reserved half of the north side. So half the lot would be signed particularly for permit parking holders, and the other half could be in the parking lot at the Coldwater Arena, sort of splitting the difference of impact to the two areas.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, and this is where I need your help, the 2 parking lots on the other side of the fire hall, so the ones right along Gray Street at the top of the map, yes. Would those parking spaces not suffice for overnight parking without having to designate spaces in the larger arena parking lot? That's what I'm asking, is that because I thought, and I may be wrong, that when it first came to light in the conversation, we were talking about people are parking in that spot off Gray Street, in that parking lot, the fire hall parking lot, or whatever we call it now, and not the community center.
So through the chair, I think there's a bit of both, as the director of recreation notes, and I was looking after the arena for quite a long time beforehand. There's been invariable parking throughout the arena over the years. Deputy Mayor Cox notes that, there was sort of this historical interpretation that if you needed some additional parking, the arena was more or less open for use, and it has been. We've had trailers in there for months on end. We've had abandoned vehicles in there as well. Some, I would say, not terribly useful use of that parking lot, but there's been use of both. And it's hard to know the origin, right? Like, we don't know the origin of the vehicles parking there overnight or not, whether it's, from the shaded areas in green, which we know are the highlighted areas of apartment dwellings that, don't have a designated parking space or not. So the idea is that there's parking issues overnight in both locations, probably predominantly in the Joseph Street parking lot, the one north on Fire Hall Lane. And we wanted to see if there was a way to accommodate a system that would allow for the apartments to have some designated parking on a permit basis, and address the need. The need's also stated in the range of 30 units, give or take. We estimate that there might be, I think it's 30 something, units that would require one vehicular parking spot. And so if you broadcast that to the location, that would consume all of Joseph Street parking lot. There's 34 or so spaces in that lot. So I guess the idea there is, if you reserve the entire parking lot as a resident permit parking space, you'd effectively remove that entire parking supply from the daily users of the downtown core.
Thank you. CEO Kennard and then Member Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to give council a few points to think about as you make your decisions. So this has been framed as a Coldwater issue, but you represent Township as a whole. And we have parking issues all over the township. So whatever you do here, you're likely to see again. And it's really clear, actually. It's funny that our brand was brought up, because the mill isn't actually necessarily the Coldwater mill. You'll remember that we did a community of communities. So the mill represents the mill in Coldwater, represents the mill in Washago. The shopping center represents all of our shopping, and the greenery represents everything in between. So we did a really great job of thinking of Severn as a whole, of which Coldwater is incredibly important, but it isn't everything that you need to think about. So just think about that in your decision. Where might else we have issues? And is this a one and done issue, or are we going to have to continually to talk about it in others if we make one-off solutions? The other thing you need to think about is it did come about because of weather. And I've heard it say, well, we had a really bad winter. Well, with climate change, we might not have another bad winter for 10 years, or we might have the same winters every year for the next 10 years. Nobody knows that for sure. And the third thing to consider in your deliberations is that we are growing like crazy. So yes, some of these solutions that have worked for 100 years may or may not continue to work, because we have Coldwater growing small driveways, neat places to park. We have West Shore that's growing, same thing, small driveways with toys and whatever. So I'm not swaying your decision one way or another, just giving you some facts that or some things that you might want to consider when you are doing your deliberations.
So, Member Taylor?
Yeah, so it really has to be a real issue till this year. And I would go on option 3. The only difference exempting these lots versus Severn Falls and Tea Lake, there at Severn Falls, we allow boat trailers there for obvious reasons. We want people for boat access cottages, leave their trailers there and their cars. So I think if we can come up with an option 3 that were acceptable, that is passenger vehicles only, and cut out trailers and RVs and all the other stuff. But I think based on Member Minning's comments that we need both areas there for convenience, let alone we've got different areas of town that need the parking. So we have to come up with an option 3 that would have both parking lots there. Thank you.
Member Cox?
Yes, thank you, Madam CEO. Because I was thinking about that, and I believe that because this issue was just brought forward from the Coldwater area and the parking area there, and the need for downtown parking and events and things that are going on, that we should look at a solution for this for now. But I do believe, and I don't know what the rest of council feels, but I believe that, how do I say this? I believe that we need to have staff continue to work on a township-wide parking plan, because many times we have issues come forward to us, and sometimes we knee jerk and get a bylaw or pass something, and then we go, whoops, that didn't work. So I think that this has now been brought forward, and I think that, I know staff are busy with many things, but this is something that we could take a really good, long, hard look at about all over the township, and maybe have that come up as a plan in the future to see where issues are and what is going on all over. I know that this is just one part, and we need to look at this part because it was brought forward to us, but don't want to leave the rest of it gone. And I don't want staff to have to say, yes, we'll get that for you and we'll be back in 2 months. It's a long-term watch. We have seasons that are more heavier parking areas than others. We do know Washago has a parking issue, and I do know that Director Burke has been looking at those issues. So I think it's a long-term. We have West Shore Community Center coming in. They're going to have a parking lot, and those homes are all very, very close together, and they'll be wanting to use it. So I just think it's a really good long-term plan for us to be looking at and get ready for the future. Thank you.
Yes, Member Minnings?
Hi, thank you. So in listening, I just have a question again for staff, and I'm not sure, Derek, if this is for you, but under option 3, one of the cons, so you have some pros and some cons listed. One of the cons says providing private overnight parking is not a municipal service. I wouldn't consider this private overnight parking, I'm just wondering why the word private in there, because without that word, then it would say providing overnight parking is not a municipal service, and I wouldn't agree with that if that was, so if you can speak to me about the intent of that.
Yeah, of course. So I think the differentiation is in the zoning bylaw that we have, for instance, we require a certain amount of parking in the development of new sites to be within that parcel. And the municipality historically has not, taken the brunt of that load onto the municipal public spaces, streets, on-street parking. So we have the zoning provisions for a reason, to ensure that if you're living and working in this area, that you also have suitable parking that isn't in the public realm, so that those spaces are open for business attenuation. So people coming into our town and using our shops, using our facilities, that's what the parking is really for. And that's public parking. Private parking would be, your individual dwelling owner have too many cars, let's say, for the amount of spaces that they have available to them. And then they're offloading that load onto the public space. There are storage areas and actual businesses that are geared towards providing the service of private parking. So if you have like an RV is too big, you can buy a space for it to park. And that's the private side.
Thank you. So then my last comment is that the conversation around events that happen in Coldwater, 100%. But when I've gone to events, I've either taken a bus. I think a lot of buses go in for Witches Walk, for example, for the duck race and the parades, just like with Washago's parades. We park on side streets and we make the walk to the downtown or Main Street part of the event. So there is no expectation going into a community. So I think I would take that whole events, in those 4 or 5, maybe more times a year where we want people to go to the downtown for a party, just take that off the table. I don't think to me, that's not part of why I support option 3, which I do. I believe that having overnight parking without cost for people who are residents, whether they're renters or owners, to me, it doesn't matter. They have a home address. It is in the town of Collingwood. And for whatever reason, they either don't have a parking spot in the place that they live, or they have more people come over. I think that having the ability to have overnight parking without a cost, as it's been done over the years, does absolutely not affect shopping. The person I know who just through the conversation, I was at an appointment in the last few weeks, and they told me that they actually live above one of the stores in Coldwater. I've known this person for several years, had no idea. And they drive into Aurelia every day for work, and they go home and they fully expect to have a parking spot where they can park overnight. And were it not for this overnight spot, they wouldn't be able to do that. So I do believe that I would rather see a parking lot municipal filled with cars from people who need it overnight, rather than sit there empty overnight. So I do support option 3 at this point. And I know that things change, communities grow. I've been hearing about West Shore since in the last 9 years that I've moved here. There's still nothing. So I'm not fussed about making a decision today on something that isn't a problem, but maybe in the future, and we can always revisit. Thank you.
Yes, Member Taylor, and then
Yeah, through the chair, if I can ask Allison to put the aerial shot up again there. I have a question to Mr. Burke. Yeah, Derek, is there any municipal property there that we could make a new parking lot, say between the area of the curling club, the arena, and the fire hall, where those 2 cars are parked there? How much is municipal property, and is that would that be, you might get another 30 parking spots there as an option? Because I've been to a few events, celebration of life, even at the Legion there, and parking is, so I had to park way down by the curling club, but and it was overflow then. So that's my question. Can we add new parking lot?
And thank you through the chair, and of course, thank you, Mr. Taylor. That always is near and dear to my heart. Those are how do we fix this for good, and that is always staff's outlook in problem solving. The transportation master plan, of course, back in 2023, highlighted the two downtown commercial cores that we have that have a parking deficient supply, and made recommendations for the township to consider any and all opportunities to enhance parking. And so we're doing so with the Hamilton Street reconstruction project in design for 2025. And we continue to look to enhancing Coldwater as well. Not too long ago did we put actually just some streetlight illumination in Joseph Street parking lot, but examples like that where, you know, increasing parking supply is definitely a goal of the township. And this does take capital dollars, of course, and long-term planning. There's quite a bit of land parallel with the railway track. That's the Utah Trail that connects into the same parcel that's owned by the township in the Coldwater Fairgrounds, as well as the township also owns the fire hall lane or the fire hall. So that entire block is actually owned by the township. We are looking to do a Coldwater Fairgrounds master plan, which I believe is underway, and had a couple of public open house meetings. Better and clear definition of the parking lot at the Coldwater Arena is going to improve efficiencies. I think there is the opportunity to expand to the north and gain some additional, but this will all take design and feasibility studies. There's a stormwater management pond just on the east side of the curling club. And so there's some features we need to navigate, but in any time that we can look for expansion of parking supply in the two downtown cores, this is directly in line with the transportation master plan study and recommendations.
Thank you. Member Jensen and then Member Cox.
Thank you. Just speaking on the community events that are going on and the overnight parking restrictions. I know for the most part, we don't have any events that are like an overnight event that takes place. We do have an evening event, the Witches Walk. And if I just thought like what would happen if we were to have a sign that says no overnight parking for the Witches Walk per se, you'd have a lot of people wondering where they're going to keep their cars while they're, enjoying themselves within our community. Cause I'd say there's quite a lot of people that are doing just that. So I don't know how that would look. I think I wouldn't be comfortable with having any sort of overnight restriction for community events written on a sign. That could be, somebody could be getting a ticket for, playing it safe within our community on that night. I do know that all of our community groups have been tasked with coming up with a parking plan for their events and running it by the township, I believe as well fire to ensure that, we're keeping our residents safe as well as the visitors to our community safe and providing them with some parking options.
Thank you. Member Cox and then Director Belfry.
I agree with what Councillor Member Jansen just said. I was going to say that. And we did have a very thorough meeting on parking. And now I've been tasked with the first event to sit down with staff to figure out how we're going to solve this parking problem. Because unfortunately, we have major problems with events. I worked at the fair for the demolition derby. I had a gentleman come up to me and his wife in tears because they were blocked in. They had 3 children. The child needed to be fed and they had no formula. We tried to find a policeman. I have friends who had their driveways blocked and they couldn't get out. So we do understand it. And we're all the events that were, all the groups that were there that night and through to the CAO and to directors, they were very good about it. They are very proactive and really want to help. They'd actually even looked into areas outside of town if we could park at them, but it wasn't feasible if we had rain because it was a field or different things. So I think we're all on the same page on that. And it's good to know that we're all working that way and that the staff are on top of that and helping. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Belfry.
Through the chair, Member Cox actually just said a lot of what I was gonna say. The reason why we staff have put events there is specifically for some of the events, like the Coldwater Fair takes the whole parking lot, so for the use of the fair, so we can't allow overnight parking, so we have to police that somehow to make sure that there's no parking in there for that couple days to the lead up while they set up for the midway in there. So that was why we included events in there, as we recognize that some events people are going to leave cars overnight for events downtown, but it was really the fair that was part of the driving that, is because that parking lot becomes non-use for the fair. So, and we do also see at times this year through the Witches Walk, we had a tournament that weekend too. So we had a very highly compressed use of the parking lot for, still have hockey going on. And we're not considering not renting out the arena while an event's going on, because that community center is there for the community and for the users. So they do require the parking lot for hockey, figure skating, whatever. And the curling club was in that night. So as Member Cox said, we are looking at an extreme parking shortage and how we all work together to bring that forward. And then also in consideration of the previous comments by Director Burke on expanding the parking lot to the north, which is a total possibility we're looking at through the master plan. We do have to take in consideration arena operations too. Within that space is the dumping area for the snow load to come off the ice, which in my estimation, at some point will come forward that'll have to be a closed-in area. So if something is being removed there, we'll have to find another space that's close in proximity to the building to dump the ice.
Yes, yes.
So if I can, so it sounds like council is generally headed towards option 3, with the no restrictions during community events. I did want to quickly note to Member Cox's point earlier about if someone leaves the car for 5 days, that we would be able to deal with it. If council goes to a straight exemption, we would not have the ability to do that. So if we're going to exempt the 2 lots, want to make sure that's clear that this will still come with the restriction on trailers, RVs, motorhomes, and large vehicles. It would just be for, I'm going to say, your personal vehicle size automobile, truck. But we would not have, if we do a flat exemption, we do not have the ability to make someone go unless it's we've given notice of a winter maintenance event and they have not moved. And then the notice will say, you're getting towed. If you fail to move your car by this date, it's the same way apartment buildings work in most areas, is that if you ignore the notice, we are towing you. There's no come back to us for discussion. There's no extensions. We've set an operational date. The notice went out, the public notice went out. It's all over everywhere we can put it. And it would be up to the landlords to communicate with their tenants to ensure that they know if they do not have a way to access social media, because unfortunately we do not have papers anymore. But we would not have the ability to just pull someone if they're there for more than 5 days. This would be just in the event of a winter maintenance event then, that we would be removing vehicles from the lot for failing to remove if they don't abide by the notice. I just want to make sure that council is completely clear as to what this option 3 would mean. So that when we make the change to the bylaw and it comes forward, that the discussion has been had.
Thank you. Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
So the fact that we are going to exempt it, still, we will put up a big sign that says what is allowed. Like we will put up the sign that says you can't store your trailers, you can't, those types of things, and you have to move your vehicle for winter, like trailer storage, like we've already had an issue with. But can we not put that it's not an extended stay and then utilize that, or do you have to be more specific?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we would either have to put in a limited number of hours that you can stay in there, or it's an exemption. It has to be one or the other. We can't work in a middle ground. It would absolutely be signed saying no trailers, no RVs, what have you. And parking not permitted when a winter maintenance or a maintenance event is declared. That would be absolutely on the signage. Okay. Like we can work with Public Works and Recreation to make sure that those are on the signage at both properties. But it's either we do a full exemption or we do it for, as Ms. Kennedy said, something like that is in the MTO lot where it's 120 hours, because otherwise we don't have an ability to just remove vehicles.
So supplemental, but you just said if we did that, you don't have the capability of doing anything. So if I wanted to have 72 hours, it would be a complaint basis only.
We would have to take that, and to be honest, we'd have to take that back and look at how we did, if that's what council's direction would be. We'd have to take that back and have a really good look at how we're gonna make that function. And come back with another report to council as to how that would possibly function.
No, I just was questioning it because you had said you couldn't, and then I was just trying to figure out if we did the other, if it would be a complaint only. So
Yeah, we'd
that's
have-
fine. Yeah, okay, I got
we'd
it.
have to figure out a different path forward.
Thank you. Yes, Member Taylor? Oh, sorry, no, Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair. Great discussion. We're not going to fix this problem. Let's just leave it the way it is. Option 3. Of course, now we're going to look to the landlords to make it clear in the winter months. They know that they may be ticketed. Not sure how we're going to do that, but when snow comes, I'm sure you'll convey that based on what happened in the past year. They must realize that they have to move their vehicles because parking lots need to be cleaned. I wouldn't think they would just leave their cars. So this is so huge because of all the parking lots that we have. This isn't something we're going to solve today. I'm not in favor of 1 or 2 at this moment. I realize, and I took a drive through Minoki Beach, that new subdivision. I looked at the number of cars in some of those homes. Yes, I realize they may be in the future parking at our community center parking lot. They're parking on our sidewalks, but we haven't assumed the subdivision yet. It may be a problem, but that gives our staff enough time, 1 or 2 years, however long, to come up with a wholesome report. We see what happens in other municipalities and other cities. Parking is a huge problem. The presentation we had this morning, wonderful. Great presentation. Coldwater, like all our other hamlets, are something that's dear and near to all our hearts sitting at this table. I just, we've had this, we can just keep talking all morning. So I think if council's okay, we move forward with option 3. Signage gets posted that no heavy vehicles, as Madam Clerk has said, and no disrespect to Madam CAO. I understand where you're coming from. We want to be proactive, but I don't think we're ready yet. Let's just leave it. And I hate to say that, but let's leave it. Just go with option 3.
Yeah, sorry? Is there?
Yeah, I
Oh,
was-
sorry, Member
yeah,
Taylor,
the-
go ahead.
The mayor took some of my thunder, but let's vote for option 3.
Okay, so and I'm going with the direction based on the conversation that there's no restriction during community events. So I'm gonna add that to the motion just because that's a little different than what staff's initial recommendation is, just so that it's clear. So the motion reads then that administration report A25-014 dated March 26, 2025 regarding Coldwater parking and options be received, and the council approves option 3 with no restrictions during community events.
Moved by Member Mennings, seconded by Member Jansen. All in favor? Motion passes.
But just to wrap that up, so staff will make the necessary changes to the draft new parking bylaw, and that will come forward to next week's council meeting then for adoption.
Do you want to break at this point or after the next presentation?
I expect the next presentation is going to take a while, so if you'd like
Okay,
a
let's
bio
do
break,
that.
then we can take it now and I can get our consultant set up.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You ready to roll there? Or go? Okay, let's move forward on the agenda. And our first item, F1.1, Jack Ammendolia, Watson and Associates will be speaking to us about our ward boundary review and options.
Thank
And-
you. So I'll just, if I can, Mr. Chair, make a quick introduction. So you will have seen
Absolutely.
him last fall when we did a council workshop on the basics of the ward boundary review. And you would have been individually interviewed with Dr. Watson. Since then, we held the public consultation in the fall to get a little bit of public feedback on the initial bit. Staff have been working with Watson's to give them the background information, resulting in where we are now. Following today's, is outlined in my report that goes with it, says that we will be going out for public comment next week. So notice went out a couple days ago through our social media and website. So we strongly encourage you to encourage individuals to show up to participate. We really do want to hear from the public. There are surveys that are now at the recreation centers and library in Coldwater. So if anyone can't access the survey online, there are paper copies available. And with that, I pass it over to Jack.
Great. Thanks, Allison. And thank you to the mayor and council for the opportunity to speak today. I hope everyone can hear me clearly and see me, and everyone can see the presentation. So like Allison said, today's presentation is related to the release of the preliminary options report and really the kickoff of phase 2 of the ward boundary review. But the big difference now is where the first phase was more of trying to get feedback and some ideas of what residents thought about the existing system. This phase will focus more on some actual alternative ward configurations. The report and presentation is for information only. No decisions are being made with regard to this report and presentation, and we will be back in front of council after vetting of these options with some recommendations and final options for council to consider. The options that we're going to go through today, as we go through them, they are meant to generate discussion, sometimes deliberately including lines or wards that may result in questions or thoughts. However, all options are viable, all options are defensible. And as we talked about in the first phase, our evaluation is to look at the options based on the guiding principles that we've established for this ward boundary review, as well as many ward boundary reviews that are completed across the country. Just a quick reminder to council and the public about what those were. You see them on the screen now, representation by population. Most ward boundary reviews, most wards, most governments and democratic situations that are set up have this basic tenet of representation by population, ensuring that residents are as much as possible equally represented through their representatives and through their vote. In addition, and related to population, is consideration of future population trends. So trying to design a system that isn't going to work only based on your existing, but something that hopefully can last for at least 2 or 3 elections. We want the wards to be identifiable. So as much as possible, trying to use physical and natural boundaries so people and politicians know where their ward begins and ends. And the last one, communities of interest. It's not just a population exercise, and we're sure to let everyone know that the guiding principles ensure that it can't always be perfect population because of different circumstances throughout the electoral system, and communities of interest, trying to ensure that we're not drawing lines right through established communities, or that we're recognizing historical villages and communities within the ward makeup. At the bottom, you see effective representation. Ultimately, that's what we're trying to achieve. And that isn't so much a guiding principle on its own, but really, if you are able in some balance to achieve the 4 above that, we try to achieve effective representation for the system as a whole. So the existing system, just like we evaluate the options, we evaluate the existing system as well, and we do it in a consistent manner. And again, based on the guiding principles that we just went through. What you're looking at now is going to be consistent with the options that are provided as well. There's going to be a table that evaluates based on the guiding principles. That's the top left. At the bottom left, there's a population table that looks at the population per ward compared to the average ward population. And based on the guiding principles, we try to stay within a 25% variance. And then the map of the wards is on the right-hand side. So quickly, I want to talk a little bit about the existing system because, like Allison said, we met way back in late fall or early winter as this process was kicking off. And one of the first things we do as consultants is look at the existing system and look at it based on 2021 census population, the most recent accurate populations we have. Ultimately, and this is what we'll look at today, we build that back up to existing and we build in projections and we build in seasonal. But when we looked at the initial 2021 numbers before we had any of that information or were able to build it in, the evaluation of the system was quite a bit different, especially with regard to population. We knew that the seasonal population, when we looked at 2021 census numbers, was significant in Severn, but it really changed once we added it in and added it in by ward and brought it back up to 2025. It was quite a different evaluation in terms of population parity. So I just wanted to stress that between our early evaluation and what we're looking at now, the population tables are quite a bit different. Seasonal population is quite large in Severn. Census population, I think, is somewhere around 14 and a half when we add in the seasonal and the growth that's occurred since 2021. If you look at the bottom left of the chart, total population now is estimated around more like 22 and a half. And when we look at the parity amongst the wards of the system that exists right now, it's pretty good. There's no ward that's outside of that 25% acceptable range, both in 2025 and even when we add in the 2036 projected numbers. However, the one thing we do mention is that some of the range in population starts to get a little bit significant. And what I mean by that is when we look at the smallest ward compared to the largest ward or largest couple of wards, those wards are about 40% larger than the smallest ward. So again, from a percentage variance, well within our guiding principle acceptable range. But one thing we noted was if we can design something that can reduce that spread a little bit, let's try to do that with some alternative ward configurations. So before we look at the options that we've come up with that we're going to go out to the public with, just a quick refresher on where we're at in the process. So Allison mentioned at the beginning, we started this initially in late fall, early winter of 2024. Throughout that time, we had some council workshops, some council interviews. We've provided reports, had webpage engagement, some in-person engagement in November of 2024. And now we're basically about 2/3 of the way through the process. We've developed preliminary options. And like I said, that's what we'll go through briefly today. Next week, we do our second round of in-person as well as virtual engagement. And then we'll be back to you shortly after that in the spring with developing a final report and a final presentation to council. So in terms of the options, so we tried to do a few things and recognizing, I think, what I said a couple of minutes ago, that when we evaluated the existing system and put in up-to-date populations and seasonal, we found that the existing system tends to work quite well when evaluated against the guiding principles. So when we looked at the options, for the most part, we didn't think that we had to, completely blow up the system, so to speak. So when we look at some of these options, there's going to be some familiarity to the system that you have now, but each of the options tries to tweak the system in perhaps a little bit of a different way. So if we look at option 1A, and we call these options our minimal change options, they have a lot of, again, familiarity to the existing system, but a couple of things we tried to do in this option. So we tried to close the gap a little bit in terms of the population variance that we talked about. So instead of, that 40% higher population in a couple of wards compared to the smallest ward, in 2025, we're able to condense that population variance. So you have no wards larger than 5,000, no wards larger than about 4,200. So quite condensed there. The other thing that that you'll notice in this map is because of the population concentration and growth expected in West Shore, you see some squishing of those wards in the southern end of the municipality. You see that Ward 2 loses its eastern edge to Ward 5 and a little bit to Ward 1, but a little bit of a throwback here. It picks up Fesserton, so similar to the system previous to the one that you have now. So again, not huge changes, a few tweaks, but tries to address some of the population variance, still has community of interest as a primary focus, doesn't really divide any community of interest. Each ward is anchored by at least one significant community of interest. If we move to 1B, again, so some similarities to themselves and to the existing system, also a minimal change approach. But I think here it focuses a little bit more on the 2036 population. So it ensures that as some of the West Shore communities, some of the other developments start to build out a little bit, that the population variance over the next 5 or 10 years, so the next couple of elections, remains pretty decent. So again, condenses that variance that we see in the existing system, a little bit of some minor tweaks and changes to the southern end wards. The difference here between option B and A and B is that Ward 2, Coldwater and Fesserton remain in separate wards, where in the option we just looked at, they get combined. So again, addresses some things, nothing major, good familiarity with what existing politicians and existing residents know today. Then in option 2, we tried to change the focus a little bit. And again, like I said, they're all going to have some look to what the existing system looks like today. But we tried to, in this one, focus a little bit less on population and a little bit more on drawing lines around communities of interest. And really the major change that you're going to see here, and this was a result of some feedback that we heard through engagement, was some people wanted to see what it might look like with a Washago and West Shore ward combined. So that's probably one of the more significant changes you see here compared to some of the other options and the existing system. The one thing you'll note is that the population parity that we talked about, that we made really good in option A and B, and that is pretty good in the existing system, really starts to fall off the table. In the existing population, we see a variance of almost 2,000 between the largest and the smallest ward. And as that West Shore community starts to build out and grow out over the next 10 years, we see a huge variance in population between wards 4 that's going to include most of that population, that growth, and Ward 5 that's going to tend to be largely more seasonal in nature. So from a population parity perspective, not something that works, but from other guiding principles perspective, something that could work. And like we said, largely wanted to show this as an example because of feedback that we heard about that desire to see what might a system look like with Washago and West Shore in one ward. In option 3, if you look at the bottom right or bottom left table in the 2036 numbers, this option really focuses on growth. So it still maintains and largely hits the other guiding principles, but in terms of the 2036 population, there is really not more than about 250, 300 population variance amongst all 5 wards. So as ward boundaries go, this is pretty much a perfect population parity example, but there are some drawbacks when you look at where some of the lines are drawn. Excuse me, where some of the lines are drawn, some of the sizes of the wards, some of the definitions or delineations between the wards. So it's really meant to show as an example about if you want, and this is sort of a good example of how the guiding principles themselves sometimes are a push and pull between option 2 and option 3. If community of interest is the focus, you get a design perhaps that satisfies some people from that angle, but we see that the population parity is not really acceptable. In this example, we really focus on growth and population parity, but we can tell that perhaps some of the lines, perhaps some of the communities of interest aren't as strong in some of the other options. So I think it's a good illustration of if you want this, this happens. If you want this, this happens. In option 4, we try to balance all of it. We try to say, if we don't want to completely focus on one, if we are okay with changing the configuration of what we are familiar with a little bit, if we want to try to balance these guiding principles as much as we can, what might that look like? And in this example, we see that from population parity perspective, again, not great, but very good. We see from a community of interest perspective, fairly good. There are a couple of things that I'll quickly mention, but it largely, again, each word is largely anchored by some community or combination of communities of interest. Wards 1 and 5 are practically the same as what the system looks like now, but wards 2, 3, and 4, definitely some differences and definitely some things to highlight. Ward 2, Coldwater, Marchmont, two communities of interest that perhaps are not completely aligned in terms of what we typically look for in terms of communities of interest. Some distance between them, perhaps that could be an issue. Ward 3 definitely starts to get fairly large and shoots quite a bit north. So again, these are the types of things that, like I said at the very beginning, we have deliberately put out because we want to hear from council. We want to hear from the public whether these things might work or whether these are, in terms of some of these wards, whether they're just not on the table, whether maybe they really fix the population, but because of A, B, and C, we can't consider it. That's exactly the types of things we want to hear next week throughout our in-person and virtual engagement. So again, this is just a quick summary of the options that I just went through, including the existing system. Again, the existing system is an option, and it's always an option to council and to the public, and we want that to be highlighted. In some cases, the system doesn't follow the guiding principles, and we're clear about that. But like we have said in this report, the existing system does adhere to the guiding principles. It is an acceptable version. However, if there is some desire to see some change or tweaks to the system, we think we've provided some options, at least for discussion purposes, that start to do that. So I'll stop there and we'll see if there's any questions or comments from council. Thanks for your attention.
All right, yes. Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation. My question is on your slide that's titled Proposed Option 3-2036 Population Parity. Yes. And then when I look in the package that accompanied the minutes, on page 32 of that presentation, proposed option 3 ward boundaries, they're different. Unless, oh, hang on, sorry. Proposed population parity, okay. Yes. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm looking at it now. No, it's page 32 in the package, but you know what? I'm gonna hold my question because now I'm not seeing what I just wrote down.
Okay.
So that's the slide population. The 2036 parity is the same slide as the proposed option 3 ward boundaries. Is that correct?
I'm looking at the slide and the report right now, and I believe it is. Yeah, I don't see any, at least not quickly eyeing the maps, but the tables and the population tables look to be the same. Yes.
Yeah, they are. No, I don't know where I was looking at. Apologies.
That happens to me all the time. I ready to tell my team one thing and then I look at it, I'm like, oh no, it looks all right actually. So thank you.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, I just have a suggestion to the presenter. Can we just go one proposal at a time and have our comments as we go along? Just an idea. Rather than jumping around.
We can do that. All right. Shall we go to option 1A then? Comments? Yes, Member Cox.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Do you want to hear what we think about these and you're going to change them, or you just want to take these to the public the way they are? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're looking for comments. Like, I mean, I can tell you which one I like, but we still have to go to the public. So you're not going to change any of these to go to the public. These are all going to remain the same. So basically you're asking us, just showing us these to say, this is what I'm going to send to the public, right or wrong?
Yes, thank you for the question through you, Mayor, or Chairperson. Yes, that's exactly it. We're showing for information purposes only. Obviously, if there was something that council saw that was egregious, that, you know, like we said, a major error, we would want to know. But typically, yes, just looking for, this is just for information purposes. This is the same that's going to go to the public for comment next week. And like I said earlier, we will be back in front of council to get comments and feedback on the options before we finalize anything.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
Clerk Collison.
Thank you. So following up on Jack's comments, though, if council does have serious questions, concerns, or things that they'd like to submit, we will absolutely take that information
Yep.
now. It lets us and the consultants work ahead on what we come back to you. So if there is one option that council finds completely just not something they're going to support, then honestly, it would be nice for us to know that. So it's not that we're not going to take the public input. We absolutely still report back. If the public comes back and say council doesn't like option 3, but the public loves it, we're still going to let you know that. But it does help. More information is never a bad thing, and more feedback is never a bad thing. So we will absolutely take any feedback you want to give us at any point.
Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure what we were. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Jack, for the presentation. If you could just tell me where Ward 3 meets Ward 4, where you have Artria. Oh, it's on the first one, 1A. Yeah, so that's one we were starting with, correct? Yeah, so 1A. What is that Minoki Beach that the dividing line is between Ward 4 and Ward 3?
I will zoom in as we're talking and I'll get back to you. I don't have it in front of me, but I can get a more detailed map and let you know.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Member Cox.
Well, I like 1A. There you go. You want to know.
Yeah, Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. So with option 2 proposed, we're only on 1A. Thank you. Then I'll just tag on to the to Member Burkett's question. When you find it around the dividing line for wards 3 and 4, and just a note that West Shore is actually one word, not 2. So going forward, if there's an opportunity to change that, but I know that when I provided feedback, Minoki Beach Road it does appear to be the dividing line based on where the word Artria is. And I would like to consider, or like to, I don't know, again, the purpose of our comments and feedback, but if Highway 11 is a natural dividing line, then anything east of Highway 11 that touches the lake could be included in the Ward 4, because I would think that the residents would have similar needs and concerns and issues going up that whole strip. So that would be my comment on that, was that I would include the rest of east of Highway 11 right to the Aurelia border.
Anyone else? Yes, Member Taylor.
1A is when it refers to Ward 1. This is similar to 2016, except where Upper Big Chute Road veers to the north, that area is in proposed to be Ward 2, but in the past, everything to the east was Ward 1. And Canary Side Road and that area down by Matchdash Bay was in Ward 1. So if you're going to go to this extent, have a look at your mapping from 2016 and see that's very close to Ward 1, but I would not approve, I would not vote for 1A because of the, there's communities within Ward 1 that are part of Ward 1. I don't want them separated from there. So I think it wouldn't take much to tweak it to the way it was back in 2016.
Yeah, and appreciate those are the exact comments that we want to try to get from council and the public. Is sometimes it's exactly that. It's an evaluation of these options, but a little tweak here, a little tweak there is what ultimately we land on as a final option. So these are really appreciated comments and feedback.
Yes. And Mr. Chair, just one other comment. Just in general, the easier the boundaries, it's easier for council and for the residents to see where these boundaries that zigzag around, it's crazy. So the straighter, the better. And like I say, if you could, or at least for Ward 1, go back to 2016. Thank you.
Yes, Member Burkett?
Thank you through the chair and same comments. And I see that you have that straight line that I spoke to between Ward 4 and Ward 3, where it says Artria. There are a group of homes where there are residents that are concerned. They used to be part of Ward 4. They're now part of Ward 3. Not sure how we address that. I hope that they come to the public meetings. I will reach out to them and they can voice your concerns. But right along the waterfront there, they want to go back to what they were in Ward 4. Or they feel they want to go back.
If I can, to that exact part, I think you're talking about Minoki, where I'm going to say it curls.
Correct.
And Jack and I have spoken about that with respect to the final version that comes forward to ensure that, whole street is not, for such a small little piece, is not split, because we're only talking 20 some odd folks down that little hook. So.
No, I think you're talking about the bottom of the L part of Minoki Beach Road
Hook,
proper,
right.
where it ends at the silo. No, and I believe that what Member Burkett and I are talking about is a higher, like right along the highway, Artria. Is that not right? And Minoki Beach Road?
No, there is definitely a difference, I think, between what Mayor
Okay.
Burkett is referencing, which I know exactly the individuals you're talking about, which is that hook.
Okay.
And the stretch down to Aurelia, which I believe is what you were referencing.
Oh,
Remember?
Okay, and then just my final comment then for the consultant and perhaps for you, Allison, as you're bringing this back and into the community, maybe to, just for clarification, if there's an opportunity to take some of, when we have a broad Severn map like this, to then really bring forward more detailed versions for each ward and where they cross over, because again, I'm not looking and it's impossible to tell what streets we're talking about. And as a counselor, I'm wired to think streets.
If I can, through you, Mr. Chair, there is a live map with all the various options loaded on the word boundary website that you can look up your individual addresses, impose, just for residents as well, impose the various options and actually see what the change would be to them. So there is a live map with the GIS that we've done that lets everyone see their individual location as to whether or not they would be moved or not, just for public reference.
Yeah. Member Collins?
So with the paper copy that you're going to put up at the public meetings, can we have the streets on it, please, and the roads? Because people aren't, I mean, you've got the main ones on, but where you're dividing is very hard to try to figure out exactly if you're on that or by that, or that's just a comment. People will be looking for that. They'll want to see that Ward 5 goes along that road and then comes up that road and goes down that road and names on them so they can see. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Sometimes it's just the mapping software, like even the West Shore comment that was made, like we'll try, but sometimes we can't change that stuff. And But we'll take this all under advisement and see what we can do. We appreciate that for sure.
I do know that at anything I've ever been at before, that's what people do. They go to their comfort and their roads to figure out where they are. Because when we did the last one and we went out and campaigned, it was very unclear. I campaigned in Ward 5 down because it was on one side of the road and the other one was on the other side of the road. And people said to me, well, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Jack, just Ward 1 again. So back prior to 2016, I got convinced that all the properties east of Swift Road made sense to go to Ward 5. So I'm just looking at, if we're going to look at that, it's for the ward councillor to have access would be better coming from Ward 5 than Ward 1. So if you look at the map, so that was the former township of Matchedash, east of Swift Road, but it makes more sense that east of Swift Road, Sparrow Lake, etc., would go to Ward 5. Or would be Ward 5.
Any other comments? Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind commenting. I have a word too. Yeah, with Ward 1A, it's, I would agree with Member Taylor. I do not see putting Coldwater and like those communities, Port Severn and they can be kept in different wards. I mean, closer to where they are now as a minimum. Also, I like the idea of keeping Marchmount separate from Coldwater. That community has very different needs from Coldwater. And no, I realize that, but these truths will hold through the whole talk. So Marchmount being lumped in with Coldwater wouldn't make any sense to me either. I can see, based on my experience with the people in my ward, our tray moving over more so that it's that area is just not split. I also disagree that having one ward cover all of the Lake Couchiching waterfront is to the advantage. There are complex issues there. I would prefer to see the current situation where 3 councillors would speak to issues related to Lake Couchiching. That's it. If we have no other comments, then we move to 1B. Member Taylor.
I'll jump in. I hate this one. The way it looks right there, I'll be living in Ward 5. So all due respect to the councillor from Ward 5, but no, on a serious note, Upper Big Chute Road is a main thoroughfare through Ward 1, and this splits it right in half. And you're talking about communities, and so there's, if you look at like roads like Taylor Line and Lachlan Falls Road, they would become part of Ward 5, which the community is North River. That's all North River, Matchedash area. And as far as this idea for Ward 1 goes, it's a terrible idea. I wouldn't support it.
Member Collins. Collins. Yes, you.
Collins. I agree. And the councillor who's in Ward 5, like, to get over to your ward, you're going to spend an hour going over to see somebody and back. So that 1B, I got to go with Member Taylor on that one with the extreme dislike.
Me too.
Of course, it makes it's not for me at all. It's hard enough now that you have to go up all the way up Carleon to get to Swift Rapids and so on. And you want to expand it over to Corey Road, Taylor. That is just not. It doesn't make any sense to me, this one at all. So I'd be fully against this proposal.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Absolutely. This one, I wouldn't even bring it to the meeting because it's something that we tried to fix the last time where we had Ward 1 actually over in Ward 5. off of Ormat Road, which didn't make any sense at all. So I don't know, it's up to you whether you want to bring it, but this one definitely shouldn't even be part of this report.
And if that's it for, I'd add also, I don't like this one either. That dip down into the current Ward 3 makes no sense to me whatsoever. So that's an area that can be better serviced under a Ward 3 councillor.
And again, just to add to this,
On
like
another,
I said at the very beginning, some of these are deliberate, like some of those things like that Ward 2 dip into Ward 3, very deliberate, but that's the trade-off between, you know, when we look at the 2036 population and that spread that we get, those are sometimes the deliberate little tweaks that we have to make to fix that guiding principle. So these comments are not unexpected about some of these areas and wards for sure.
yeah, and don't get us wrong here. We fully appreciate all the options. We need the full range to fully consider this properly. So no, the report is very much appreciated. And the opportunity to critique it is too.
Definitely.
Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to Jack again, this one I wouldn't have either, but thank you for bringing it forward. But I'm curious about the purple line that you have around West Shore. So I guess my question to Miss Woodrow is that's part of the settlement area, is it not? It is, isn't it? Correct.
If I may, through the chair, that's
Correct. Okay, so, you know, that's something and depending on the developer that's there today, I'm not sure what his intentions are. But that may be something we would entertain for West Shore. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the ward councillor feels about that, but just my comment.
And Member Minnings?
Thank you through the chair. So my concern with this option is having Washago as part of Ward 4. I just find that unnatural for many reasons. I think Washago is Washago, and I think it should stand on its own. So I was surprised to see that come up. I know that, you know, I think there were only 17 comments that were received from the public said in your report. So that's one option that I would absolutely discount going forward at this time. I don't think it would be well received if it was to be brought to a broader meeting with residents. So unless there's another reason for it, that's one that really stood out to me.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, then we can move on to option 3. I'll remain counsel to leave a few options in, eh? Go ahead.
If I remember, anyway, I think that we do have to leave some of these in. We just can't go with one and say, look at which one would you like? Because we like this one. So we do have to leave some of them in there because I think the people will speak. I mean, no offense. If we are seeing this, you be guaranteed the people in wards are going to be going, that is not going to work. So we have to respect that too. Once again, that Ward 5 way over there it just is not conducive for a person to be looking after Washago and then over in Severn Falls. It physically is very hard to do. Thank you.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just to help Jack out here, if you just twig Ward 1 again to go over to the Swift Road, then I would be happy with that. That would get me out of living in Ward 5.
Thought we were talking about Ward 1. That? Yeah. 0 chance that I would support them.
If I can, so I think the feedback that's important on this is that we see where boundaries obviously are not going to function with council's feedback. So what going to Jack's original comment is that when we come back with final versions, it could be that the base concept of some of these works with some tweaks, right? And I think coming back from public input is where we come back with, say, an amended 1A, or maybe it's an amended option 3 that shifts a little bit here and a little bit there, but the general principle of it works. So, and this is where, and Jack can absolutely speak to this too, is that they're base concepts at this point that we want to go out to the public with and receive council's feedback on. Is everything going to be perfect in every option? No. Is it going to look like it does now? No. It's going to result in some change if council takes any of these options. So it's a bit of moving forward with the idea of some change, but what is a moderated amount of change that council's comfortable with. So this is also why it's helpful to have some of this conversation back now. So instead of, or may I suggest that rather than just a no to an option, would say, so say if 3 was one of the ones that came back, where would we move stuff to make it function that council might deem acceptable? And then Watson's goes back and looks at the numbers and the public feedback and where the parity lines are and comes back to council in May, which is when this will come back, with revised, reduced numbers of options.
Very good. Yes.
So thank you through the chair. So to the clerk and to our consultant. So from those comments about what could work, what couldn't work, and sort of in that spirit, with the opening comments and the overview of this discussion, you mentioned something about, well, all of the charts show number of residents current and then proposed, so 10 years out. So, but then did I hear that that really isn't the baseline consideration for changing ward boundaries? Because there's about a 25% sway. So when I'm thinking of Ward 4, in any of the maps, the current configuration goes up to Cambrian Road and then down. If it was to be reduced, as in some of the maps that are shown like this one, where it's a more of a narrow slice, as a ward councillor in that area where I could potentially walk it, versus my colleagues who would be faced with an hour drive, does that come into consideration when we're looking at ward boundaries? I don't know.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And absolutely. I mean, these are a lot of the things that we're talking about this morning. When we talk about Ward 4 and Ward 5, that's exactly the trade-off, right? Is you have concentrated more settlement type populations in a ward. That ward is going to be geographically smaller because of that. And then in more rural or seasonal cottage type wards, you're going to get something like Ward 5 to make that population work, like we said. So that's exactly the type of trade-offs that you get. And then ultimately what we have to ask, and a big reason why there is not a, it doesn't have to be perfect population, but there's 25% variance, is how big is too big? And if this is too big, how much smaller can we go and still try to achieve that 25% variance? So the answer is absolutely, those things are taken into consideration.
Thank you. So then further to that, then if there were portions of Ward 4, and in some of the maps, they go west of Highway 11, for example, which is more country, less populated, then that would cut down on the geography of some of the other ward councillors who would have a bigger geographic area to cover without really impacting the number of residents one way or another. So that could be a consideration. I'm just thinking if I was a ward councillor in some of these big wards, those are big drives. So I'm just trying to imagine whether or not area is a concern for my colleagues in determining ward boundaries. I've never had any experience with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I do want to note with respect to the growth numbers. So like we said back in October when this whole exercise started, is that growth numbers are important and we do want to make sure that we're looking at them. But that said, and Jack has noted this before, that there are some municipalities that don't base their decisions today 100% on future numbers, because you never know when growth is actually going to get built, right? Versus subdivision application versus actual homes being constructed. So staff do intend to do this on a 10-year cycle. So this will this whole function, no different than you do development charge reviews every X number of years and all that type of stuff, is that this will become a cyclical process every 10 years so that we ensure our wards stay current and reflect any development that has happened. So I know that back in October, he spoke to the fact that there are some municipalities that chose to make a few changes today. And they said, okay, so map 3 is what we do when we get to this trigger point, right? Or we do another review when we get to this trigger point. So there are options to be considered. And maybe if you can speak to that a bit, Jack, so that council doesn't feel like the growth numbers have to 100% drive every piece of this decision.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. Absolutely. To reiterate what Allison mentioned, I mean, and we've tried to do that even through some of these options that we provided. Like the one that's on the screen is a good example of that. It really tries to focus more so on that population parity in 10 years. But even if we look at option 4, it tends to, move a little bit away from that and focus it a little more on, again, that balance of population throughout the next 10 years. So you're not going to get really perfect on either side. It spreads it out a little bit more. So, and to talk about that other point that Allison made, when I did these for the 2022 election, so in 2021, almost not every, but it was very much a look forward type of exercise with councils. We were in the midst of post-pandemic, a lot of growth in places that have never really grown before. So council was very much focused on, we're going to keep growing at this rate. Let's not put in a system that reflects today. We need to reflect tomorrow. Fast forward to 2025 and the uncertainty and the landscape that we're in today, it's been very much the opposite, where councils have focused more so on what do we look like right now? Let's catch up and provide a system that reflects how we've grown over the last 5 or 10 years, with the understanding that we may have to look, we don't want to do a ward boundary review every 4 or 8 years, but we may have to look at this again. And perhaps, as Allison said, within some of these options, there can be, an option for today, and maybe with a line change here or there, or maybe changing 2 wards instead of 5, you have an option that works, that accounts for growth. But you wait to see how some of those communities grow out. And in some places, places actually put in a trigger that says 1 ward 4 reaches a population of X, the municipality will, do another ward boundary review or will look at implementing Y. So hope that provides a little bit of extra context there.
Member Cox?
Thank you very much for that, Jack. I totally agree, because you had mentioned that when we met and when you came here. I think we need to understand that things change, and if we do happen, because at the time, I think when you're here, it wasn't quite as bad as it is now, but what you said is right. And I totally agree with it. The only other issue, the one thing I did want to mention, and I had it written down, and I was go through the chair to Andrea, is the Ward 2 numbers are very low, considering what is coming up the pipe with us in every single one. All the population ones, the Ward 2 is not growing that fast. And what's coming up the pipe? We know there's one that wants to come in at 300 homes. We know that there's somebody sitting around looking at 500 homes. We know all these ones, and yet the population numbers in Ward 2 just don't seem to be showing that. And I'm wondering, is it because we're not putting the fact that this is a future thing, or is it something we wait for, like Jack says, in 5 years, all of a sudden, Coldwater boom, because we have the infrastructure and we have these things. This is where I was a little confused on this one.
If I may, through the chair, certainly in Ward 2, we have a lot of development interest and a lot of pre-consultation requests. So with respect to the numbers, it's likely reflective of that because we've shared that information with the consultant, but that's certainly something I could discuss further with Mr. Ammendolia.
Okay, because this was put out at the master plan for the recreation, and I had people come up to me and say, those Ward 2 numbers are kind of funny considering, that we've got a lot of potential growth coming in. So if we could just sort of maybe look at those, but I agree that this may be something we have to do in 5 years. Like, I mean, I don't want to try to deck out too much and say we're never going to change, but thank you.
I can address part of that question as well with regard to Ward 2 and Coldwater populations, if that's okay. So because we're getting this question in a lot of places that have growth, but we're not seeing the population increase. And one thing we have to remember is in a lot of these areas that are seeing these pockets of growth, there is an existing fairly aged population in these places. So at the same time where we experience population growth, sometimes it's just population replacement because we have that decline happening in the existing population. We have much smaller household sizes. We don't have the same size when we get regeneration. And I do school board planning as my other career. When we get the regeneration of these communities where historically it's been similar size families coming in to regenerate. So as population ages and children move out, we get that population coming back in and it increases. We're not really getting that anymore. We get, smaller households replaced by even smaller households coming in. The other thing that we see a lot is people stay in place a lot longer than they used to. So where we used to have a regeneration where, the family, the kids grow up, they move away, the empty nesters move into a smaller unit or move somewhere else. They tend to stay in place a lot longer. So that's why in sometimes these 10-year forecasts, even in places that have had some recent growth, that population tends to fall off quite quickly. So that's a really great question. We're getting that all over places that we're working right now. So I just wanted to add that in, is that many times the growth is there and it's pumping out the population it should. It's just not equating to the decline.
Thank you very much. It's just sort of a heads up that could be a question you will get. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Member Taylor?
Yeah. But I questioned the Ward 2 numbers as well, because I know in behind Foodland there, it's 200 homes, 300 homes times 1.5. That's 300, 400 people. And the stats don't show that, but I can see the homes going up. But proposed option 4, that map is pretty much what Ward 1 is now, which I agree with. But on your on page 34 of your report, 113 on our report, it says minor adjustments to the boundaries of the present wards 1 and 5 are proposed, specifically moving from Swift Rapids Road to a line base larger and Upper Big Sheet Road. And that isn't what is the map. I'm hoping the map is correct and the verbiage is wrong.
Yeah, the map is correct, and I will check that verbiage. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, keep that map though. Thank you.
Member McIntyre?
Through the chair, I wonder if this is the time for me to bring up where wards 4 and 5 intersect on this map we're looking at. I think it'd be a benefit for Ward 5 to take everything west of Highway 11, that's to say Scarlet Park, Lake St. George. That area would, I think, suit Ward 5 better, because then you'd have Ward 4, everything south, or I guess east of 11 Highway. I'm not sure whether that would include, like, say, George Golf Course and that. Is that in your, at the moment, that's your, well, that would bring the population of Ward 5 up somewhat. And then, as Member Taylor said, you can fudge and figure the boundaries up north, up in his ward, up by Severn Falls and so on, and over to Swift Rapids. So I think that be of some benefit, Jack, to consider everything west of 11 to be in 5 when you're touching on Ward 4. That's it may make Ward 4 a geographically bigger, but the population make it smaller rather, but the population, she's going to grow there in that ward exponentially compared to what Ward 5 is going to do. So I wouldn't mind seeing that come in to I guess it's Port Stanton Road, be a part of Ward 5. That would include, I think, where I remember Burkett's garage is, and Agnew Road and other places of Huffman, and that would make sense to me if you looked at it in that from that lens. So I'd like to give that some consideration, if you would.
Yeah, so more similar to, not exactly this, but more similar to the southern end that we're looking at in option 3 for sure. And yeah, and to play on what Allison was talking about, a lot of times what we see as a final option ends up being a mashup or a hybrid of, hey, I really like what's in option 3 for these 2 wards, but I really like what's in option 4 for wards 1 and 2. Can we combine them together and then see what that looks like? And that is honestly probably one of the most common final options, ends up being a mashup of the different options that we provided.
Option 4. Yes, Member Minnings.
I thank you. Just a quick question on option 4. Is this status quo for Ward 4, the way it's shown?
I don't believe entirely. I think there are some changes, but let me double check that as I work through this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You got, or you,
No, actually, no, I think it is. I think it is status quo for Ward 4, but I will confirm that with Allison and get back to council.
thank you. Member Jensen.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak to this map because I think it's the biggest change for Ward 2 and Ward 3. It's actually a bit surprising to see the population and how much Ward 2 would change by including the other community of Marchmount into it. From member Brennan's comments or the chair's comments earlier, I don't think he wants to lose Marchmount from Ward 3. And I'm not so sure this version of Ward 2 would work either. Are we going to talk at all about the current map today as well? Or because I know that in the graph that you show, I think it's largely successful moving into the future as well, and no changes may be needed.
Yeah, I would agree with the evaluation. We're pretty clear that the existing system, when evaluated against the guiding principles, is consistent with any of the other options that we presented, and that status quo is definitely a defensible and viable option in this situation. Absolutely.
Yeah. No one else has a comment at this point. Just I'd like to comment. One of the things that seems to be coming through, can't speak for everyone, but it does seem to be trending, is that each of the wards would maintain some distinct community as part of the final solution here. And I also share member Cox's concern on the projections. In Ward 3 right now, I'm aware of there's about 75 houses approved to go that I'm aware of off the top of my head. And if the live development went through as is, it would be another 850 houses. That project, I can't speculate one way or the other until that decision is made at the end of the day, but something will likely be built there. And that's over 1,000 people by itself without shifting anything in the town. So, and I understand the population projection issues, live is not done. Maybe it's not in there yet. But that's a massive, massive change that's going to come out in that ward. And I would say the expectations based on government policy are that something will happen there. It might not be the numbers, but something. So I don't know. I would be concerned with that. But I do like the idea of community separation. Our tray, to me, it could go Ward 4, Ward 3, whatever makes sense. But because it is split, it's kind of weird right now, in my view. And I don't like, there is a bridge right there. So you don't have to be on the highway. It's easier to get there from Ward 4 than it is from where I live. So not that where I live is the end of the world, but it is for me. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Is it fair to say, oh, another comment? Yes. Member Taylor.
Yeah, I've been questioned by a few residents. Where does the future amalgamation or annexation from Aurelia, does that have any bearing on us at all? Or do we just go on normal and whatever happens down happens? Or because we know roughly where the annexation is going to happen, does that have any bearing to it? Maybe what Member Brennan is talking about?
Probably Andrea can speak to it, but based on the current proposal, it would be minimal in my view. If they go away from the current proposal, and that I do worry about is a real, that's just me, but I think it could be a lot. If they go, yeah, but if they go away, I don't know if he's factored it in, but I'm looking at the maps.
If I can, Mr. Chair, so I know Jack and I have spoken about where that line is, so we'll note that in the final report that comes back. But with respect to the current proposals that are going up for comment, there's not a significant impact given the numbers that are included there, so but yeah, so these are the options that will go forward next week for public comment, and then council will receive a report back with the presentation again in May. So, and if between now and even end of next week, when the public consultation pieces conclude, if council members have more comments, then please feel free to meet with me. And I will be pleased to send this along to Jack.
And if I may add, in my committee report later on, the City of Aurelia is moving forward with their planning initiative. And as we go through this exercise, I'm sure we will have to adapt things to wherever that is, whatever state of affairs exists at the time. And Member Cox.
First of all, could you send us your presentation, because the map and all the numbers are all on one page? That would be very handy. And I had another one. Just went. That would be very handy.
Yeah, the clerk has the presentation, so she can provide that.
Well, that's what it was. When you're doing your survey out to the public, and you and Allison both said to us, all of us, this isn't etched in stone, we can move things. Could we do a little layman terms for the public so they understand that, if somebody picks one, things can be moved and this is just a way to go? Or did I miss it in there? Because I'm finding more and more with the public that when we're doing when we do any type of consultation or any type of open houses, sometimes the language is a little, they don't quite understand all, and it's not because there's anything wrong with them, they're just not used to the planning language. Or, I mean, here's an example. When we were at the master rec plan, I had like 5 people say to me, what is a pump track? And I'm like, oh, explain it. And they go, why did they call it that? I said, I don't know. But that's what it is. So you know where I'm going. I think layman terms really help people, because I'm finding that people are saying, I just listened to that and I don't have a clue what they were talking about.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. We have really tried hard, especially with the public facing materials, to try to simplify and,
yeah, thank you.
Lack of use of acronyms that people don't understand. So yeah, if there's anything you see in there, let us know that we can simplify more. But we have tried to make an effort working with your engagement team to try to make it as easy to understand as possible with some background and context as well.
Okay, thank you. It's just that whole, this isn't etched in stone, lines can move sort of idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Minnings.
I thank you. So going forward, the options that will be released after this discussion, I just need some clarification on the Ward 3, Ward 4 comments that we've heard. So will there be an option that shows Artria as part of Ward 4 when it's put forward based on our discussions today?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, the slides that you're seeing today and the maps that you're seeing today are the options that are going out to the public. They're already online. The maps have been drawn. These are the comments that are going, these are the maps that we are putting forward to the public. The final versions will come forward in May. So any changes, amendments, tweaks that are made to come forward with revised maps, and then normally there's a reduced number of them that come forward as well, then that would occur at that time. So if in May, but if there are members of the public that would like to push that as their personal suggestion, then I strongly encourage them to show up in the next week to participate or complete a survey. The survey is open, whether it's paper or online, until the 20th. So lots of time for people to submit their feedback, and we really would like to receive as much as we can.
Member Cox.
I know I'm pushing this, but I just heard what Member Taylor said, and it's true. People will look at this and they're just going to go, what are they doing? And I really need them to understand, and I know it says options, but I need them to understand clearly that you're just saying, due to the population numbers, that a discrepancy in our wards, these are only options that are being put forward. We would love to hear from you on your pros and cons, that type of easy thing right at the top, so that they don't fly onto anywhere and start going, wow, look what they're doing. They're making us do this. And that is, I feel that could easily happen.
All right, I think we've run the gamut on questions. Thank you, Jack. That was a great discussion and a good report. Thank you. I will
Thank
leave.
you very much.
Motion to receive the whole thing for information. So the motion is that Administration Report A25-013 dated March 26, 2025, regarding ward boundary, preliminary ward options and next steps be received for information.
Thank you. Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? Motion passed. And thanks again.
Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Now I'm speculating because we took an early break, we'll have to take another one in at least 20 minutes if lunch is coming at 12:30. So do you want to move on to the next item first?
I think it would be prudent to keep pushing.
Yep.
And if, because we have a lot to get through yet.
Absolutely.
And if members need a break, then we can take when lunch is expected sometime around 12:30. So.
Gonna go on a long run this time. Okay. We are into item F 1.3, the new grants policy. And Clerk Graves, I believe you're presenting that.
I am. Thank you very much. So further to the direction from council, back at budget, staff have conducted a thorough review of our existing policy and have essentially tossed it out the window in favor of starting from scratch and creating a brand new policy. So with that, I'm going to just run through it in high level terms with council. I'm going through some sections in detail and some sections I'm just kind of summarizing at the end. So there are certain things that really jumped out when staff started looking at this in comparison to grant policies that exist in larger and smaller and all across the province for grant policies. Our existing policy really lacks some structure, some guiding principles, and some general governing principles as to why council should do this, when council should do this, what grants should be striving to do when they're submitted. So just some general guiding principles, and then we'll get into eligibility. So the Act absolutely provides council the discretion to provide grants. So this is a section of the Municipal Act that gives council the ability to do this. So, but in general, we want to make sure that council itself is not contributing to charities, individuals, or causes or programs, because that's using tax revenue for a purpose other than which it was primarily intended. So, and people have a right to give their own charitable contributions to charities themselves. So, while council has the right to give grants, and every municipality pretty much does it, there's a bit of a caveat on that, right? Like grants can be a sensitive subject because of the nature of people wanting to contribute to their own private charities with their own private revenues, and we are dealing with tax funds. So we are proposing so instead of having just a couple different types, so right now we have a very limited number of grants. we're proposing that we have one for arts and culture, a community project, I always get stuck on this word, community, diversity, equity, and inclusion, so DEI, operating, in-kind contribution, special event, and community event. So some of this is going to the need that council mentioned to differentiate between a community event and an ongoing item like a parade that comes back every year rather than a one-off event. Because structurally they're different. So basic principles is that any grant awarded should work to promote and enhance the well-being of the township and its residents. It should align with council's strategic plan. That is a common thread in every grant policy I looked at throughout the province. Ensure that the requested service activity program is open to the community. So we should not be providing grants to a closed group, right? To a private organization. Encourage more activity and involvement in the community organizations, programs, and activities. Ensure the funds will be administered by a competent body and that there's adequate administrative system of review, oversight, and accountability with groups and organizations making those requests. Because we're doling out or council's awarding public funds and taxpayers' funds to organizations, there's that responsibility to ensure that the group administering it, once received, has a competency and is a competent body. Funding provided is not transferable between projects or groups without council approval. It must be used for the reason it was applied for. So if your project doesn't go ahead and you decide, oh, well, we've got this money, let's try and use it for this, that would not be permitted and is explicitly now stated in the policy. Applicants will be eligible for funding annually, but applicants are encouraged to become self-sustaining. This goes back to what used to be the idea with the community event funding, is that it would go down every year to the idea that eventually events would be self-sustaining and they wouldn't need council support. So this is not saying that that funding will decrease, but we're strongly saying you need to be aiming to eventually be self-sustaining. In the event that the project event does not proceed, the grant groups, those funds will be returned. So if unfortunately we had another situation like COVID, grants had already been awarded, checks have been sent out and everything shuts down and those events didn't happen, then those funds would have to come back. The grant shall not be the primary source or sole source of funding for the project. Grants shall be supplementary to the main source of funding. So because if council had a really tight budget year and decided, okay, this year is the year we decide we have to reduce our grant budget, and as a result of that X event doesn't happen, then that's the whole intent of this, is that community groups are again encouraged to become more self-sustaining instead of completely reliant on council grants. Under eligibility, want to make sure that this part's clear. I did have one member call me ahead of time. So there can only be one grant request per organization per year that will be considered, but you can have multiple components in it. So say the Lions could apply in one application, but they could apply for 3 grants under different streams. Okay, but the idea is that council gets the one request from one organization only once a year, so that they're seeing the entirety of the picture. Organization must be in existence for a minimum of 1 year before being considered. You have to have a volunteer board consisting of 3 or more members. In the event that there is no volunteer board, applicants are eligible for only a certain maximum of funding. Grant applicants should be able to demonstrate active fundraising efforts. So one thing that this is going to tie into is the different levels of applications. So we are going to have a simple application. And if you're requesting funds above a certain amount, there'll be a more complex application that asks more questions, more than just what are you looking for? How are you going to use it? It's going to ask for what is your actual budget? What are your other sources of funding? How many volunteers do you expect to get? That type of stuff. Funding requests can be defined as events, programs, projects, support, sustain, perform, educate, celebrate, preserve, or access arts, culture, environment, heritage, recreation, or health activities. So one thing that staff has been tasked for is to look at a way to report back to council on how we can support cultural and arts events within the community. So this would be a new grant opportunity for folks to submit under for that. So under eligibility, financial assistance for events of municipal, provincial, and national significance. So a handful of years ago, we Canada 150. So that was a time where when you look back at the council grants awarded that year, they were higher because it was Canada 150. So granting assistance in any 1 year, this is a carryover in general intent from our current policy, where if you apply 1 year, you're not guaranteed funding for future years. Every year is dealt with as a standalone item. Applicant organizations must spend grant funding on the sole purpose for which it was awarded during the current fiscal year. So if you're awarded funds in 2020 for 2024, you have to spend them in 2024. You can't carry them forward to future years. If you're awarded a 2025 grant, it has to be for your event or item that is done in 2025. Ineligibility. So an organization that acts as a funding body or provides grants to another organization. So if we're giving you funding and you're turning around and awarding funding to someone else, you would be ineligible. A commercial business, for-profit organization or individuals. And I'll come back to how this will impact some of our current awardees in a minute, just if I can get through these. An organization that is the responsibility of a higher level of government, educational institution, or precluded under the Municipal Act. An organization that already has its own source of taxation through the township's municipal levy. Grants cannot be used to cover a deficit, to fund the organization's debt, or to fund activities that serve the membership or purpose of religious or political organizations. Organizations who receive 75% or greater funding from the federal, provincial government, or county would disqualify the organization from a grant, or, this is an important or, would result in a reduction in the amount of grant that it would be awarded. Organizations who have received funding or failed to provide the required financial report would not be eligible the next following year. Consideration will not be given for grants to recreational sports groups. This is more of a carry forward from our existing grant policy. This is not new as a concept. Board of directors shall not in any way benefit from receiving a municipal grant, and there shall be no personal gain from any member of the governing body. So going back to some of these ineligibilities. So on the commercial business, so something like River House would not be eligible under our current thing, under this proposal. The one caveat I say to that is that I would strongly encourage, say, a body of 3 to get together in Severn Falls and just call themselves the Severn Falls Ratepayer Community Group, and then they could absolutely still submit. It's just the idea of the municipality providing funding to a commercial body. If other commercial entities find that out, it is not a common practice across municipal grant policies to provide funding to commercial entities. So we have no issues working with that group to try and help them evolve so they could still find a way to apply, but it would need to be a discussion, right? So, and I don't know if these are the parts where council wants to get into questions as we go through it.
Yeah, if you're okay with that, it sounds like there'll be some points of clarity might be helpful here. Yes, Member
Yeah,
Taylor.
through the chair. I did speak to Allison about this earlier. So back to the Severn Falls one. So say they come up with a 3-person committee, but it says you have to have the committee in existence for a year. So I would hope that it would have been grandfathered in some way, that there's 3 individuals, that it would be the first year that they would apply as that group. So even though it says you got to wait a year, so I think there's a caveat there that they would be exempt from that year. I would hope. Thank you. What do you think on that, Allison?
And we can work to put some wording in that to say if an existing applicant is evolving within a certain period of time, I wouldn't want to say 5 years from now, if they haven't made that change, that it would work. But if in this year they work to make that evolution, then we can build something.
And just one other thing, it was mentioned earlier, Allison had come up with the level of $1,000. It's a simple application, anything more than 1,000. It's more, but I'm looking at the grants from last year, and a lot of them are 1,500. So if it's not a big deal, make it 1,500, and 1,500 for the simplified version, and over 1,500 to more pages. But I will see what committee thinks and what Allison thinks.
Member Jens.
Thank you, through the chair. I did have, I have a couple of items in the funding eligibility. I guess I'll start with that. And I had one from the previous page for funding eligibility. So for funding ineligibility, point C, the organization that's the responsibility of a higher level of government educational institution. Like I believe sometimes we have our students from the school boards asking for ice time. Would they not fall under the educational institution?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So right now, we actually have the teachers applying. So what this would require them to do is actually to have the student council or the parent council apply for that. So it just means that the actual teachers and the school itself, who are receive a substantial amount of government funding, could not apply themselves. It would have to be the student council or the parent council that would apply. So
Okay, would there be a way to allow that to continue to happen? I don't know if we need to change the process so much that, it'd be prohibitive for students to have some ice time at our arenas.
this is council's policy. So if council's direction is that we amend that to pull out the note for educational institutions and educational institutions are permitted, then that's council's choice. This is your policy. I just want to make sure that council sets up, or we set up a policy that council can successfully follow through on.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'd be comfortable with that because I know it's something that comes up to us. And then I know it's come up before, and I don't know if we ever had the number in here. Point F, the organization who receives 75% or greater of their funding from federal or provincial government or county of Simcoe would disqualify the organization or a reduction in the amount. And I think the conversation came up before because our policy before restricted anybody if they were getting a grant from another level of government from getting a grant from us. And I think the thought from council was that, we should also be supporting these groups so that maybe it's the government of Canada or an Ontario grant and the township grant to be able to make sure these events or whatever the case may be are successful.
If I can, Mr. Chair, just to that, so I think the or in that phrase is what's important. So if
Thank
your project as a whole is only $10,000 and you applied and received $8,000 from the federal government and the provincial government, but you also, because our grant application was a little early, applied for 4 to us. And if we were to award everything, you're going to have more than you ever needed. Then adjusting that relative to what the organization has received from other levels of government would be absolutely appropriate.
Fair.
And it's all still, and I would put this out to say, it's all still the same taxpayer that pays into the provincial and federal government and the local levy. So relative to that, there should be some balance, especially for those that are, and good for them receiving grants, so that they're not receiving more funds than they actually need.
Okay, makes sense. And then the funding eligibility question. So I guess it was the previous page, point A, on the sending in one grant request. And I guess just to make sure I understand, so it's one grant request comes in, but it can be for multiple grants within that one request.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So the idea here is that, again, if it was the Washago horticulture group, that if they had a one-off project and then they have their general one that they want to apply for, that they would all still, it's different streams, but it would come in as one application.
Okay.
So the council sees the whole continuity and picture of their request for the year, because you might have organizations that also do that and you only have so many funds and you want to be able to review all of those at once and have a balanced result between all your grant requests.
Fair enough. And on that one, I just thought of maybe like the Coldwater Alliance where, they may have put in a grant request for the parade, Santa Claus parade, let's just say. And then at the last minute, they realized they needed some ice time as well as the fireworks. And they sent that later. Would we actually deem that to be ineligible then?
Under the way this is written right now, yes, this will require some advanced planning for our community groups. And to be honest, most of our community groups, these run annual events that are generally fairly well established and planned at this point with respect to stuff like that. And it's a policy. So if we encounter sincere issues, council can always direct that one piece be brought back for discussion. But given the way our grants have happened over the last 5 years, having had time to work with it over the last 5 years for stuff coming in, most of our community groups are pretty organized. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minnings, did you have a question?
Hi, thanks. And I know you're not through your presentation yet, but the notation of fundraising or events should incorporate, and I may have read this wrong. They should be having a certain component that's fundraising so that they're working towards becoming self-sufficient. So that's always been this township's premise. And is that still in the current grant? So is there a fundraising component so that these are not annual recurring events? Because we've had those conversations when we've been deliberating grants. So for example, in one of the groups I'm involved in, they hold events, Easter egg parade or Easter egg hunts, art in the park, that kind of stuff. There is no fee to come. There is no request or requirement for fundraising, the Taylor Swift party, all of that. Is that something that's changing, not changing? Help me understand whether or not grant applications need to have that component in them. I'm still not clear.
So our existing grant policy for event and I'm gonna say non-general operating ones, so the community events stream in our current policy does say that our events should become self-sustaining, which is why they're supposed to decrease in funding by 25% every year. The concept here is that we're not putting a hard 25% reduction on it. We're saying you should be fundraising. We should not be your sole source of funding and that you should work to become self-sustaining. But we're not putting a hard 25%, 25%, 25%, no more funding application on it. But there's absolutely the expectation that community groups should be fundraising, consulting with local businesses to see if, they'll sponsor the hot chocolate and stuff like that, so that eventually these groups do become self-sustaining.
Thank you. So then, with that, and you're not at the forms yet, but I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that neither the application for a grant request or the report based on here's what we did and here's what we spent. I think that we should be including questions about, did you receive money last year? Did you receive in-kind donations? So when you just answered me, that made me think, oh yeah, we get lots of in-kind donations and there is a value to those, but that's never been either on my radar, and I'm not speaking for my committee, but, or it's not captured in any of our reports. So we may not raise money at the event, but we may raise money through, now all of a sudden, none of the grant money is going towards these things. So I was just wondering if we could capture that. And then when I see grant applications come through, what you said was that they will be vetted by staff. So we will no longer be deciding at budget time whether or not this qualifies or not. They're all going to qualify. Perfect. And that the final report, I would be interested in knowing in that final report whether or not they did get it, like re-ask the question about, did they get other sources of funding? Because I may be running an event, next year, but my application goes to the township in September, but then, oh, it's next year. And now all of a sudden I've applied for $10,000 from somewhere else. So I think it would be nice for me as a council member looking at next year's to say, oh, good, you got some extra money and now you're asking for this. So it just gives us a better picture, because I would love to see events get bigger, not just in Coldwater, which does a good job, but in other areas too. So it kind of encourages it and really makes it transparent. So people have those kinds of things where they can go, there are in-kind donations from businesses, like you said. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We can work that in. I think just in general, I kind of put it in there. What are your organization's ways of becoming self-sufficient, and what have you applied for other funding that we're already in there? But I can absolutely expand upon that and add in a column to deal with fundraising in particular on both the application and the report. Not my phone. Sorry, going back. So we can absolutely put those pieces into the application and report on fundraising. The one other item I want to make sure council is aware that's in here is that an organization that has its own source of taxation through the municipal levy would not be eligible. So this will disqualify the BIA from applying. The one thing I should note is that prior to 2020, the BIA did not receive large grants from the township. This is a new thing that's happened in the last couple of years, just for council's background and information. Historically, there was a very small grant that was provided for. When we looked back, we could not actually find paperwork like an application like is required for other applicants that was actually submitted to support it. We went back to 2016 and such and couldn't actually find application to support even the old amount of $500 that was provided to the BIA historically. So two parts to this. So when an organization is already receiving money through the tax levy, this is a question to council on where they want to set their service level is, should that organization be eligible to receive additional taxpayer funding for their events? And granted, these organizations are attended by the broader community, not trying to discount that in the slightest, but it's more, this is a tax levy grant project that is awarded by council every year. And should organizations that are already accessing a levy of their own be able to receive additional funding from the ratepayer? And the historical thing about before even, I think it was 2021, the BIA never applied for the significant grants that they're applying for now. So I just wanted to make sure that this is there, so that if council wants to pull it, discuss it, amend it, that council is understanding that this is the impact that that will have.
Yes, Member Jensen.
Yeah, I do believe that the grant requests that have come forward from the group is in the mutual interest of the township as well as the members of the community. We're bringing people to the community to gather, really. I know the BIA is really there to try to bring tourists into town to support the members of the BIA. But I do think there's value in assisting the BIA with having their events or with beautification projects that are taking place. We just came to a memorandum of understanding that kind of outlines, whose responsibilities are what. So we do understand that we've got our own responsibilities. I guess what we're asking for is some support on some of the, like I said, beautification or events that take place in the municipality. I do believe that the source of taxation is really just limited to the business owners and the landlords that are in Coldwater. It's not like the general population that's paying into the Coldwater BIA. It would really be only through the grant request.
Thank you through the chair. So I'm curious, what do we do with the other businesses that we have? If we're going to grant a business in Coldwater, and I don't know how many, there's a multitude of businesses, like where do we stop? Like if someone, for example, myself, would be a conflict of interest, but if I was looking for money for something, it's a compliment. So let me, Madam CEO, go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship, I wasn't intending to cut you off. I was just signaling my interest to speak to the chair. And I don't actually want to speak about the BIA, but it seemed like a good time to bring back my general concerns about grants. And I have brought this to you every time we talk about it, and pretty much every council I've ever worked with. And I never get anywhere, but I still feel good about bringing it forward because I think it's an important point. I really struggle with the idea of grants as a whole, because you're collecting tax dollars and deciding where they go for individuals, like what group is important, what charity is important. And I think individuals would want the right to do that themselves. Like, it just seems odd. And it particularly seems odd. This is probably the 5th time that we have reviewed this grant policy, because there's always some exemption that you want to change it for. And I'm quite sure we've spent more in staff time revisiting this and looking at grants than we've actually given out at grants. And you see that at budget time, because, we can approve a fire truck for $1 million in 5 minutes, but we spend half a day on grants. So I have challenges, but councils love it. And I've made this speech at many different councils. So I get it if you still want it, but I just want to put that in your head. And the other piece that I wanted to put in your mind is the one thing that I think is really egregious in this policy, and we've done it all the time. It's not new. Allison did a great job, but there's a line 39E. Applications that arise after the grant deadline shall be forwarded directly to council for consideration on a first come, first served basis. So what that looks like every year is you get a whole pot. And the ask is always bigger than the total pot. So you cut little bits from different ones and you save a little bit of money. So then the smart person waits until the saved money is available, comes forward later, and you pass it without thought when all the other ones got cut back. I think that's incredibly unfair. I think if you set a deadline, then that's a deadline. Anyways, sorry. Just, when I got on my soapbox, I just thought I would finish my soapbox.
But yes,
Thank you. I
member,
thought you were going to, through the chair, you were going to mention something about businesses, and I understand the aspect of trying to give to the BIA, but on the same token, if another business somewhere in the municipality comes, what do we say to them? Do we say no, or they're not eligible? Is it part of?
I can't follow that. If you
Okay.
like, then that triggered my
Gonna let them
thought, but
finish
that probably was where I was going to start. I think the reason we left the BIA out is because we're not giving to commercial businesses. It's an organization that runs commercial business, that supports commercial businesses, that has a tax levy. If they want more money, they can increase their tax levy. But you're right, it's either all commercial businesses are in, including the BIA, which is an organization, or they're out, I think.
My question is to the committee here, are we going to provide to the BIA and all the businesses in Severn, or do we just curious?
yeah, we'll float that in a second, I guess. Yes. Member Cox.
If you look at 3.7B, you're ineligible if you are a commercial business, for profit organization, or individuals. So in my opinion, that basically covers the BIA also. But I understand where everybody's coming on this. But until a few years ago, we never applied for grants in the township. And then the BIA went into fundraising, which was a whole new thing also. So they're fundraising and they're making money. Whereas before, all they ever had was the tax levy and the odd grant here and there that they could get. And when it's a beautification project for a downtown area, that's very nice, but and I'm just going to say this, there's downtown areas in Washago. There may be an area in West Shore where they'd like to beautify, and they can't because they're not a group. And I know they can get together and do it and all this, but I just feel that the BIA is there, and I helped make the last mission statement, and it basically is that the BIA is to try to market Coldwater and beautify it, to bring in people to help our businesses survive. I could be way off, but I'm pretty much sure that's what it is. And I know that they get a grant from the county, so that might make them ineligible, and they may get a grant from someone else. But it just seems to me that if we get into that one, then we're going to get into the murk and the mud on other ones. And somewhere along the line, we have to just say, and I totally agree with the CAO, every single organization that has ever applied for a grant gets a notice and says, as of September 30th, it's over. That's the end of it. These will all go out. I also have about the school. I think that it should go to the school and be said that if you want to apply for any skating or grants, it should come through the student council or the parent council, because I don't want some school to not know, and then they want uniforms or they want something. So I think if we just keep doing this, and the CEO was right, we're like a snowball.
Thank you. Yes, Member Jensen.
So I guess I'm not a business owner. So I don't have that same relationship, but I'm just wondering, how does the BIA as a board be a commercial business? Like, is the BIA a commercial business, or do they just represent the businesses that are taxpayers, or have the obligation to pay taxes through the levy?
To the clerk.
So with the ineligibility clauses that are here, the BIA in my review of an application would solely fall under D. I wouldn't deem them to be a commercial. Commercial is a standalone business that's applying for a grant. The BIA falls under the ineligibility of item D because they collect a levy through the taxation already. Now, if council was looking for a little bit of flexibility, it could be that the BIA, we could amend this to read that the BIA could still apply for in-kind stuff. So not actually like a grant where we're going to give them a check of $3,000, but if they needed, if they're closing the street and they want to apply for that, like that application, and if they want to, if they need benches or if they need signage that we already have, or we need, what do you call them? The gate things that they put out to block the roads and roadblocks, that type of stuff. Apologies. Thank you. Stuff like that, that would be provided at no cost, or maybe use of one of the township facilities as a middle ground. So the BIA still has the ability to have in-kind services, but that council wouldn't be provided with a standalone actual check cut to the BIA. So, as a potential thing for council to consider as a middle ground there.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Allison. So 3.7D, an organization that already has its own source of taxation through the township's municipal levy, but it's township area specific. It's not that interpretation is that it's the township levy, but this is confined just to the businesses within the BIA. So going to many events that the BIA puts on a quarter, there's a lot more people there outside Coldwater, and it benefits the township and everything else. So I think we've got to work it in there that we can help them out.
If I can, I just to follow up, I'm not quite understanding what Councillor Taylor was saying. I thought this was pretty certain. So ineligibility is an organization that already has its own source of taxation through the township levy. There is only one organization other than the municipality that is receiving a levy through the municipal taxation, and that is the Coldwater BIA. The reason why it's worded this way is that, so say in the event that Washago established a BIA, that this would also apply to them. So it's consistently applied for. This isn't just anybody out there who contributes to the municipal levy. This is, they have a direct separate line on the levy that is for the Coldwater BIA. It is a separate collection, separate from the general municipal levy. If
So-
that helps your.
No, so what I'm getting at is, say we didn't give them any money, but they are getting money through taxation based on their location in the BIA.
So they're still receiving funds annually through their Coldwater BIA levy,
Right, it's not the township levy,
but we collect it on their behalf. It is done through.
but
the
it's not from the
municipal-
general public. It's from the area specific. So I think that's not worded right.
If you want, I can absolutely just specify that the Coldwater BIA is not eligible. If council would like me to reword that, in the event we have another BIA, we amend the section to include that next BIA. If council wants to refine it that way.
Member Jensen.
Thank you. I'd like to see it go the other way. I think that the Coldwater BIA should be eligible for grant funding, especially for beautification projects or special events. You know, there is an obligation to put the township logo on the event flyers when we get the grant funding, and that's what ends up happening.
Yes. Member Minnings and Member McIntyre.
Thank you. So if we look at the criteria for the grants, I believe what I'm hearing is that events, and if the group happens to be the BIA and hosts an event, then that should be eligible. I do question the tax levy thing because it feels like it is very specific unless there's another example here. And the only one I might think could be similar, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, are the libraries. Like if the library was to apply for a grant for that same reason around whatever this tax levy is, funding that they get, would they be ineligible because we give money to libraries? So I'm just trying to expand it from my understanding. And I would really like to be inclusive of this group that does put on events and supports sort of I think the basic reasons for grants that we all want. And it's up to us to decide what they're putting forward, whether or not we're going to provide them with a grant for a specific event or initiative.
Just to respond to that then, clerk.
through you, this is council's policy. So if you want to remove all of D, we remove all of D. It is really council's decision as to where they want to go on this. I just trying to provide some clarity so that when applicants call and they wonder, am I eligible? Am I not? That I have a clear response to give them. The other part is so when you think of the municipal levy, these are folks that have been levied on their taxes for your roads, your water, your infrastructure, and the things that are in your general operating budget. So when in general, and this is going to the CAO's point, when people are submitting their annual taxes and are paying their taxes, those funds are being collected with the intent of going towards operations and capital. So for an organization that already is collecting additional tax purely for their organization, the question is from a service standard perspective as to whether or not council wants to allow an organization that is already receiving a direct levy of their own to collect then a grant from the general levy. That is the base service level question that council needs to determine on this item.
Okay, thank you. So I have a follow-up question, and it was sort of further to your comment, CEO, about just grants in particular, and what's our baseline or what's our common understanding of why we even carve out, I think, around $20,000 a year. It's 60, and we don't allocate 60, I believe, but we did. Okay. Okay, so if we weren't to have grants, and I guess this is why, I'm thinking we should have grants, I'm pro grants, but if we weren't to have grants, then I believe as a resident, it would fall to my city or my township to do parades, to do breakfasts in the park, to have culture events, to draw people out and have them gather. So I really think then for what I thought was maybe $60,000, that's pretty cheap for what we're getting, because that wouldn't even pay for, I believe, half of a staff position to try and manage that. So I just wanted to think that if that's my position, and it sounds like we're on that. So the question around the BIA is, I don't know. I'm just pro grants, and I would like it to be as inclusive as possible and have people put forward what they're looking to provide for us, all of us. If it was the BIA just saying our members are having a meeting and it's a closed meeting just for our members, then no. But if they're doing something and opening up a street, which I'm not 100% sure on, but when the grant came in and if it was something I could participate in, or people from Aurelia or wherever, then I would absolutely think it would be good value. We are a destination township.
Member McIntyre and then Member Burkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Member Jansen. And I wouldn't be disturbed if we removed D altogether. And if we're going to leave it in, there's always room for an exception on anything. If we're going to make an exception, we could make it for the BIA for the good work that they do over there in that little village. They do more than anywhere else in the township. We struggle and try very hard in Washago, and we do a great job there too, but it's apples and oranges, a bigger community. They do a ton of stuff over there. And I think that for the money that we give them in terms of a grant, we're getting a great deal of bang for our buck with the tourism and the people who have the interest. We have a lady sitting in our chambers today who expressed how serious she was about the love she has for her community. And a lot of that's made up based on what the activities of the BIA. And a small grant, we're not giving them $60,000. We're giving them I know they get money from another taxation levy from somewhere else. That's fine. And if they want to raise money, that's fine. But for us to give them a minimal grant of $3,000-4,000, that doesn't stop my thoughts about how I feel about the work that the people do over there. I'd hate to see them come up short and have to eliminate 2 or 3 events based on a shortage of money when we're giving money to other worthwhile. I know we only give it to worthwhile people, but the BIA, to me, even though I'm not a member or a part of it, I see what they do, and I think it's a terrific a terrific organization, and we shouldn't eliminate them from giving them any kind of assistance along the way. That's just my feelings on it.
Thank you through the chair. So maybe just to help me make a decision. So the grant money that the BIA was looking for, maybe we can put some verbiage around it so it gives some clarity and allows the BIA to do what they need to do. So I'm just curious, what did they apply for? I can't remember last year. Do you have any idea?
So this year, council awarded funding for a couple of events and some beautification funding. A couple of events and some beautification funding.
So supplementary through the chair. So what the events, but what were we doing, like the funding? Where did it go? Because we asked what they're going to use the money for, correct?
Yes, I believe one was the wizarding event. And I don't have this year's, sorry.
I think it was the Christmas pots, the evergreen ones that they hung. I think that
believe
was
so. I
one.
don't have the applications open on my screen.
But I know we didn't give them, there was one and another one we didn't give.
Yeah.
I think it was only two we ended up with.
I mean, if council wants, we can just strike
Yep.
D. Like
Okay.
I'm fine
So-
with that. I want council to be able to support the policy once it's in place.
So supplementary, if I may, through the chair, by striking this, how does that affect other businesses that may want to apply? Like, I want to support what the member Jansen has said about the BIA, but how do we restrict what or do we set a limit, or is it like, I'm just curious.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So bear in mind that if you strike item D, it still prohibits commercial businesses from being eligible for a grant under item B. So commercial businesses are still prohibited from applying under item B. BIA not being a commercial business. BIA is a business improvement association. So it is made up of businesses, but in itself is not a business. It is a BIA under the legislation. So it's fundamentally different. It's like comparing apples and bananas. They're so far apart. The BIA is not a commercial business. Its members are, but it itself is not. So if you strike line D, then line B still remains prohibiting general commercial businesses from applying for grants.
Okay, I'm happy to support that then.
Yes, member Cox and then member Jansen.
Then, and that also opens up, and I'm just going to throw this out because I agree with the BIA thing. I just wanted to make sure that everybody else did. But anyway, the other one is that is what happened in Severn Falls. So now if they get a committee and they want to apply, they can. That means if Ronnie in Port Severn wants to do something, they get a committee and they can. Washago has made their committee. So there are small pockets we have that maybe businesses are happy about and want to maybe add a little to their little area, that they just make up a committee and they have a statement on what they're trying to do and they can apply for a grant. Am I right? Thank you. Okay, so that makes to me it equal. Okay.
So if that's okay, oh, sorry.
Just I think, member Jansen, do you have before? One more comment.
It just, I guess, made my brain tick or something, I guess. So the chambers of commerce, are they, I don't know, are they for-profit organizations? Are they commercial businesses? Just wondering how that plays into it.
It's my understanding that chamber is not a for-profit business. They are representing their members and they're supported by their membership. So it's the exact same situations.
Okay, and then any of like our hospices, our those types of spaces that we donate
The
to as
hospice
well?
is a registered not-for-profit.
Okay,
So
just making sure.
All right. Oh, we got one more. Then we're
Yeah,
going to shut
so-
this down.
Thank you. So not a yeah.
No, well, on this part at least. Yes, go ahead.
So in the accompanying report for the new grants policy, the revised one, there's some things that aren't contained in the actual policy, and I was just wanted to bring those forward because personally, I think they should. So one is states that grants should not be the primary source or sole source of funding for the project or event or organization. That I don't see that in that. And then the second is that the organization must be in existence for a minimum of 1 year before being considered. I still need to, well, I need to question that one. A, it's not in the policy, but also why? When the event committee began 3 or 4 years ago in West Shore, they needed the grant to have their event. So I just don't know why a committee would have to be in existence for a full year. I would rather see information in the application that lists who are the core members, or who's your committee governing membership. There's nowhere in either of the applications. It just says who's applying and what's your name and then your signature. But I think it should be who's chairing your committee, who's on it, who are the 3 people that have signing privileges, and do you have an open bank account? I'm just going by experience of what we had to do, but this was all after the fact, after we got our first check. I think it should be before, and I don't think it needs to be a year before. So for example, if I'm going to apply for a grant, with 3 of my neighbors, I should go to the bank. I should open up, based on the bank's recommendations, the proper kind of bank account, get some checks. We should all be signing authorities with that bank. And then our names, the bank account information, and that should go on the application. I think, to me, as someone who's distributing public funds, that would give me some assurance. I don't care if they did that a year before or not, but I think that should be done before people come and ask for it. You can always close the bank account. You can always get your $10 back that you opened it with. But I think from a governance and accountability that I don't like the 1 year, but I do like the fact that people have to show that they've actually formed and that they have an ability to get funding and have that track through banking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the 1 year piece is entirely up to council's decision to make a decision on. With respect to the report, staff are trying to find a balance between how much is on the web, what will be a web page devoted to grants, detailing what are the basic requirements for someone can apply, and then what is absolutely required on an actual application. And balancing also the administrative burden of administering these grants on staff. So because this is administered by myself. So the ability and staff time it takes to review these, follow up with committees and groups to get that information, all that type of stuff can be quite labor intensive. And I'm going to be honest, in a position that already has a lot going on. So trying to find the balance on the application between having the appropriate checkboxes. So people are making sure they have it. It's no different than we do for refreshment vehicles. Do you have your health unit clearance? Do you have your fire clearance? You have this stuff. So putting the appropriate checkboxes on and finding the balance between that and information that has to come in, and also not making these applications so burdensome on the community groups that no one applies. So there's a bit of a balancing act that we're trying to find on the applications, but I will absolutely take that feedback back and see what we can find in for a reasonable accommodation on the application.
Thank you, and totally appreciate the amount of work, but I'm also hoping that if there's more information, it would be easier to vet the applications. However, is there an opportunity for us to form a subcommittee that does a checklist review, maybe perhaps with one other staff or something? Would that be something that would be helpful, or just to do that and take some of that administrative burden away?
Yes, see you.
Thank you. Council could certainly choose that. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because most of you are involved in some of these grant requests. So I think maybe tiptoeing towards a line that you don't want to be on.
And Member Taylor and then Member Cox.
Yeah, just to follow up what Member Minnings was saying, that might be a good idea to have checks and all this, but for grants over 1,500. But for the smaller, like Women's Institute, Historical Society, these are volunteer places, and let's make it as simple as we can. And just while we're on the same topic, back to 3.7F. So if there's different grants, like say an organization gets a grant for a trail from the county, which is X amount, but they want to put a grant in for culture. Like they're two different, like that's got me thinking they're totally unrelated and they shouldn't be related. They're two different phenomena there. If you can clarify that, Allison. Thanks.
So I think this comes down to the individual reviewing of the applications when council sees them. So if someone says that we've received our total grant application that we're looking for say Witches Walk is $5,000, we've received a grant of $4,000 from the combination of provincial funding, but they're still applying for 25 to council, then it would be appropriate, and maybe council wants to consider reducing the amount the council awards because they've received grants. If someone has applied for beautification and they've received other funding for lighting, and one's is flower baskets, they're unrelated.
Yeah.
So, but I think that comes down to council when these come forward for council to make that judgment call. The intent of the policy is to make sure people are aware when they're applying that if you have multiple sources of funding for the same project, that you may not get everything that you're looking for.
And just a summary, and Allison mentioned it earlier there, that if she does get an application that's missing a few items, she will give them a first crack to get it back. And so it's like, at least they'll get a second chance to get it back, but the third chance is out, correct? Okay, thank you.
If I can just continue on for a minute with the PowerPoint, so we get to the actual application review process. It'll be fairly quick, but I believe Member Cox said.
Mine's simple. I think that you need to put some type of a definition. Like I would have to call you to say, like, what is an operating? What do you mean by operating grants? It says grants defined as operating funding will assist with the general operating expenses of an applicant, including administrative, like, no offense. To me, it's mud, no offense. And the same with a community project, one-time assistance for an organization / project, not including a capital project, or funds for a short-term undertaking with a startup and completion date, not including a capital project. And I know any funding I've done, they sometimes give you examples, because I'm sorry, I'm not catching that, and maybe I have a block in my brain, but I'm not catching it.
No, staff can absolutely add
Okay.
definitions and examples,
Yeah.
especially when we do an updated page on.
Yeah,
this
if
on
you
the
just do it on
website,
the page, yeah,
we can
exactly.
absolutely make
Yeah,
sure that
thank
there's
you.
examples of what
Yeah,
would fall under each
I'm sorry,
category as well.
yeah, I was a little stuck on that. Thank you.
Okay. So moving forward. So bear in mind, I can change these to 1,500 in a second if that's council's direction. So just general process. So we put the call out every year. We put it out through our social media to say grant applications are open. Applications must be complete and submitted by the September 30th deadline. This is so that we can put them together. And it gives me time before the budget packages are done to actually review these. And if information's missing, to go back to these groups to say, you have to have additional information in with respect to X, Y, and Z. So again, there's the two different funding formula or funding applications. So C is a question for council. Do you want to entertain requests outside of the annual budget process? That is going to what CIO mentioned earlier. If you don't, if you want everything in by September 30th, then that is the hard rule. It means that council does consider everything at once. It means that, to the CIO's point, organizations don't sit back, figure out the system and apply in April for the amount that's left over. So if council wants to remove C and make it so everything's submitted in September, and then outside of that, they wait to the next budget year, then frankly, that is cleaner on staff side. It's easier to administer. It also means that council knows that they don't need to keep anything really in contingency. They can use their entire budget amount at once and consider it all at once. So that's council's direction to remove C. Okay.
Laura, you finally got your wish.
One wish.
Can I just make a comment on that one piece? The in-kind donations, could that not still be something that could come forward? Right, that would be, again, the use of ice space or a park or, I'm not exactly sure everything that's in kind, but, no.
I would like to note that when this updated policy, once it's adopted, rolls forward, like when all of our existing applicants will be contacted to make sure that they're aware that this is a one-time now, the deadline is the deadline, get it in. So say such as the school that applied this year, they would be contacted to say going forward, because council did give direction to pull or leave the education piece in. Remove disqualification schools, so schools would still be allowed to apply unless council wants it to be, but they would have to get it in by September. They need to plan ahead. So. Okay, so I will make that update. So like I said, as part of this review, so I will do an initial review. If information's missing, I will go back and say you have until X date to get this in, otherwise your application will be ineligible. And then after that, they all come forward in the budget package for council's review and approval. And that's it. We've went through a lot of the other stuff already. Again, applications, we'll remove that E. Applications after deadline will be on a first come, first serve. So based on the direction just provided, that'll get pulled. And ineligible applications are notified. They're notified now. So, yeah.
Okay, just on point 311, municipal community grant budget. The line says that it would allocate each year to eligible organizations who meet all eligible requirements of the total amount of grants that was awarded to organizations in the previous year's operating budget. And taking into consideration the adjustment of the price of living for that current year. So is that like, I know in one part of the grant policy, we're saying it's not going to roll over, like there's no expectation you're going to get it again. And then in this one, it kind of
Spikes up, so I can pull that.
I'm just wondering if that was for something different, like maybe using that hospice example.
I will clean that up so that it reflects council's direction from today.
I see. Okay, just making sure.
I think that's it. I know, I wasn't going to go through the forms individually. If there's comments on them, please feel free to reach out to me. Otherwise, I do have member meetings notes that I will, fold into an updated, application. And again, trying to keep it as simple as possible, bearing in mind that there's a lot of information that will just be laid out on the web page, and then the application. So, if there's anything else,
I think we can take a motion.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion reads then that the administration report 825-008 dated March 26, 2025 regarding a new grants policy be received and that the new grants policy be approved as amended.
Mover. Oh, yes.
So just to confirm, you made it 1,000 to 1,500?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have a mover here? Mover, Member McIntyre. Seconder, Member Manning. All in favor?
If you can make it about 20 more minutes, then we'll have lunch.
Yes.
Through the chair, both member Cox and myself have to have a meeting at 1:25 that we
Okay.
need to attend for 10 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so if
That's okay.
So what we can do is break for 10 minutes during that period.
if council would like to break for 5 minutes right now and then come back,
Oh, I think
maybe
so.
we can get through one more report before lunch.
Right, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Are we ready to resume? All right. Got to pick up groceries, do you? Anyway, all right, we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, F1.4, Administrative Report 25009, and updates to the Clean and Clear bylaw. And I'll ask Allison to lead us off.
Thank you. And I do apologize for all the reports in one meeting, but busy as it is, try and get through 'em. So these were one of the bylaws. It's covered under the referral to review the good neighbor bylaws. So clean and clear is a little different from property standards. Property standards is substantially more comprehensive. Council saw an update to that last year. It falls under the building code. Clean and clear is largely considered to be like the sister bylaw to property standards. It tends to be aiming to deal with stuff that's a little more low level, stuff we want to be able to action quicker, because with property standards, people have the right of appeal to the property standards committee. If granted an appeal and granted an extension, they could have a significant extension on stuff. So this is typically where you deal with garbage, long grass, littering, stuff that needs a shorter term immediate response. So you'll see in the draft in front of you, there should be a track change version. I do thank Member Cox for bringing it to my attention. The original version when it was published did not include the track changes. That was just a issue with Adobe when it was PDF. So we fixed that. So we've expanded the definition of refuse. One of the things we're having an issue with is folks dumping stuff all over the place, even just on the edge of their property in front of it, because they may or may not be aware of the county's bulky collection. I'm abbreviating words now, where they can dispose of appliances and large couches and things like that. So one of the things that when we have a first timer that we're dealing with and they have a bunch of stuff that would meet that program, before we issue them a fine, we're going to say, are you aware that this program exists? And if their answer is no, then we'll say you may want to give this a shot, or we're going to issue an order because we have to get this dealt with. If the answer is yes, I'm aware, I'm still going to put it out, then we're going to have to deal with it. But we want to make sure we're dealing with a bit of a broader range of stuff, which is what we are receiving regular complaints about. So we are having feces dumped. We are having inoperative motorcycles and furnaces and just about anything you can imagine these days people are leaving on the side of the road. So the ability to expand the definition of refuse is an important step to us being able to deal with those pieces. Unsafe condition. So I think that's a fairly straightforward example. So no owner shall use any property for the parking or storage of derelict vehicles inoperable, again, unless it's permitted under zoning and property use. So if you have a salvage yard and you're zoned for it, then you can have this, but you still, that dovetails into they're required to have an annual salvage yard license, right? So vehicles that are not licensed. So we've had issues where people say, oh, I'm repairing this car, and 3 years later it's still broken apart on the front lawn. And we are getting regular complaints from the neighbors. The one thing that we have done here also is expand the definition of that to now include boats. We are a waterfront facing community, and it's probably one of the biggest things we get complaints about is derelict boats on front yards that people are leaving there for year after year after year. Again, bear in mind that our system is completely complaint driven. So we are not going around looking for these issues. It's only complaint driven that we respond to. I just want to make sure that that is also explicitly clear. So it is one thing. So we've had everything from barges parked on front lawns to derelict boats. And by derelict, I definitely mean derelict, like there are holes through them. Right? So, or the trailer they're sitting on is got flat tires sunk into the mud so deep that you're going to need an excavator to get it out. We're not looking for someone who's just repainting their boat. I'm not looking for that person or responding to that person. We're just trying to deal with the folks that have serious issues that are leaving these, and they're generally in a derelict state. They still have to meet the definition of derelict, right? And they're actively working on it with the hope of getting it back in the water. If we attend, we say, we received a complaint, and they say, yeah, we're aware. We know it doesn't look that great. Our goal is to have it painted in the next 2 weeks. That's shorter than the timeline of what our order is going to be anyways. So our first attempt is always to educate and work with people. But at the end of the day, we also have township neighborhood standards to uphold if council sets the bylaw where it is. Property maintenance. So, if you have dead trees, you have to deal with them, especially if they're overhanging your neighbor. So one of the biggest complaints we get is also, my neighbor has a tree that is clearly dead, hasn't produced a leaf in 3 years. I'm worried that with the windstorms we get, it's going to blow over onto my yard. The tree branches, like the little branches, are falling off regularly. And yes, we don't normally get historically involved in trees. It seemed to be a civil issue. But people don't know how to get a hold of their neighbor anymore. There's no yellow pages. There's no white pages. There's no ability to look up your neighbor in the phone book and figure out where they live.
Knock on their door.
So, another one, dilapidated or collapsed portable garage shelters. Another one we get a call on a fairly regular basis. So again, we're going to give people the opportunity. If we get a complaint, we attend the property, say, hey, we've received a complaint with respect to this. We're going to get a lot of them with the spring peoples that are just imploded because of the snow over the winter. But if they say, hey, we're going to replace it in the next 2 to 3 weeks because it's just, we haven't been able to dig out the bits that are frozen into the ground, that is a totally reasonable response, and we will work with that person on that. But if they're just not going to deal with it, then the neighbors have also a right to have the abutting property look to a certain standard, right? So that's the whole idea of clean and clear. So property's being kept in a basic, tidy, neat fashion. We're not expecting like perfection, but a basic, neat and tidy fashion. Garden refuse, compost heaps. Again, composts, and for those that have them should know, compost shouldn't be emitting huge odors. Right? If they're turned over, if they're operating properly, regardless of what you put in, they shouldn't be emitting huge odors that are impacting your neighbors. Standing or stagnant water. So 2 things. We have people that leave containers out all year. They just don't feel like bringing them into their garage or their shelters that fill full of water and causing issues to their neighbors, right? People who dig a pond that then don't maintain it. Pools that are not maintained, that are just left and not maintained. So these are the complaints that we do get that we're looking for the ability to address. And then the latter part on right of entry and enforcement. Right of entry, we actually don't need to put in the bylaw. It's in the Municipal Act, but we want to put it in so that it's publicly clear, because it's probably one of the bigger questions we get from folks is, well, what right do you have to come on to our property? And this is secondary to the act, but it does make it really nice and clear for the public to know that we do have that right of entry. So other than that,
We got a few people who'd like to ask a question. Member Burkett had a question. You're good now, right? Member Taylor?
I had a question to the chair, to Allison. So does the member of council have the right to enter property?
No.
no,
Jeez.
absolutely not.
I'll let her answer the question. But thank you.
Thank you. Without permission of the property owner, and member of council does not have the right to enter property. The one exception is if they were on a committee of adjustment and they are attending. So say there is the odd municipality, unlike ours, that does appoint a council member to committee of adjustment. And if they were operating in that capacity, then they would, if there was an application before the committee and they wanted to conduct a site visit. So committee of adjustment members do have the ability to enter property with proper identification if it's an application that is currently before the committee, not just because they want to go. But council members do not have a right of entry.
Member McIntyre.
I'm just going to make a comment. This is so much better than the property standards bylaw that I had to adhere to when I was the property standards chairman of Mississauga, big city, in the 80s. This is clear compared to what I'm accustomed to. So thanks. It's very comprehensive and it's easy to follow. So I appreciate the work you put into it.
Thank you. I should note that we do still also have a property standards bylaw that's much more detailed. So we do still have that one as well.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair to the clerk. So you had said that township staff visit or enforce if someone reports based on this bylaw. So if a staff person happened to live next door to somebody or drove by, like in my neighborhood, they're always driving by doing all their fixing and things. If they drove by and saw something like an appliance on someone's front lawn or whatever, they would not act on that and report it into their peers in the township? Is it only complaint driven through the report of concern?
Through Mr. Chair, from a resident perspective, it is a report only basis. If staff are out and about and they see a bunch of garbage on the side of the road, then we will dispatch A1, which is our contractor, to go pick it up.
So thank you for
That said, also, if I can qualify that, if with our bylaw enforcement policy amended as it is right now, if we have a property that has multiple complaints and it's within a certain window of time, staff now have the ability to proactively enforce that policy. So staff could be driving by, and if they see a recurring issue, then they would not need a complaint to be submitted. So I just want to make sure from a resident perspective that that is now in our bylaw enforcement complaint policy.
Okay, so just for my own clarity, then we have these bylaws, and I would agree that I love this. I love all this detail. It's very clear, plain language. But it's meant for residents to put in a request for it to be activated. Otherwise, it just sits in our bylaws and there's no like bylaw officers or other people. It has to be complaint driven is what I'm saying. And even, yeah, I really have a hard time understanding that, because we do have so many township staff who are out and about that, you know, it just seems that it's because it's complaint driven. I just see that as pretty restrictive, and once it's only up to residents, and I think we all know, I certainly learned, people are very resistant to put in a bylaw complaint about people in their area or neighborhood or things that they see. So is that normal in the municipal world of enforcement?
I think CAO has a response.
Thank you. I guess, first of all, we do have lots of people out on the roads, but only bylaw officers can do bylaw things. So we only have 2 of those, and they swap shifts, and I think we have 535 kilometers, so they're never going to see everything. But what you're asking is a council level of service decision, and council can make any level of service decision within resourcing that you're willing to give. Your council's decision up to this date has been reactive only. You hear Mayor Bouquet quite often say, "You're not out looking for trouble, are you?" And that has been council's philosophy, that they wish us to be reactive and not proactive. That being said, that is a level of service that is absolutely within council's control. And if council wants to revisit that, that is your purview.
If I may, through the chair to Member Minnings, and if you look where we live in mostly a rural area. People enjoy whatever they collect. I, in good conscience, that can't make a decision to have or change what we're doing. That's just my opinion. If it would be a revolt in these council chambers. Now, having said that, if you live in a hamlet like Bass Lake Woodlands, West Shore, for the most part, Washago, people take pride in their homes and in their yards. And again, I think it's worked really well, complaint driven. And I can get a complaint, and if they're afraid to actually write an email, I can submit something to the clerk, and have before, and it's been taken care of. So it has worked really well. Not saying that, years down the road, it may not work as well. We may have to do something differently, but as it stands today, it seems to work.
Clerk Ray?
Thank you. So just by way of background, so council last reviewed the bylaw enforcement policy as recently as November last year. And I think the balance that council struck was that it would be reactive only. But if a certain number of complaints were received with respect to a particular property within a certain window of time, then staff had the ability to be proactive about enforcement with respect to that property. So I think that was at least in November of last year, the balance that council struck from a level of service. If council wants to bring that back at any point in time, they're welcome to. But with respect to the clean and clear bylaw, it absolutely operates on a complaint basis only. Roadside dumping is handled completely independently and separately. So we have stuff that's thrown out of car windows all the time that people just call and say, hey, on a Monday morning, I had stuff that was thrown at the intersection of X and X on Sunday night from someone who must have been leaving, and if you could have someone swing by and pick it up, and we do respond to those proactively all the time. So if we have items that are just sort of launched out a window, then we deal with that stuff, or dumped somewhere in a ditch, then we do deal with that. But otherwise, the other reason why we need complaints is that if we end up in court, we have to have a reason why we attended the property. And so if council members do submit a complaint on behalf of a resident and it goes to court, just be advised that that council member is officially the complainant, and you could be the one brought to court to testify to that complaint. So just bear that in mind when you're submitting on behalf of residents. I do want to put that out there so council is aware, but you're welcome to submit on behalf of residents if they're not comfortable doing it. And I know various members have over the years, and that's quite fine.
Member Burkett?
Through the chair, and this may not be the right time, but I know pitch-in week is coming very soon. I look at our bridges and the amount of garbage that gets thrown out, but I look at our residents that are out picking up the garbage and leaving the bags, and I don't know if there's an appetite. I don't know if there's the right time, but maybe we should recognize these people, because it seems to be the same people picking up the same at some point, but that's a discussion for another day.
Okay, so were there any more questions on the bylaw? Okay, so the motion then reads that administration report 825-008 dated March 26, 2025. Oh, the wrong motion. Apologies, that was the grants one. That administration report number 825-009 dated March 26, 2025 regarding updates to the clean and clear bylaw be received, and that the proposed changes be approved, and further that the required bylaw be brought forward to the next regular meeting of council.
Mover. Taylor and Member Jensen. All in favor? Grove.
I will let you know when lunch is here. You're just running.
All right. That being the case, let's move on to administrative report. 25012, updates to fireworks bylaw. All yours there, Clerk Ray.
So Rich. He may want to jump in on this as well. So, just to start this, so on the, oh, he's online. Perfect. So, the fire chief and I sat down again under the review of the Good Neighbors bylaw piece, to review our current fireworks bylaw. One thing that came forward from council when the review was directed is that there's a question about regulating consumer fireworks. So these are your residential ones. And the question was put as to whether or not these are enforceable. And, you know, if we say, you know, if we get a complaint for noise, we attend and we issue a fine, why can't that be the same approach? Technically it can, but that said, when it comes to fireworks, if someone's going to, if council decides to regulate consumer fireworks, which is what is proposed, it really needs to be the immediate neighbor. This cannot be someone from 3 streets over that's complaining about a fireworks discharge from a house, because they have to be able to attend to say, I know it was this person at this address that discharged that firework. Okay, so it's a very tricky thing. So there's a relativity piece to a complaint related to fireworks. So the individual has to be able to say, I know that John is the one that discharges fireworks, or fireworks are discharged from 1234 Park Street on this date at this time. Because otherwise we don't work those hours in the evening when staff are going to see it. I mean, we do work till a certain part of the evening. But if they're set off at 10 o'clock at night, we are not working those hours. So it's completely reliant on an accurate report and complaint from the complainant. So, we can go to court and we can issue fines and, well, actually we'd issue the fine and then only if they're appealed to court, then we would actually need the person to show up. But that needs to be out there if council wants to go down this path, that would be a requirement in order to be able to proceed with stuff if it was appealed in court under a fireworks bylaw. It's a pretty integral piece of that residential consumer fireworks component. That said, in general, even if council doesn't want to go down the route of regulating consumer fireworks more than what we already have, which is prohibition in our parks and our property, we do want to make sure that the fire chief and I are recommending that flying lanterns be prohibited through the municipality. This is quite common in most places now. These are those paper lanterns that people often let out at weddings and funerals and that type of stuff that have a candle in them. And once they get up in the air, there's no control over where they land. So it's a weird side effect. It became really popular after Tangled, the Disney movie, when there was a huge lantern scene in the movie. Anyone who was a little kid probably aware of the scene I'm talking about. It became very popular for weddings and big events after that movie about 8-9 years ago. And it's a big thing culturally with Asian cultures to discharge on like Chinese New Year and lunar events and stuff like that. So this would be a total prohibition on them because there's no control over them. And we're very aware over the last couple of years, the number of fire bans and uncontrolled fires that have become problematic across the country is increasing. So going into the consumer fireworks piece. So if council wants to get into it, then staff are recommending a restriction so that they'd only be permitted on the 3 days immediately before or the 3 days immediately following Victoria Day, Canada Day, Civic Day, which is the August long weekend, Labor Day, Christmas, New Year's, or New Year's Day. So they would be prohibited any other time except for basically that magic window on either side of those holidays. So we don't want to do the immediate day because if sometimes Canada Day lands midweek, then it would prohibit it on the weekend before. This would still include the weekend before then or the weekend after, things like that. We did not get into religious holidays. We stuck with the standard civic holidays because then we really start to get into a slippery slope on which religious holidays and stuff like that, which these are considered to be generally the holidays that fireworks are generally used or regulated on when we looked at other municipal bylaws. You'd only be able to do it between dusk and 11 p.m. or with the exception of New Year's up until 1 a.m. in the morning. So there's still a bit of a noise restriction on when they would be able to be discharged. So you're not setting them up at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. If it's Canada Day, they have to be done before 11 p.m. So carrying forward just in their existing section dealing with display fireworks. So these are the big ones that you get for Canada Day that are set off by normally organizations with fire support and such like that nearby. We just want to expand it to include special effect pyrotechnics, especially now that we have a film policy. In case someone to have like some fancy sparklers at some film thing or such, that they are required to work with the fire department and then the typical enforcement and offense piece. We should note that under the enforcement of this bylaw, we would give authority to the OPP to be able to attend and enforce as well. So with that, that's the question, unless the chief has any comments that he'd like to make as well.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Member Burkett?
Thank you, through the chair. So based on what I'm hearing from Madam Clerk, I don't think I can support this fireworks motion only because the immediate neighbor is the one that has to actually make that call. Now we're going to put neighbor against neighbor. And do we want, well, and that's when we're in trouble. Pardon me? I struggle with this because now we're going to create a whole, like we got one neighbor that's upset with someone. And how do we enforce it? Like before dusk and after 11, we don't have any bylaw enforcement officers, or are they out working at that time?
Generally our bylaw staff are here until 8 o'clock at night, 8-9 o'clock at night, particularly in the summer. So we're here for a good chunk of the evening. So, but fireworks, if they happen after that, that's why we've included the OPP in enforcement. Also, if fire were to respond to something and it's late into the early hours and it's caused an actual fire response, and they would have the ability to. So if I think if I can make a recommendation to council, needs to decide whether or not they want to regulate consumer fireworks, period, outside of just a prohibition in our parks. And I think decide whether or not you want to do that. The other recommended improvements or changes to the bylaw, I think, are a little separate. So the inclusion of pyrotechnics and the floating lanterns and stuff are a bit more of a general, I'm going to say housekeeping update to the bylaw. But I think from a service level perspective and enforcement perspective, it's really council needs to tell staff whether or not they want to be in the business of regulating how people discharge fireworks on their personal properties.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Just
Member
a
Manning.
clarification to what Member Burkett said. Is it, because and I don't see where in the bylaw it is, but that it's only the immediate neighbor that can issue a complaint or enact this bylaw?
It's okay. So it's not necessarily the meeting. It could be the person across the street. It could be the person backing onto this property. It has to be someone though that has seen it discharged. This cannot be someone from 3 blocks away that really doesn't know what house it came from. They have to have knowledge as to where this came from for us to be able to action it. Or it's just not.
And thank you. And that's what I really like about this bylaw is that it's not that I'm in my house and I've been woken up out of my sleep because I hear fireworks going off. So I'm going to put in a bylaw complaint that's like somebody setting off bylaw or fireworks. This is that could happen. But if I walk over through the street or if I see something, then I would be able to put in a complaint saying, hey, you know, it was 11:30 at night and I saw fireworks being set off here at this address. Is that correct? So it's not just the immediate neighbor and it's to prevent people from muddying it with a noise complaint, right? It's about keeping fireworks safe, contained. Okay.
Yeah, so bear in mind, like a couple of years ago, we had a complaint we received about someone who was discharging fireworks in their backyard, was improperly handling them, and they shot across the neighbor's pool instead of up in the air. Right? So we have received the odd complaint like that. We do receive complaints about fireworks once in blue moon. They're not frequent though. The noise complaints we get are more related to parties than they are related to fireworks. So.
Member Jensen and then the CAO Kennard. Did you have a point of clarification? No?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure how enforceable it is. I guess that would be my worry. For the consumer fireworks part on the lanterns, that's a no-brainer. I think sending something that's an uncontrolled object into the air, you have no clue what's going to happen to it. You know, I think maybe in some of those cultures, they do it over water for that reason. But that makes sense. And the addition of the part for the yeah, pyrotechnics, those changes I'd be supportive of.
Yes. CAO Kennard.
Thank you. I was going to say, commercial fireworks is something that every council I've worked for struggle with. People are passionate about it and it scares your dog or you don't, you know, your grandma needs sleep or whatever. There's just no good answer, but other people are passionate about having them. I live in Barrie. We do have this very same restriction on you can only have it those days. Nobody pays a hoot of difference to it. I actually back onto a forest. So the kids go out there in the forest and you couldn't narrow down who was setting them off. Not to say you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that my experience hasn't been particularly useful in my neighborhood. And I prefer my sleep to fireworks, but.
Anyone? I have a couple of questions around this. If no, are you up? No. I have a couple related to this. So just, it's funny you mentioned the forest. Oh, you want go ahead. Bye. I was trying to wait till everyone was done. So in the event, and I guess this one is for the fire chief, in the event then of a higher fire rating in an area, say near conifer forest, much like it was just described by the CAO, are there restrictions on fireworks in that case?
Yeah, so we have in here that like for burn bans, that they would not be allowed. It would be the same thing as our open burn bylaw would be.
Okay.
So fireworks would also be banned.
Yeah. And my the other question, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but there's a big trend towards using drone light shows instead of fireworks. I don't know what the light mechanism in these drones, but they're pretty substantial. In some cases, thousands of drones are used at a time. There's a big push to get agricultural fairs to use them right now and things like that. And I'm just wondering, is there, or in your mind or pending, is there any kind of hazard associated with that we need to think about?
For me personally, on the limited experience I have, if it's somebody like a professional company that's doing it, I would say any risks are sort of minimized, no different than it would be with the pyrotechnics or the special effects fireworks where it's a professional company coming in. We probably would have a little more trouble per se if it was just a private owner of a drone, and we haven't seen that per se. We've just recently, again, getting ready for wildland fire season, in dealing with the MNR, I've talked about drones affecting more. There tend to be private drones that can affect airdrops either through a fixed wing aircraft or from a helicopter. That's sort of our only real concern with them at this point. But like I said, if we were to have somebody come in that does these shows with, a couple hundred drones or 500 drones, I don't see that as being a huge issue right now.
Thank you. Member Cox. You're okay.
Yeah, I would support this just basically because this came forward from a short-term rental thing, and I could just see short-term rentals getting out of control and going after 11 o'clock at midnight, then the OPP can come in and shut it down. So this is where it came from. And I think generally speaking, the problem are these short-term rentals, not the average person. That's just, so I would support it.
Okay. You want her to go first? Okay, yes, go ahead, member, and then member McIntyre.
I have a bit of a problem with that one because if there's 6 short-term rentals and 2 of them are doing this, why should the rest of us have to pay for that? No offense. I mean, they cost us enough money sometimes as is. And so now we are going to lose a privilege of what we do because there's people in a short-term rental. If you want them for short-term rentals, then let's put it in. But I'm not going to just do it because there's a few bad apples that's going to, as they say, rot the whole bushel. Sorry. Thank you.
Right. I just got a note. The lunch is here. I'm hoping we can wrap this up before that. If you got another question.
It's not a question, it's a comment.
Fire away.
I'm kind of in agreement with Member Burkett. I don't know how it's enforceable. It's just the fireworks begins when the neighbor complains about the neighbor. That's when the fireworks will start. There'd be trouble between neighbors. So I don't know how we're going to get around it. It's great. I'm going to have to support it because we have no bylaw. But I don't know what we're going to do with it. It's just it's a tough one. We haven't got enforcement, so it's a tough one.
Thank you. I agree. It is a tough one, but I do support this, keeping consumer fireworks in, and I'm going to flip it from not complaining against another person, but it will make it easier for me to say to someone, you're complaining because they'll phone me about fireworks or whatever. And then I'll be able to absolutely say that we have a bylaw and it does permit this on these days and until 11 a.m. So it's actually set there. So it would help people know in advance potentially that there is going to be fireworks on a long weekend or something in the summer or key dates. And then I have something to say, it's allowed. You may not like it, but it's allowed. And I do have neighbors who've been around for quite a long time, and they actually do the reverse of the weekenders in my area, where they go away on those weekends just because of the impact of fireworks are on them and their family. So I think it's important because we have a framework. And I know not every bylaw, I mean, they're all complaint driven. I mean, they all take manpower and but I think having it in there, it's at least a reference point. And in my experience, it would be less impact on staff. It would actually educate residents to say, well, actually, that's perfectly allowed. And here are all the days that there could potentially be fireworks. So anyway, that's why I support it.
All right, I think we're ready for a resolution.
Okay, so the motion as currently drafted includes the restrictions on consumer fireworks. So if it doesn't succeed, council can consider a second motion that would exclude them, if that's where council wants to lie.
Member Burkett?
Okay, so the first motion then, if the motion reads that Administration Report 825-012 dated March 26, 2025 regarding updates to fireworks bylaw be received and that the proposed changes be approved, and further that the required bylaw be brought forward to the next meeting of council.
Mover? Mennings, seconder, member Taylor, all in favor?
Can you hold your cards up? I can't see that. 1, 2, 3, so that passes. Lunch is served. It's in the boardroom, so if
How do you-
maybe I can suggest, I know 2 members have to attend a quick county council meeting, so maybe if we break for about a half an hour, that'll give you time to cover your county meeting issues.
Your meeting starts at 1:30?
Yeah, break for lunch. We'll see how we make it.
you. That's perfect. All right. Okay, then, we are getting back to our Corporate Services Committee meeting. Next item on the agenda is Administrative Report 25007, review of user fees and service charges, and I'll defer to our clerk.
Thank you. So we typically do this every couple of years. The last one was conducted in 2023. So the idea is that if we review this on a fairly regular basis, that we don't have any giant changes in our fees and that they're incrementally adjusted. So before we undertake the review, it's sent out to each department to have a look at what their fees are. And you will see a track change version attached to the report that tells you what everything is. Most of these are inflationary adjustments, with the exception of one or two items which are noted in the staff report. So planning has been increased by 6.3, which is based on CPI since the last review. And we've included stuff for site alteration, permit fees that have matched up with what was done in the recent bylaw that was adopted. So there's also some sort of housekeeping changes that have been put into this as well. So with respect to recreation, the only thing I'll note is that on occasion, there's some adjustments that are made at a different time of year, which are reflective of the end and start of those seasons. So with respect to like the ice rink fees, it's relative to when we increase those relative to hockey season starting, ending, and new contracts being entered into. Outside of that, if there's any questions, the departments are ready to speak to their particular fees.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, just a small question through the chair to ask. So tax roll title change, what is that? What is that? Page 185.
I believe I'll defer to the Director of Finance, who is up on the screen, who will be able to answer that one.
If I can respond just through to the chair to Member Taylor. That is just when properties are sold, we get the title transfer from the lawyers. So we're just going to charge, we've looked at other municipalities. Other municipalities make administration charge for that fee to transfer title from the old owner to the new, and we're going to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the question would be directed to. There's a number of, I guess, what I'd say is like high increases and with a note behind it saying like increase in peer reviewers cost to attend meeting. Is there some background or an explanation that can be provided just about that?
If I may, through you, Chair Brennan, to Member Jansen. So with respect to development applications, it is the onus of the applicant to pay not only an application fee, but also the costs incurred for the township to review those applications in specialty areas where we don't have those individuals on staff. So the main one is engineering services. So over time, similar to what we're proposing here with CPI, engineering firms, other consultants, their fees also increase. So we're seeing that we are not having enough on hand and constantly having to bother applicants to top up their deposit accounts. So this is more of a proactive approach.
Yes. Member Mannings.
Hi, thanks. Over to Director Woodhouse. So my question is similar. There's a lot of increases. Are they all to do with, they're not all to do with peer reviews. And are the increases based on actual? So I'm trying to understand what we're asked to approve here. We're asked to approve a rate increase. And are these fixed rate increases? So anyone coming forward in a certain category with a certain application, they would pay that regardless of how long what we were billed to provide that peer review. Is that correct?
If I may, through you, Chair Brennan, to Member Minnings. So the fees actually also include legal fees as well. Sorry, I should have included that before. So our solicitors review and preparation of agreements. And the deposits are a set amount the same for every application. However, we do refund any that are unused amounts back to the individuals. And sometimes applications proceed in a more efficient way than anticipated. And actually, we sometimes return deposits as well, deposit amounts that are remaining.
Well, seeing no more questions, could we have a resolution?
Thank you. So the motion reads that Administration Report 825-007 dated March 26, 2025 regarding user fees and service charges review be received, and that the updated user fees and service charges be approved, including an automatic annual increase based on CPI. Further, that the required bylaw be brought forward to the next council meeting.
Mover. Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? We got, can you show, are you in favor? Okay, we have it. Motion passes. Is it that things go faster when the mayor and the deputy aren't here? Anyway, we better not go there. We are now up to Public Works reports. And the first one is Public Report 2500, it's another 007. 2024 Water and Wastewater Annual Summary Reports. And I take it that Director Burke is going to deal with this one.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So this is an annual report. It's required by Reg 170 to report to council and for council to receive these reports. And what it is it's a full summary of the operations through the fiscal year of 2024. You'll see highlights of regulatory compliance. You'll see flows as well. So just in showing that how much each water system was producing. And in general, we got 100% through all of our audits of all the systems, and in the external or internal audit as well, we did very well with only a few opportunities for improvement. So
that's good to hear. Good news. Do we have, yes, we have Member Taylor, please.
Yeah, through the chair, I actually went through the reports, and that's why I look for if anything shot out, you're keeping in compliance. But I mentioned to Derek just at lunchtime there that I'm impressed with Washago Lagoon. It's been in existence since the 70s, and why we can't do more of those. It's much cheaper and it's effective. And I'd like to know your comments. And is there any danger with that system? Can we maintain it for another 50 years?
Through the chair. So there's lots of more information actually coming on the lagoon through the lagoon study that we've commissioned. So that'll come to council sort of in the near future. But in general, yes, I think that treatment train is excellent for what it needs to do. There's certainly other technologies that we own and operate as well that maybe are a little bit more comprehensive, but this system certainly has been working well since 1970.
Just to follow up through the chair, but I think a job well done by your staff to keep everybody happy at all levels of government is a full-time job, and job well done.
More questions? Seeing none.
Thank you. Motion reads that Public Works Report number W25-007 dated March 26, 2025 with respect to 2024 water and wastewater annual summary reports be received as information.
Thank you. Mover. Hey, we got to get those arms up, guys. Move. Member Taylor, Member Jansen, all in favor? Thank you. There we go. Public Works Report 25008, the float trailer replacement.
Thank you. And I'll kick this off, but really I wanted to also introduce Tim Moores. This is our manager of Roads and Fleet. And so an opportunity to introduce committee to Tim and let Tim run the report if we can.
Welcome, Tim.
Okay. To the chair, thank you very much for taking the time, and nice to meet everybody. So yeah, our float trailer, we just had a recent safety done on it, and the company which safetied it very much so deemed it to be unsafe for the next safety. We can run it for another month or so, but after that, it's to be retired. So we are asking for some relocations of some funds to purchase a new trailer.
You can really get a trailer like that for 15 grand? Seriously?
Yes, sir.
Jesus, snowmobile trailer's 10 grand. Okay, got my vote. Member McIntyre.
And through the chair, just a quick question. Is there any value to the old one? Or is it just scrap?
Through the chair, I would say somebody could probably make use of it if they wanted to spend the money on it, but it would be more than what I would say would be justifiable.
No, I just wanted to say that I'm in support of spending the 15,000 to replace the trailer. No problem. And I see that we've got money in the fleet reserve to do that.
Motion, please.
Thank you. So the motion reads that Public Works Report W 25-008 dated March 26, 2025, with respect to a float trailer replacement be received. And further, that the mid-year capital addition for the replacement of the float trailer in the amount of $15,000 be accepted. And further, that the project be funded from the fleet replacement reserve.
Mover, Member McIntyre, and I'm running out of Steve here, but I was going to say Member Cox there. Member Minnings. All in favor? Vote. Thank you, sir. You keep coming in with cost estimates like that, you'll do well here. All right, Fire and Emergency Services, F. I missed one? Oh, sorry, I did too, yeah. Report 25009, Community Safety Zones. And I take it that's you again, Derek, all right?
Yes, thank you through the chair. So this report's kind of in the saga of the reports for automated speed enforcement. And what this report does is clearly defines by bylaw the proposed community safety zones. So that's a first step and requirement to implementing an ASC. I'll note a couple of differences through the report. You know, this is using the recently adopted community safety zone policy, a justification process. And the recommendations in this report are mostly the outright locations, and that's the areas around commercial zones, school zones, and areas of interest, maybe medical centers. You'll see in the mapping that that's reflected. I tried to highlight, you know, the features that contribute to the justification from an outright perspective. The one that's slightly different than that is Burnside Line, right? So we're proposing a community safety zone on Burnside Line from Hurlwood right here at this intersection down to Division Road, a little bit past. And the rationale there is a couple. It's a mix between the justification process of outright. There's a number of commercial sites on that haul route. There's the public works yard. There's also a fire hall nearby, but probably moreover than that is a justification path of points. We have some significant collision history. That intersection at Burnside and Division statistically is our highest collision intersection in the township, as reported by the Transportation Master Plan. And so with those things in mind, including a fairly high operating speed compared to the posted speed limit of 60, we're recommending that this one be considered as well. So those are the sort of the starting points of the ASC program. And of course, the policy allows other locations to be reviewed based on a point system. And we'll need to gather data for that and report back in other reports for any new locations, but this is a good start.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. So how do you roll it out then, Derek? Do we do Washago first and then Coldwater second, or both at the same time? Is there a schedule, or how do you roll it out?
If I can, Mr. Chair, I'll try and field that one. So once the ASC bylaw actually implementing the system is in place, which kind of sets out, hearing officer, screening officer, all that type of stuff, as well as the community safety zone bylaw. Then we work with the company, which is our contractor called Global, to figure out when it's going to be ready to launch, and then we back that up. So there will be a 90-day window where coming soon signs are posted for all of these. They will all be implemented at once. So there's no phase in here. All of them will happen in the first wave. After the bylaw is passed, Derek and Tim will meet with Global to figure out within that community safety zone exactly the location of the cameras. Now, we can move the cameras. Part of the reason why the community safety zones are as big as they are is so we have the ability to move the cameras depending on what we're seeing for traffic patterns and for, frankly, connectivity for the cameras, because they are internet reliant and electricity reliant. So depending on how that works out. So communication strategy is underway. There will be a web page. There will be lots of information that will start flowing up for communications to make the public aware that this is coming. There will be the coming soon signs, which have to be posted 90 full days before the program goes live. So, and then after that, the signs switch to being community safety zone, automated speed enforcement in effect. And they're at both ends. So people know the geographic limits of where this is going to be. And the program proceeds, but the program does proceed with all of these all at once.
Yeah, I think Derek has something that I have.
Yes, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, through the chair, just one thing I wanted to add too is we've had the opportunity to work with the OPP as well on this, and they're in full support. They had worked with us on even sort of reviewing some of the community safety zone areas that we're proposing. So just a great working relationship right now with the OPP and this particular endeavor.
Yeah, just a follow up to that.
Yes,
Is the city of Orillia is using? I've seen they're doing it on a few streets. Are they using the same company we are, or are they independent of us?
I genuinely don't know if they're using Global or if they're going through LAS. They tend to be the two big providers. It seems to be split 50-50 depending on where you go in the county. So half the county seems to be working with LAS and some half, the other half is with Global.
Yes, Member Mannings.
Thank you. So happy to see these come forward, and actually with the 6 streets bulleted and then the addition of the 7th. So we're going to have 7. Is that correct? That's awesome. I know there's safety or there's speed enforcement cameras on the street, Cumberland Road, for example. I think the speed limit there is 40. So are the cameras set for a certain percentage over where they start to, click the license plate and generate a ticket? And so, for example, on Burnside was one, you said the speed limit's 60, there's 40 there. Can you remind me what the overages are before this enforcement kicks in?
So they call those trigger speeds. The trigger speeds are generally set in accordance with the Ontario Traffic Council recommendations and are kept completely confidential. For a reason of, if that were to become aware, it somewhat defeats the purpose of the program. So.
Thank you. Love that answer. That's good. Okay, thank you. No, that's a
I
really
can
good
advise
answer.
that they are reasonable. They are not unreasonable. They are a reasonable amount. They're not going to kick in if you're going 2 kilometers over the speed limit. So they're a reasonable amount, and there will be a slight difference between, I'm going to say, in town and rural for Burnside. So.
Thank you. Yes, Member Jensen.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this together. And I think that was good to consult with the OPP. Looking at the community of Coldwater, I'd say that would be the community safety zone within it. I guess my question would be along the lines of the graph that's located at the bottom, where the community safety zone is at any time. I think I drive past one of these or through one of these on my way down to the city. And it does have a time limit where it's enforced. Is that something we can consider as a council?
I only know this from personal experience because I go through one as well. and Derek will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I learned this through experience. You can either have your school zone with your flashing lights, or you can have speed enforcement, because when they did the ASE in my neighborhood, they had to cover up all of the flashing lights because you weren't allowed under the Highway Traffic Act to have both. So I think the answer to your question is probably no.
Okay, so the one I drive through is, has the ASE. And it's like a time limit that says, this is your time, community safety zone, 7 a.m. till whatever time it is in the afternoon, I'm guessing, a reasonable time. And then that would be when the enforcement takes place.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, both responses are right so far. So the there is sort of a one or the other situation. Right now, we don't have any school zones. We only have the one community safety zone, and it's called that community safety zone because the school zone is very particular about how many meters away from the school limit property, and it is typically geared towards the school time. So it's to be worked on with the school board and when they're actively present or not. Actually, a report in I think 2019, I'd made a recommendation to consider that for Division Road, but we went with the community safety zone option instead. In this instance, there is still the opportunity to vary by time in each one of these locations. So if for whatever reason we wanted to select a specific time for Coldwater Road and River Street and a different time for, let's say, Gray Street or Muskoka Street, we can do that. You have to have the signage, which is fair, but you can vary by time. And our current proposal is just all the time.
Clerk Gray?
Thank you. So the reason why there's a reason for recommending all times. One, it's consistent for the messaging across the municipality. And two, this isn't just about school zones, this is about community safety. So, and community safety is a 24-hour thing versus just school zones. So that is why it's strongly recommended by our administrator of our joint processing center that for consistency with their experience as the first one in the entire province to implement this and now supporting multiple municipalities, that it'd be 24 hours because to their point, community safety is a 24-hour thing and not just, and this isn't school zones only. So that's their recommendation. But again, you are correct that these can be altered. So this is, if council wanted to reduce it, this is their opportunity, but it is the strong recommendation from our partners that it be 24 hours a day.
Member Jensen?
It's not opposed to having, thank you. I'm not opposed to having the community safety zone or the sign be in place all the time. I guess what I would be opposed to is the automated speed cameras. Taking pictures of cars that are driving by at 2 in the 1 kilometer over that set limit, as opposed to somebody driving along at 4 p.m. in the afternoon when it's like the busiest time and there's kids everywhere. I don't think that's the same. I don't think that there'd be the same need for that ticket. So can that, when you say it can vary by time, can we set the automated system to have a peak period, a low period?
So we can't do a peak and a low. It has to be, it's on or off at a certain time. So it's either on 24 hours a day or it's off at like 6 a.m. Or it's off at like 11 p.m. through to 6 a.m. the next day. I'm going to caution in that I don't know where others have lived, but most of I'm going to say drag racing down streets does not happen in the middle of the day. It happens in the evening in the waking hours, right? So if those are the individuals that this program is intended to target, you're not going to get that if you turn these off in the overnight. So, and people are coming home from this is a shift work area where people work, hospitals, plants, what have you, where they come and go at all waking hours of the day. So while the streets might be quiet, they're far from empty at certain hours of the day as well. So just food for thought when considering this.
So supplemental if I can. So the one that I drive by would be a limited AZE or whatever you call it. It would be limited to the hours that are within that school zone or that school area that I'm driving by, and then it turns off. Doesn't take pictures afterwards, is what you've said.
Right now, the default is 24 hours. So if council would like to set it so that it turns off at like 11 PM, that is a change they need to let us know by motion, and we will take the draft bylaw and make that change. Right now, the draft bylaw says that they will operate 24 hours a day. So it will take a council decision to tell us to do otherwise.
Sorry, and supplemental, so with no ability to say after 11 PM.
It has to.
It would be a 5 km/h more speed or so.
No, unfortunately, once you set the trigger speed is the trigger speed. And flexing that makes it administratively very difficult for our joint processing center that is handling multiple municipalities. So from their end, also, from a public communications perspective, it makes it very challenging for people to know when they should or shouldn't. And I would suggest that the OPP were strongly in favor of a fixed trigger speed as well. So if you're looking to say that after a certain amount that we don't ticket as low as we would during middle school hours, I would go back to the detachment and probably suggest that they probably would not support that as well, just from a communications and consistency perspective. So, but we can ask them about that.
Member
Leave
Kennard,
that with the rest of council.
CEO Kennard, and then Member Burkett, and then you.
Thank you. I'm cognizant that I'm not part of the council debate. I just have a legitimate question. I can't wrap my head around what Councillor Jansen is looking for, because the speed limit doesn't change regardless of what time of day you're going by. So I'm not sure. I'm sure we can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. I'm just not clear on why council would want to.
If I may, I think it's the risk level, right? So when we look at the risk level of the school zone between 7 in the morning until 6 PM or 4:30 PM, it's a very high risk level. If you look at it from 10 PM on or overnight, there's very little risk. And that would be that change that would be there. So no, I'm not saying we're not breaking the law, but if we don't know what the limit is and it's 11 kilometers over the speed limit, you may have people at 2 in the morning or whatever time that they're coming home from work, driving 13 kilometers over the speed limit and now getting a ticket, just getting back to their home.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I'm going to leave that with the rest of council to decide where they want these to be and how they would like it to operate. But from the lens of enforcement and speed control and trying to reduce speeds in our community, speeding, regardless of what time of day it is. But I leave that debate with council. It's entirely your decision as a whole to decide where you want this to sit. Again, right now, the draft is that these cameras will be on 24 hours a day, taking cameras. And I should note that not every camera photo is perfect. So every photo is reviewed by a screening officer before a ticket is issued. So the photo has to be of legitimate quality to meet like a court threshold before a ticket is issued. But the cameras are pretty accurate. So, but I just want you to know there is a human side on the other end of this that is reviewing these before tickets go out.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. So what we have at Marchmount, I know you've probably gone through there, it's 40 kilometers an hour even through the summer. Because I think what happens is if you keep changing the speed limit, the driver is misled now. And I go by there at 9 o'clock at night. I may come through at 6 o'clock in the morning. I've seen police officers right there in the other parking lot waiting, knowing that there will be, like, I think the biggest complaint we have in our township are people speeding. And I think this is great. This is what we need to do. It's going to be posted well in advance, 3 months in advance. I think was it 3 months? 3 months in advance. It's going to give us all fair warning that this is coming. And, to Madam Clerk's comments, some of these culprits that are coming up that street in Coldwater are doing it after hours. So they're doing it at 4 PM, the same people. So they need to be caught, in my mind. Someone's going to get hurt. And I know none of us sitting here want that to happen. So I understand where you're coming from, no disrespect, but I think just from my perspective, I think I'd have it on 24/7.
And Member Cox.
I agree. I do know that at 9 o'clock one morning, I went into when I worked at the liquor store and there was a car there and he had been clocked at 7:30 in the morning at 120 coming into Coldwater. And there may have been somebody in the street, there may not have, or he could have lost control and run into a ton of things. So I agree. I think if we just leave it at what we set it at, and then everybody's aware, and then everybody will just get used to driving and trying to keep the speed limit. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that one speed is necessary for 24 hours. If you're going to break the law and your trigger speed's 5 over the limit, and you'd like it to be 10 over the limit, your extra 5 over the limit, you're still breaking the law. Because if the speed limit's 50 and they're letting you get away with 55, and you'd like it to, I understand your point, Dan, because people are going to be in a rush to get home or get out, go to work, whatever. I understand the point, but what degree are you happy with them breaking the law? If 55 is the trigger speed and you want it to go to 60, you're just breaking the law more. And you should, by the law, you should be doing 50. And if you're giving you a leeway of 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, thank you very much. But if you're breaking it, the degree you're breaking it is not going to be helpful going more. So I agree with the other members that 24 hours is the answer to the question. And then it'll be, be township wide, be 365, 724, all of it. And that people will get wise to it, particularly if they get caught doing 70 in the 50. So I have to agree with the other members that, keep it the way it's going to be consistent across the township.
And then Member Taylor?
Thank you, through the chair. So Derek, will the signage also say that it's monitored 24/7?
So the required signs are, you have to have the community safety zone sign. So that's just the start and the end of the community safety zone. Lets them know that they're entering an increased enforcement zone. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's automated speed enforcement. In this particular event, we're going to have most of them have that, but the other sign is the camera. And the camera just is a particular OTM Ontario Traffic Manual sign. And it doesn't really say much more than, automated speed enforcement is here.
So how would they know, after, one would assume that I don't know how they would assume it's on all the time. Maybe Madam Clerk could.
So I think part of that is just our communication strategy on this whole thing. So before the program launches, we very clearly communicate that townships establish community safety zone in order to mitigate and reduce speeds through our various communities. The townships implemented an automated speed enforcement program. The program is in effect 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I think that is part of the general communication and messaging that goes with the implementation of this system. And it'll be on our website. It'll be on our social media. We can put inserts into our tax bills and stuff like that to increase awareness in water bills when the program comes into effect. Based on passage of the bylaws and such, this program, if everything goes perfect, we're probably aiming for July as an implementation period. So the communications will be out in full force and effect, starting as far out as 90 days and will increase progressively until the system goes live. So we'll do as much as we can. Every council member will also be given a FAQ. So if you have questions that start coming your way, then you can have a certain number of standard responses that are at your hand so that you can respond to them. So because folks are going to start calling as soon as the first tickets start rolling, as expected, and has been the experience in every city that has implemented this system. There's always a bit of a peak at the start, and then after a while, not that people are happy with it, but they begin to accept the fact that the program is in their community. In general terms, people actually, let's say, are pleased at the reduction in speed, but they accept it, right? It's one of the few tools that municipalities in this day and age have at our disposal to try and reduce speed in the community. But it'll be a work in progress. Like I said, council also with the implementation of this wanted a 1-year review of the program. So you'll see this come back after a year with some trends because we have to provide traffic counts and track them on a monthly basis and produce a report that says this is what the average was beforehand. And this is the average that's been in effect as a result of the program a year later. So council will get all that information after the 1 year period, so you can have a review and decide if you want to adjust safety zones or change things or what have you. So
Yes, through the chair,
Yeah, Member Taylor?
through the chair to Derek. And so I'm just thinking out loud there. I'd be curious what the black hat information is prior to this and just see what the paradigm shift is. Like, can we have the data before this? And how hard would that be? It'd be very interesting to see how bad they are and then see what the proof is here. So that's my question.
So through the chair, and actually that question is more formally asked by the province as well, because they want us to report that data and the effect of these signs. It's a mandatory requirement. So we'll happily, I think that's reasonable to also provide to committee the results of those findings. I can tell you some of the locations that we have these proposed in have 85th, which is very average speeding of around 92 kilometers an hour in the 60s. So we definitely have pre-data for a number of years. We'll have more immediate pre-data and post-data as a result of this program, and we can report that back.
Thank you. Member Mennings, then Member McIntyre.
Thank you. I'm really excited by this, and the fact that it could be rolling out in July is good. Under the financial considerations is my question. The $5,000 that's mentioned or noted here is for signage only. And is that the signage in all 7 areas? And then the second statement under financial talks about the data collection and the camera installation. It's going to follow. So that's the actual cost of running the program, and because we're hoping it's going to be a cost recovery program. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So there's there is the immediate cost of the community safety zone signage, which is, sort of related to the automated speed enforcement, but not necessarily, right? Like you have to have the community safety zone to allow for ASC. So those costs we can bear operationally to install this first rounds of signs. The next report is going to have some more detail. Or sorry, there's no report. Sorry, the last report, there was a confidential report that discussed the payment process of the compensation for the service provider. And generally speaking, it is to be a net neutral position, right?
So following up on that, council may recall the original closed session discussion that happened with respect to the actual contract on this matter. That talks about the responsibility and who pays for the upfront on what and replacement and maintenance and that type of stuff. So that's all covered in that agreement.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I can assure you that the people in Washago will be very happy about this. I wondered one question. Are there any exceptions, for instance, if Rich's fire department is roaring to a fire and they're going through one of these zones, are they going to get tagged with a ticket? Second, part 2 to that, if you have a volunteer racing to the hall to get to the hall and they go through a speed zone, are there any ways that these things can be amended for such instances?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So operationally, that is a piece for township related vehicles and response that we need to figure out. We did meet with the OPP and they're not interested in having any of their officers exempted from the program. They have a process in place with OPP that if they're responding to a call, then that is dealt with internally versus if they're just out on patrol, not responding to an emergency, how that is dealt with. So we will have to sort that out internally, but we do have that under our to-do list, but it doesn't impact the bylaw at all. So council can move forward. That's an internal policy that the township will have to develop.
Through the chair, just a follow-up. Would that include, from your lens, would that include volunteers on their way to the hall? And I see the CIO has her hand up, so maybe she can answer.
I can, or the chief can, because we had a great discussion about that yesterday when we were briefed. The answer is no. Volunteer firefighters are subject to the same traffic laws as anyone else, and we want them to get to the hall safely. So they will have to learn the rules of the road as well. When they leave the hall in the fire truck, that's a whole different thing, but getting there, they're subject to the same rules as you and I.
I don't imagine the liability would be any different either. I have a couple of questions then. I couldn't help but thinking about the deer on Burnside there. They'll appreciate 24-hour coverage. There's a bunch of crossings for right in the area of the zone. My other question is, did you consider, Director Burke, taking the safety zone on Burnside up to include the two subdivisions that are entering into Burnside just north there? Like I know that they've had challenges, particularly this winter, with getting out of there with high snow piles. So the hazard of not being able to see when they're trying to get out in particular. And I just wondered, I don't know if it would have been justified or not, if there was any thought to that.
Yeah, through the chair. Not necessarily in terms of this particular round of review. I think it was pretty clear that the section that we are proposing has some unique features. So the commercial zone, the place of worship, the some of the highest collision incidences in our township all gave rise to that sort of one-off recommendation through the justification process. I still think it is worth to review other locations, including near Birchcliff on Division Road. It is also a 60, and it is also has traffic monitoring data that has such very high operating speeds. It's part of the haul route, right? So there's certain routes that we know are an additional challenge and can be reviewed further under the secondary justification points perspective. But this first round, where everything was more or less outright justified except for this one on Burnside line.
If I can, just for council's reference, I did just put up the picture of what these look like. So when they go up. So outside, so you'll see the community safety zone signage, which is what the $5,000 is for with the piece under Public Works. There's two different signs that are below it. So the first one is municipal speed camera coming soon with the yellow band underneath. And then that, once the program goes live, switches up for the one on the left. So I just, so council knows what the signage looks like when they see the difference between the 90-day window and when it actually goes into force and effect. So, and I mean, I've taken this off S's webpage, but these are the standard signage that's used throughout the products. So.
Thank you. And did you have another question? You're good? Seeing no more questions, may we have a motion?
Okay, so the motion reads that Public Works Report number W 25-009 dated March 26, 2025 with respect to community safety zones be received. And further that the proposed community safety zones be adopted, and further that the required bylaws be brought forward for consideration.
Mover, please. Mover. Yeah, mover by Member Cox, seconded by Member Mennings. All in favor? Motion passed. Moving right along, fire and emergency services, replacement of the 2008 rescue apparatus known as Rescue 3. Director Lowell.
Hey, good afternoon. So this first report, yes, is dealing with the replacement of Rescue 3, which is currently up at the Coldwater station. So the rescue is now getting to be 17 years old. So we're normally rescue trucks of this style, a light duty rescue, are replaced in that 15-year time span. So we're a couple of years past, but for the most part, it's still holding what it's supposed to be doing. So we had funding last year, but just with the transition from retired Chief Cranny and then into myself, we didn't, as we were just talking speed enforcement and a trigger, we didn't pull the trigger on the rescue just so we could see what was out there. So the other thing that we have found, so we've eliminated the volunteer firefighters responding directly to scenes in their personal vehicles, because that creates its own separate danger itself. So right now, Station 3 has got 19 firefighters, and we've only got seats for 10 firefighters. So we end up with sometimes right now looking at other ways to get more people there. So this replacement rescue would then go to a 4-door cabin chassis, which allows us to seat 3 more, which tends to be the average amount of response. We're getting that 12 to 13 firefighters out to a call. So it would allow for more seating. It also allows, if that truck is the first truck out, to have a proper crew. So one of my notes in here is that we're looking to put a crew of 4 on all our vehicles if and when possible, other than our tankers, which only seat 2, but that's for a different reason. So if we're working a crew of 3 or a crew of 4, which this vehicle would allow us to do, it allows us to work safer on scene, because right now the rescue would be the first vehicle out on the Highway 400. And having 2 firefighters, because if we're there first ahead of EMS or OPP, we're now sort of wandering live ducks out on the highway as well. And it's hard with only 2 people to sort of do an assessment and provide any scene safety. So having that crew of 4 or 5 when staffing allows makes it a lot safer. So that's the change in going from the 2-door to the 4-door cab. The rescue is responding to about 114 calls per year based on the last 3 years of data. And so far for the first 2.5 months this year, we're sort of tracking the same amount. So it's fairly consistent use across the board. So that's why we're recommending the change because of the use that it is getting. Reason we're looking at commercial emergency equipment specifically. So a couple of things. So they've supplied numerous other apparatus, rescues, full-size pumpers, aerial apparatus to several several Simcoe fire departments. They've supplied the aerial to that RAM is using. This particular company, I was working with them in Midland prior to coming here. So we secured 3 trucks between Midland and Penetanguishene with them. So their sales, their service has been fantastic. So I would say out of consistency, commercial emergency, even though we here in Severn haven't bought anything from them, have been in touch with me every couple of weeks, need to know what they can do for us. So it's that service factor as well. So after not only buying an apparatus from them, we've got the backing of the service as well. So most of their stuff that they do deal with is Canadian. Their office is in Woodstock. But again, any of the other departments that are using them have had great feedback from them as far as dealing with them. So that's why we're asking right now for this specific vehicle. And the rescues, for the most part, are all similar in price. So we're looking at this, like I said, for that customer service piece.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to the chief. Thank you for that, chief. Well needed. But I'm looking at the next item on the agenda. We do have one other rescue medium. I'm not sure which station. It must be at Station 1, is it? Is that where it's located?
Okay, page 478.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. On the next report. Yes.
Yeah, it's station. So I know that this rescue, and I'm in favor of buying a new one, but this one that we have, is there a use for it at one of our other stations? It only has 42,000 miles on it. It's virtually new as far, like I'm just thinking outside the box. If they're going to give us only 15,000 for this, is there a use for it at one of our other stations for a few years? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you.
Okay, sure.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. To the chief, this rescue truck, will it have a facility to have all the equipment necessary when you first arrive on scene of a vehicle accident or a house fire, whatever, grass fire? Is it ready to go like it would be a regular sized truck?
No, so this one will be basically, a lot of them are, I'll say like your Dodge 4-door pickup truck chassis. This one in particular would be a Ford F550 cabin chassis. So these, what they refer to as a light duty or a mini rescue, there's different configurations. This one is more a straight rescue truck. So the current setup of the one now has some extrication equipment on it. It's hard to buy one truck that will do everything. We can get them to do about 80 or 90%. But the one other thing that we need with dealing more specific to an MVC is firefighting capability. So we are actually looking at getting the pumps to respond first, and then the rescue second, more as a support vehicle. So the pumps will be set up to hopefully handle 80% of the calls, and the rescues are bringing the extra support. So extra cribbing, they'll be bringing specific to MVCs, extra rescue struts or airbags when needed. But we can also set the rescues up to carry additional equipment in down some of the cottage roads as well. So.
Okay, and follow-up question. Am I reading this right? It's $355,000 for this truck?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
And that's, yeah, and that's again, coming with everything that it needs on it. It's got a winch on the front of the truck for us that we sometimes need an extrication, but it's like I said, it's a regular cabin chassis, but again, it's got all the lighting package, all the trays and pullouts that we need for carrying our equipment on it.
it's custom. Okay, and
Yeah.
And finally, we've had a discussion earlier with respect to trying to buy Canadian.
Yes.
I see that the city of Toronto is ordering all their new fire equipment from somewhere in British Columbia, or is it in Canada? They're buying everything they need in Canada. Have we looked at that for our aerial that we're going to require down the line?
So this company commercial is actually based in Delta, BC. So as much as we can get it with Canadian, but a lot of cab and chassis are coming out of the United States. So whether or not that's a Spartan cabin chassis, which Dependable out of Brampton will use, or other manufacturers, companies like E1 or Pierce, which this is sells Pierce or Maxi Metal. A lot of the cabin chassis are coming out of the US, and then the rest of the body is assembled here in Canada using Canadian products.
Final comment. So therefore, a certain portion of the truck is manufactured in the United States, and then we bring it here and put it together with Canadian parts. Is that way
That's normally how it's done, through the Canadian manufacturers or the distributors.
Okay, so our responsibility to the chassis and the needful that we can only get there is roughly out of a $2.5 million truck, 600,000-700,000.
Probably. I would have to verify that with the
I wouldn't be way wrong on that, would I?
No, not terribly wrong. No.
So out of 2.5 million, we're going to do maybe 1.9 all Canadian, and the other we got to just take it in the neck.
Yeah,
because it's American.
Yes.
Okay, I just needed the clarity on
Sure.
that. Thanks, Rich.
No more questions? May we have a motion, please?
Okay, so the motion reads that the Fire and Emergency Services Report F25-008 dated March 26, 2025, with respect to single sourcing replacement of a light duty rescue apparatus known as Asset ID 19 F33 Rescue 3 be received, and the council approved the single source procurement of the light duty rescue to Commercial Energy Equipment Corporation at a cost of $361,973, including non-refundable HST, to be funded via the Fire Vehicle Replacement Reserve.
Thank you. Mover? Moved by member Jansen, seconded by member Burkett. All in favor? Motion passed.
Okay, so at one of the earlier council meetings that was, I believe, back on February 5th, there was a request to, because of the cost of fire apparatus and fire equipment in general, to bring forward a report of what our replacement is potentially going to be. So that's what this report has looked at. And again, some of it's comes from funds that are from property taxes, others from development charges. So I tried to look at basically what's going to happen in the next 10 years. And I've tried to break it down into our larger apparatus, our pumpers, tankers, and the rescues, and then some of our smaller support equipment. So within that next 10-year timeframe, we have 2 pumpers, 2 rescues, and 1 tanker. Now, based on sort of current cost and where they might be going, it's hard to say 10 years down the road. But we're approximately that $7 to $7.25 million to replace those vehicles. So there are sometimes savings through purchasing stock trucks where we're not doing a lot of modifications to them. But even stock trucks come sometimes with an 8 to 10 month delivery. I know that was the case with the one that Midland had ordered. They were getting a stock truck that was already on the line, but it was still, I believe, a 10-month delivery for it. So current times are, you're about 24 months from the date of ordering a pumper till it's delivered. And aerials are in that 3-year to 40-month range. So 3 to 3.5 years of ordering. So that's dealing with those vehicles. Our UTV are also known as our side-by-side. So that's currently housed over at Station 2, just up here on Burnside Line. That's carried in a trailer to scene. So last year, I believe we've responded 6 times with it, and we've already used it twice at scenes through this winter. So I can see where we could utilize that piece of equipment actually more. It's not built in right now to our, we'll say, our response plans that we have with Aurelia. So most of it, we call for it sort of as we see needed. But as we're getting into, I'll say, the north where we have our cottage pump programs, some of the cottage roads, wildland fighting, this vehicle is extremely useful. So I do see the continuous need for it moving forward. So right now they've been on a 10-year basis. The current one we have is I'll say is open to debate. Again, it only carries 2 firefighters on it. I believe Ramera has one that's a 4-seater, and some other departments have, or sorry, they're 2-seaters, but can seat up to 6 firefighters, which again gets back to carrying a full crew in. So we did use it at a recent fire up in Station 3's district. Again, with all the snow, we were only able to get the 2 pickup trucks in and the side-by-side to bring firefighters and equipment in. Now, thankfully, it was a small fire, but we could only bring 1 firefighter in at a time, a kilometer down the road and a kilometer back out. So we might look at other options for that as we determine how much more we can use it. But it is definitely a piece of apparatus that we do use. So as far as dealing with the UTV. The 3 commander support vehicles, so our current pickup trucks, we've been going around the 7-year range on those. They're an average of $80,000 to $100,000 between the cost of the truck and then getting the lighting package, the proper decals and corporate logos on the vehicles. So they're the last one we've got that the deputy will be driving is just finished getting its outfitting now. So it's lights and things. So it'll come in around that $80,000 range. So, but those ones currently right now are used by myself, the deputy, and our fire prevention officer for any public events or inspections that he's going out to use. So that sort of is where we are with our current fleet in the next 10 years. So the future years, again, we have the consideration of the purchase of an aerial truck. So there's, in my mind, a case to be argued that we could utilize one now. Now everybody sort of thinks it's for our high or taller buildings, but most recently, if we look at Aurelia with that Peter Street fire, to handle something defensive that way, we do not have that capability right now to get that elevated stream. So we are relying on Aurelia, Ramera, provided that the vehicle's in service and they're not using it. So there are things that, yes, if we decide to go the route of an aerial, that we can still rely on our neighbors, our partners to get one. But I think more and more departments are relying on each other to try and share, borrow equipment. So we do it really well with tankers, but the aerials are a little harder to do. So, but if we had something right now in Washago or in downtown Coldwater, to get an aerial attack and try to fight a fire off a building that we think may collapse, we can't lean a ladder against the side of the building and put a firefighter on it. We had a call, again, relatively recently, just over here to the Aurelia Mall for, I believe it was a belt or a motor that burnt out in one of the rooftop units here at the mall. And currently our only, short of requesting Aurelia to come in, we had to climb up a ladder similar to what we have in here to get to the roof access. So you've got your gear on, you're climbing a straight ladder in a restricted area to get up onto the roof, carrying tools, and then And we were battling snow and ice then as well. So I'd say there is that use for it, for the vehicle. Again, it's training our staff on how to use it, when to use it. The advantage to the aerial with having a pump on it, it can be a backup pumper as well. So if we do have a frontline pumper that goes down, it can still pump water for us. So it's not just that sort of defensive operation, but it gives us other options for it in considering the aerial. So I've got on there for, again, future years, potentially 4 more pickup trucks, depending on what our training officer needs. So right now we're running our own in-house training program, which give or take is about 6 months. So the training officer does a lot of running around of taking training props to and from different locations if we're going off-site. So picking up props if we're building things like for fire investigation, we build little props that we actually burn and we do investigations with. And right now we're trying to share vehicles between people. So that's a consideration. The other idea would be, again, rather than buying another full-size fire apparatus or even a rescue truck at that $350,000, if we have a vehicle like, again, myself, the deputy and the fire prevention officer are driving now, just as an extra vehicle to move personnel. Like I said, we've gotten away from that moving firefighters in personal vehicles. We want them to come in a vehicle. Then we can also, if we need to fill SCBA cylinders, we can send a firefighter or two either into Aurelia or Georgian Bay or into Rama to fill bottles, and we're not having to try and move a full-size apparatus. So, but I'll say there, we do need that demonstrated need, and that we're starting to track that through our data as to how many people are going on trucks and how many people are waiting at a station. So as an example, last night, Station 3 had AutoX training over at Station 2. And even with all the apparatus filled, like we still had 4 firefighters needed to drive personal vehicles. So if they had a call, now we've got people going in personal vehicles where an additional truck that can seat 4 or 5 gives us a lot of flexibility. So that's a consideration as we look forward. So some of the other factors in there, again, some of the as we discussed with the rescue, again, some of the stuff is coming out of the US, so we're affected by potentially right now any tariffs or US dollars. More specific to needing to replace the truck currently at Station 2 as emission standards are changing again in 2027. The last standard or last change costed an additional $100,000 to the purchase of new fire apparatus. So that's one thing to consider potentially for an aerial or starting the order process now for pump 2 rather than waiting to 2027. The fire master plan that we're just in the infancy stages of, we'll also discuss some of this. So right now we're sort of only dealing with pump 2 or a potential aerial, but the fire master plan may come up with some other inventive ideas as to what we can do for vehicles. Are the 10 that we have right now enough? Is it, do we need more? Do we need less? So we'll have some direction for that later on this year as well. That'll look at that sort of next 10 to 15 years. And I think for the most part, that's gives you an idea on the current fleet status. So there are some additional documents on there. And I did it based on years that they're coming due for replacement. Like I said, I priced out to basically 2035. What a new aerial truck is. The side-by-side is about a $60,000 investment. But again, getting 10 years out of it, it's got some good use to it. And then just the light duty trucks are on there. And then I tried to supply you some pictures as well, just for reference, so you can see what vehicles they are that we're replacing. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And Member Minnings, then Member McIntyre, and then Member Cox.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you. These are great reports, and it's such a priority, and I'm always proud of our fire department staff, etc. With respect to this most recent ask, and specifically the aerial truck, Where would it be housed? And do we have the building and the parking space to house it? So I know we're growing township, or will that information be coming in the fall with this 10-year plan that you're, it just made me think about that.
Right. So currently, right now, depending on the size of the truck and how big we wanted to go, may dictate. So I know right now it wouldn't fit at Station 3. We don't have the room. We need to try and get the tanker from Station 4 up into Station 3, but it could be housed for sure in Station 2 and potentially in Station 1. So either one of those should fit right now. And again, might mean moving a vehicle around. So it might mean that we move the side by side up to Station 1 to put the aerial in Station 2. But yeah, we do have some options for it.
It's through the chair. It's good that you have such a great relationship with the other townships. You use their aerial to get higher situations. We're coming off as looking like sisters of the poor here. I think we can get on this aerial truck immediately, if not sooner, because it take a couple of years to get it. And by that time, the number of the residential real estate that's being built in Ward 4, once again, ice and snow, you got to go up. You're going to be on somebody else's roof to get over to that. You don't want to have that kind of a situation where you even lose one resident. I believe we should get going on this aerial truck and make some kind of provision for it. I know that we've got some money in our surplus, but I mean, people expect to have safety in their home, and if this tragedy strikes, you're the guy who's there with your crew, and if you don't have the equipment, I don't know how you'd feel about it. I mean, I once heard an expression, it's only money. Well, if you don't have any, that's a problem. But if you do have some and you can get going on this, I feel we need to get started on this aerial truck, because it's even now, it's a couple of years out. It's in next council's term when they can go and cut the ribbon, a nice shiny truck. But I fear that we're going to have a problem. And then, what happens if there's two fires? There's a fire in Washago, and there's a fire in Aurelia, and their aerial is being used there. Are we going to get something to come from over in Georgian Bay or Rammer? It's time to get there to be able to bring in the demolition equipment. I mean, I just think it's necessary that we look at this with bright eyes and not through rose-colored glasses. We should be doing something about this aerial truck immediately, if not sooner.
I have to agree. So I'm looking at your response apparatus buying, and you've got a pumper 2 for 27, and you got a pumper 1 way past. So what would be the issue of ordering the aerial? And that pumper would be good for another year or two. And then by the time the aerial came in, you could replace the pumper. And I'm just trying to think of, I mean, I'm not trying to be cheap about it. I'm just saying, if we're going to start putting money down for multi-fire vehicles, is there not a way to sort of organize this in a little better fashion to say the aerial will be the priority, and these pumpers, I realize that they're older, but we do have another 2018 at Station 3, right? And we have a 2015 Station 4. So if you've got a station that doesn't get as much call out, you could do some, which you do, probably switcheroonies. And so the aerial, I believe, is also that fire in Aurelia did give me the heebie-jeebies. I thought of Coldwater right off the hop when I saw it. My other one is the reason we can't store a vehicle at Station 3 because of the ambulance?
No, so for the first question regarding the aerial versus the pumper. So once we hit 2027 with that, because they've got the 20-year service life in them, that starts to affect insurance rates through Fire Underwriters Survey. So that's sort of the most we can get out of that vehicle. So, and it's the easier one to get. I'll say sooner because even if we were to order the aerial tomorrow, we're looking into 2028. And then if we held off the pump, then we're into 2029. So we're 2 years past.
So your
So-
best estimation then, well, your information, your expertise, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yes.
We could order the pumper now with what was it, a 10%?
Yes, we could order both at right now, actually.
Yes.
With each having 10% down, and
Yeah.
then the additional cost comes when the chassis arrives.
Right.
But
Now, my only thing about that is if we order it now and tariffs are anything due come in, then at least we've ordered it, right? And we're at a confirmed price for it.
that I can verify. I know some of the manufacturers were
Especially
honoring
now, they're
prices.
probably,
Yeah, with COVID, I know some were honoring prices, others were not. And I can speak to
okay,
the person I'm dealing with there at commercial.
right.
Because the other thing we're looking at as well is that I didn't speak to is myself, the treasurer, deputy treasurer, and then manager of capital projects met with a representative from Canoe
Okay.
that does some of that purchasing across Canada. So we're looking for those larger apparatus to actually go through that process with them. There's, again, depending on, in talking with Chief Ferry, I know they're looking at getting an aerial as well.
Okay.
I believe he's working with council. That some of it, if we order it at the same time, can save us a little bit of money, but
So and once again, I'm going
Yeah.
back with your expertise, you're the fire chief. It would be a better idea to get that aerial ordered
yes,
and then
Yeah.
get the pumper going. Now, the only other one I want to talk about is that UTV.
yes.
If you're planning on getting another one, why would you not just keep that one? Wouldn't have that many hours and then you'd have more seats.
It doesn't. It would be,
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Don't need an answer from you. It's
Right.
just a thought. Okay.
Yeah.
That way we'd have more seats plus a new one to head for. Anyway, thank you
Yes.
very much. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
and just in regards to your question about Station 3 with the paramedics sharing the station with us. So where the ambulance is currently parked, we could probably only fit a pickup truck in there. We wouldn't fit a full-size apparatus. I think even I'll say the smaller commercial cab truck that's at Station 4 right now, I don't know, it would be a really tight fit in there.
So I would assume what you're probably thinking is 2 because 2's central to whereas 3 is further up and it's not
Yes.
central to the needs of all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's close to the West Shore, close to Coldwater. Okay. But
Yeah.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member Burkett?
Through the chair. So let's give the chief a little time to let's not make it hasty. He didn't think that we were so excited about ordering 2 fire trucks. I mean, he wasn't expecting that. So chief, whatever you can do to bring back that report for us to look at, because I know also, I think the chief, and he hasn't said anything, and I don't want to spoil his thunder, but he may be looking at expanding Station 3 as well. That may be in the future. I don't know. They're doing some rentals to it, maybe.
Yes.
Just leave, you don't have to elaborate now, but
Okay.
it may be down the pipeline as well, because the paramedics, they're building a new station and I think they're going to leave in the near future, if I'm not correct. But anyways, we don't need to know about that either.
Member Taylor? Oh,
Yes.
yes, sorry.
I just wanted to follow up, or Burkett, not on the other thing, but the recommendation is actually to allow the chief to fund the deposits for the 2 items. So he is looking for that today, so I don't want that to get lost in your conversation, because I think I saw that at the other end, but maybe not at your end.
Sorry, supplementary for me. Sorry, I didn't see that. I was outside, but I like the partnership part. I'd like to hear about that. Like, I'm happy to move forward with the recommendation, but I want to hear more about if we can partner as well.
Yeah, so what we would have to do is look and see, and this sort of ties in with any of the other municipalities when they're getting ready to order a fire apparatus and who they're potentially dealing with for a supplier. But I know in talking with the the gentleman from emergency vehicles that he has been talking, or I'll just sort of say talks for now with Aurelia about replacing their vehicle. And I don't know how Chief Ferry is making out with council, because I know they've got a couple of higher or bigger ticket items on the go as well. But that is something that we can consider to try and save money, is by ordering trucks at the same time, sort of doing that multiple purpose. And again, if we're able to use a single manufacturer to do a pump and an aerial for us, probably would have some cost savings. I don't know how much, but there would be that opportunity.
Member Taylor.
Yeah. I've always been sort of against the aerials all along because it's a lot of money, but we are building developments on Kuching and blah, blah, blah. But mine's a money one there. And we spent 350 in the last motion and we had a reserve fund of 2.2 million. So my question is, going forward, how is there going to be a direct impact on the tax levy, or can the amounts that we're putting in on a regular basis cover what you're looking for down the road on the chart?
CEO Kennard.
I think the treasurer popped on to help me too, excuse me, but most of the aerial is development charge funded. So it's out of a different reserve. And I would agree, we haven't collected all the money yet, but as we continue to build houses, we will collect. Andrew can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wanted to circle back while I had the floor to Member Burkett's comment, because he loves to be involved in vehicle purchases, I know. But the recommendation is written such that it gives the chief flexibility to put a deposit down and make the best negotiation he can, whether it's us buying the two trucks together, whether it's to Aurelia, whether it's partnering forever. We weren't envisioning coming back to discuss that further with council unless that is what council wishes.
Supplementary?
Yeah, so just to follow up through to Andrew then, so with different reserve funds we got there, you don't see a tax levy involved directly with this equipment?
If I can, through to the chair to Member Taylor, I don't see a tax levy impact. It may mean we have to up the amount that we're putting into those reserves on an annual basis to make sure we don't deplete them before we use them. But I think that is already part of the plan. I think council's already given us a little bit of direction in that way as well. So I think we're fine. And certainly we can continue to put in surplus funds, and we've got a couple of years to do that. So because those trucks most of them won't be payable until it's not the initial deposit that's going to be the problem. It's paying for the truck in 2027, for example.
Member McIntyre.
Yeah, through the chair is it possible to debenture to mortgage the truck or to finance it, carry it in some way?
There would be no point to debenture in it if we have the physical cash funds to do it.
Thank you very much. That was my point. Thank you.
We're all set. We can take a motion now, please.
Thank you. The motion reads that Fire and Emergency Services Report F25-007 dated March 26, 2025, with respect to fleet and apparatus status and replacement schedule, be received for information. And further, that funds required for deposit and chassis costs for the replacement of 2007 pump F21P-2 be able to be accessed from the fire reserve on short notice upon approved selection of an apparatus supplier. And further, that funds required for a deposit and chassis costs for the new acquisition of an aerial apparatus be able to be accessed from the development charge fund on short notice upon approved selection of an apparatus supplier.
So I'm asked for that to be repeated. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Motion sheet.
Thank you through the chair. So I had this pulled. It was an email that came through from the clerk. It's a resolution from another municipality. Much is the normal, well, the usual process every time another municipality passes a resolution like this and shares it with other municipalities across the province. And it's bringing it forward more formally further to my conversation back at the beginning of the month at council about adopting a policy. And this is one of about 4 that we received in a very short period of time from other municipalities, so that it is an overall premise, and it sort of states our ground for shopping local first within Canada, and then going out, and it is in response to the tariffs. It is in response to the uncertainty, but I would like to stand in solidarity with the other municipalities. I realize that we didn't want to be first out the gate with this, but I am bringing it forward and hope that we could adopt this resolution or a similar one. All the other municipalities are very similar, and also share that with our colleagues. I think that's just an important statement that we have publicly, that we're trying our best. Thank you.
Yes, CAO Kennard.
Thank you. I think it's a great thing to support. I just want to caution council, and I've asked the director to stay to help me out with this, because I am no economist, and I will tell you that off the hop. But I've been listening to what everybody else is doing just to get a feel, and it's super complicated. So the county had a great discussion about it yesterday that I listened to. And looks like Deputy Mayor has the information there. But I think what they got to was, let's continue to monitor for a little while, because it's so complex. And where that really hit home for me was at our economic development meeting, and Member Burkett can help me if I didn't get this right, but I was listening to Alan from Aurelia Chamber, and he was talking about he said this much more eloquently, but don't go headlong into Buy Canadian, because the interconnection is so tight. And the example was in the Muskoka area, even around here, we have a lot of craft beer breweries. So Canada makes the aluminum, but we don't apparently make beer cans. So the aluminum goes across the border. US makes beer cans, and then it comes back to Canada and we bottle it. So he said, if you don't buy Muskoka beer, then because they're American cans, then you're hurting downstream Canadians. So yes, that's a long-winded way of me saying I totally agree, and I'm totally supportive of Buy Canadian. And I liked their resolution because it talks about, because I had mentioned the last time it came forward, that there are federal and provincial impediments to doing that. So they're calling on the federal and provincial government to remove them. Houses aren't sitting, so that isn't happening soon. That we encourage removing trade barriers. The piece that I was a little iffy on is, furthermore, that the CAO be directed to prepare a report detailing a temporary purchasing policy. I don't know how we do that piece without knowing the other pieces, because right now my understanding is it's not legal. Everybody's jumped on the bandwagon, but things need to be changed. So what the county did, I think, instead was say, we're going to continue to monitor this, and when somebody gets it figured out right, then we'll hop on the bandwagon with them.
You're up. Member Cox, then Member Burkett.
Yeah, their recommendation was, I can read it if you want. It's that staff continue to monitor the evolving tariff and counter-tariff environment and develop strategies for the procurement of goods, services, and construction that align with the provincial and federal responses and minimize operational and financial impact on the County of Simcoe. And that staff monitored the 2025 costs to identify material tariff and counter-tariff impacts, develop the 2026 budget, long-term financial plan with consideration for potential ongoing impacts to affect the goods and services, and report to council as significant information becomes available. And the one interesting comment, I think it came from Brian Smith from Washago Beach, was there is a company, because they were saying just Buy Canadian, there is a company that is American based but they're Canadian here and they're producing. They have 5,000 workers. So if we stop buying American, there's 5,000 people, Ontarians, that may not have jobs. So we have to be very, very careful. And the other interesting thing they brought forward was that if you're, because somebody asked, well, windows are a big one. The one, I can't remember her name, but she said we were getting windows in. And what they do is they ask the producer to give them the customs sheet so they can see what the tariff was on it and make sure that the window company isn't upping them to cover costs and then leave them not, to just ensure that everything's right. But I quite like the county one just because they're saying the same thing. It's changing week by week, day by day.
Are you comfortable with the county proposal?
Oh, I haven't read it.
Oh, okay.
But I will. I just wanted to bring it forward. And I know that it's very early days, et cetera. I was just happy to see other municipalities bring it forward. They all have slightly different wording and things. And I actually already see it for my comfort level in place here. And I know, Chief mentioned it when he was talking about the fire trucks without being asked that. So I know it's already on our lenses. And if it doesn't, if we're not at a point as a council to move it forward today, then we'll continue to monitor and bring it back again. I just had left it early days and then I started to see these come through. I still would like to see us do something without it being so prescriptive, because not all of the statements in the resolution are requiring the CO to, produce reports and procurement details. It's more of a statement as to what we will endeavor to do as far as shopping local.
Thank you. Yes, Madam CEO.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the clerk hadn't seen that motion and she tells me she can't type that fast. So I'm wondering if we could defer it, put it on to council, and we'll have a look at the county one and see if it suits our needs
So
better.
that works? You're comfortable as Principal brought it up?
Just
Member Burkett.
thank you through the chair, just to add to that, and thank you for bringing it forward, Member Minnings, but we don't know what the president south of here one day to the next is going to do. And for us, as was said, I didn't realize after one of the colleagues down at the county spoke, the impact of someone that from the States that owns businesses here and how much they rely on it. Like we're so interconnected with everything that we do. And I know some, like the president, like listening and reacting the way he does on a comment made on this side of the border is embarrassing, but I think we have to be cautious. Let's just see how it plays out, and fully supportive of what you're saying. But I think we just need to wait, because come April 1st, we don't know what he's going to do again. We have no idea.
No.
Which is disheartening.
Thank you. All right, so we're just going to move on then. We have no requirement for a motion.
Yeah, so the motion will be that the Council of the Township of Severn supports the resolution from the Municipality of East Farris regarding standing for Canada, and that a resolution be brought forward to the next council meeting for council's consideration.
And mover, Member Minnings, and seconder, Member Cox, all in favor?
I don't have anything to say today. I didn't even need my microphone on. We're anticipating in early April a meeting for the parade, the Canada Day parade, and I'll keep you up to date on all of that. And when Member Cox reports, she'll say something about it. But I have nothing further. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Member Minnings.
Thank you, through the chair. So committee reports, Aurelia Library meeting. Aurelia's had recently hosted a gala hosted by the Doctor Recruitment Committee, et cetera, et cetera. They are going to be filming in the Aurelia Library for the Netflix special that's part of the Aurelia downtown filming, and that's really exciting to all of them, but also to us as a municipality, because I know our economic development officer is putting together, or has put together some language around film crews, et cetera, coming here. So I think that's that was exciting. The only other thing I will say is that now that spring is here and we're enjoying a very slow thaw, at least in Ward 4, it's been actually really appreciated. Thank you upstairs there. But our events committee is starting to meet. We're meeting Friday, our first spring meeting, and planning underway to roll out our series of events, with the first one being on Easter weekend, Saturday. And it will be, again, I think we're at our 5th year in a row, which is exciting, our 5th annual Easter egg hunt at Timberline Park. And more on that after our Friday meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cox.
Sorry. And with that, yesterday at county, Severn got quite a few grants. The Coldwater District Agricultural Society got one, the Coldwater Canadian Museum got one, the Coldwater BIA got one, hang on, I gotta go. Sorry, I'm on, it's on the next page. I have different pages, sorry. I couldn't take it all on one. And it's something, the Coldwater Mill Heritage got one, the Township of Severn got one with economic development. And there was, Township of Severn photo development of tourism assets. And the Washago Events Committee got one for signs. Yeah. So we did very well with the county, and they weren't all exactly what everybody asked for. It was kind of a percentage, but you know what? It's grateful for whatever we can get. I have some different, it's County of Simcoe, the Economic Development Committee I'm on, has a craft tour, a craft beverage tour. It's not all alcohol. And they promoted that. So I'm going to send you out the economic development report on the tariff one and the craft beer, so craft beverage one. And the library in Coldwater is crazy busy. They have all kinds of things going on. This weekend, no, on April 5th, they're having a Ukrainian egg decorating, painting. They have authors coming in. They have yoga there. Children's story time. So it's very, very busy. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair. The Langman Sanctuary that we donated to, they had their 78th anniversary, which I attended last week. They can't thank this council enough for the donation that we gave to them. They used the money to have a young lady that graduated from Lakehead University to come in and assess their different areas of the sanctuary to see what chemicals. So it did cost $3,000. So they used the monies. We didn't give them $3,000, but they're grateful for what they did give us. The young lady was there to give an hour presentation as to what her findings were. It's quite interesting. What was the other thing I did? I'll come back to it. I can't remember. Oh, economic development. We met our first meeting, and Allison was there to read all the rights and the wrongs to everyone, which was great. Thank you very much for that. I think we made some good choices. It's a good rounded group of people. Looking forward to our first meeting's May 29th. I think that's full meeting. Exciting to have that. I don't know if you want to hear what happened down at the county. I think it's the first time that it's ever happened, and we just had a meeting now, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell you, the warden started by saying this today at 1:30 that yesterday's meeting by no means reflects the members of county council. It was a political statement, which I took offense to. So right after the meeting, I'll tell you what happened. So I got on and I said, I phoned him. He answered the phone. I said, Basil, I'm upset with what you said. It wasn't a political statement. It was democracy at work. That's what it was. That's how the system works and the way the vote. Anyway, so then I'll go back to tell you why I said that. So yesterday, they're looking at shrinking county council to 16 members, which I'm okay with. My concern is the weighted vote. And the weighted vote is difficult for me to wrap my head around. Member Taylor has it down pat. But what happens, the larger municipality, it's based on population. So you get a number, right? So what I'm saying is if we're going to reduce county council to 16, let's get rid of the weighted vote, because 16 members, and I may be wrong, but 16 members sitting on that floor, when you make that decision, it's for the whole county, regardless of the numbers. You're not making a decision for your perspective. It affects everyone in the county. So I placed a motion on the floor that abolish the weighted vote if we're going to go to 16 municipalities. We won 17-15, but because they asked for a recorded vote, we lost. So it wasn't my idea. Someone came to me and said, well, what happens if there's no quorum? So we rounded up 17 people and stood outside. Unfortunately, I did not want to do that, but we had to make a stand. And maybe, again, I may be wrong. But so today, when I heard the warden say in a public forum that it was a political statement, well, it was democracy as far as I'm concerned, because they're using something against the rest of us as far as a weighted vote. I may be off topic because I see Madam Clerk. Anyways, so I said we'd walk out again. I told him if it doesn't come to some sort of, we'll walk out again. Anyways, I don't want to do that, but those are my comments. Oh, go ahead.
And supplemental, it wasn't just the mayor and myself. It was the other rural or lower population council members that felt the same. They felt that like when they heard that I have 30,000 people in my municipality and I should have more votes. The one statement was, well, this township has a lot of, they grow food, their agriculture. Are they not as important? And when you put your county hat on, you're supposed to be there for the greater good. And when I hear people sort of say, well, if we call a recorded vote, like we'll win. Well, that's not democracy. That's utilizing a power that the rest of us can't do. And all we asked, we didn't say we didn't want 16. We just said that should go away. And sometimes with 16 people, you can have a split council. You can go here and there. But with the weighted vote, that's what's going to do, not with just one hand each.
So just to add to that, so what I said, if we're going to come back to this council and to every council in the county, if we're going to make a vote on whether we go from 32 to 16, let the councils that are at the lower level where we can actually get residents into our chambers so they can understand how the weighted vote works, and maybe it'll work, but allow everyone to weigh in on it, not just the 16, allow them to weigh in on the weighted vote as well, which is democracy.
And the other part of that is, we also said, and we all agreed, that they had a public meeting for this on a Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. No offense. And then everybody said, well, the residents are going to make the decision. Well, they can't make a decision because they don't understand what the weighted vote is and they don't understand what's going on. And I said, well, then we should have a public meeting in every municipality and ensure our residents come. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem right that we just sit up there and do it, and the people don't understand, and they think because our council decides a way that everybody understands why.
So the other thing to that, out of the 500,000 people that live in Simcoe County, 2 showed up to voice their concerns in person, and I think there were 8 letters. So 10 people out of 500,000. Now, if something goes wrong with your waste, or a paramedic doesn't show up, or your county road isn't plowed, oh my God. But the way the thing is structured, it's 30 plus years old. If they're going to restructure the way county council sits and we're going to elect a warden at large, in my mind, the weighted vote should also be a decision made at this table as well as the other six. At least I think that way, and I may be wrong.
Yeah, so my question is whether their number of electors matches what we say it is. Are they using 15,000 or is it 21,000?
Yes, Deputy Clerk.
So with respect to the weighted votes, the rest of council has an idea as to what's going on here. So after, immediately following the close of voting, after every election, every clerk in the county is required to submit a certificate to the county clerk as to the number of electors on election day. And that is the number that is used by the county to determine the allotment of weighted vote. So it is reviewed and updated every 4 years with the number on election day itself. So, and just for background for the rest of council who will be completely unfamiliar with how weighted votes work. So, it's actually very well described in the county council report. So every municipality has a base number of 3 votes if a recorded vote's called. And then if you, okay, so I'm just going to read it because it's very well described. So each member municipality is entitled to a minimum of 3 votes, that each member municipality having more than 5,000 electors be entitled to 1 additional vote for every 2,000 electors over 5,000. So, okay, so the table then on the next page of the report, and I can send this around for anyone who's interested, is on page 4 because it literally says, okay, so Agila Tosserano has 4, Bradford West Gwillimbury has 14, Clearview has 6, Collingwood has 11, Essa has 8, and so forth. Innisfil has 16, New Tecumseh 16. Severn has 7. So that is more than Tay and Penetanguishene and Romera. It's the same as Midland. So more than Agila, obviously, that had 4. Essa has 1 more than us. It's all relative to the number of that 2,000, 1 vote extra over 2,000 for 2,000 electors over the 5,000 mark. So if you're interested, I can send around this report for you. The page 4 on it gives you an exact breakdown of number of electors, weighted votes per member, and all that type of stuff. So, but that's the weighted vote piece, and it only applies when there's a recorded vote requested at county.
So
Otherwise, it's no different than votes here. They just move forward as a normal basis.
So just to add to that, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. So in reality, I think 6 municipalities, if there was a recorded vote, and the 10 others would basically have them. So 6 could run the county, and that's my concern. And it would be everything down in the south. Not that they may or may not, but we struggle with one of them that wanted to separate from the county, and I don't want to give any names, and that's the one that's pushing this. So
Just related to that, you said that you would be okay with that. The last I heard, there was no governance model put forward for this. How could anyone be okay with it?
well, it's going, I think it's going to go. So if it's going to go with the 16 and there's.
We don't know that.
Well, there's a 500,000. Well, it's in the report. If you read our agenda from yesterday, it's all in that report.
Oh, okay. I'll have to see
You'll have to read it.
I'll circulate the final report that went to county council yesterday for council's information. So they have current information as to what was discussed.
Marvelous. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm good.
All right. Remember that.
Okay, thank you. I'll just start off by saying I do know how a weighted vote works. I think I'd have to support what you guys did with the 1 vote, 1 voice matters, especially for a smaller municipality like this, and the way other municipalities, or if you just say 6 can kind of run count the township, we could be in trouble. The county, we could be in trouble. Decisions could be made, and we wouldn't even. We'd have very little say in what was being done in our end of the county, I guess you could say. I'll jump into my reports for the Seg Bay Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce. Our next meeting is April the 17th. Just yesterday, they had their small business after 5 event at the Coldwater Mill. I heard it went well. And that April the 17th meeting, for anybody that's interested, it will be followed by a social event at Christie's Mill. For the BIA, there's an Easter egg hunt that's coming up on April the 19th at the Village Green in Coldwater. The events committee is meeting. It's open to anybody from the community that would like to participate. They are looking for volunteers. It's happening at 10 a.m. on March 31st at the Tiffany Restaurant. Last night, at our BIA meeting, we were able to select a new chair. Congratulations to Stephanie Kennedy, and thank you to Mark Misson, the previous chair. I'd also like to share that bookmarks have been printed. We put all of the Coldwater events onto one bookmark, and it gets distributed all over, all the way down to Aurelia, up to Port Severn and beyond, to let people know what's happening in our community. And our next BIA meeting is happening on April the 15th. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Member Taylor.
Okay, start with Severn Sound Environmental Association. On Friday, May the 9th, they're having their annual Environmental Champions Awards in Midland at the North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center, and it's from 5:30 to 7:30. In addition to that, Julie sent something through last night. I'm going to forward it to the staff and council, a YouTube video on what SSCA did with relating to biodiversity work done in 2024 with our municipalities. Might be interesting there. Coldwater Mill, we did host the Business After 5 for Seg Bay. It's great to see Township staff there, namely Becky and Lori, and the mayor and deputy mayor. Our board of directors are meeting monthly, and we've got plans underway for 2025. One of which is making a new trail via the Simcoe County grant. So we're working on that. Match at Ash Hall is actively been going even through the winter months. We've got events happening weeknights and also on weekends. Between weddings, funerals, and wedding anniversaries, it's been doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to get through these quick. I actually have 4 committee reports. I attended the It Starts Committee initiative that was held last Saturday. It Starts, as you know, is the public awareness campaign designed to take a proactive step towards addressing racism and discrimination in Simcoe County. We get our picture taken in front of the little frame for it. I accepted the invitation, went with my wife, Donna. The event was sponsored by SEED, Simcoe Engage and Empowerment Dialogue. And the event was the first annual Iftar dinners. Iftar is the meal served at the end of the day during Ramadan, when Muslims break their daily fast at sunset. There were some notable politicians there. Broussard was there. Alex Nuttall was there. It's about 140 people that attended. It was a short video on the meaning of Ramadan and fasting, short presentations by a Muslim chaplain from the Canadian Army, chaplain from the North Correctional Center, president of the AM Salom Reformed Jewish Congregation, the Busby Center, Georgian College, and Lakehead. It was really quite remarkable. And they all kept their talks under 5 minutes, which was amazing. We enjoyed a wonderful Muslim dinner and dessert. More importantly, we were seated, in my case, with 2 people from India, a refugee from Afghanistan, and a refugee from Turkey. The stories told by the gentleman from Turkey about President Erdogan's regime was terrifying. This man and his wife, both teachers, had to leave that country with only their backpacks on their back, and this is just in the last couple of years. They were taken in by Canada. They can't go home to see their parents, brothers or sisters. They have done nothing to except be part of the wrong group at the wrong time. They are now business entrepreneurs in Barrie, running a blinds shop. Things are a bit slow right now, so if you need blinds, go there. He told us that Donald Trump is doing to the U.S. what Erdogan did in Turkey, and he hopes that Canada is careful to keep a lid on dictators like that. The lesson was clear. And it was really, really quite an experience. And the food was amazing. So if they have another one, it's called this, it's for some, they called it the first dinner. Go. It is an experience you will thoroughly enjoy. Great people and well done. Physician recruitment was the most exciting meeting I've been to. I'm starting to sound like Doug now. Best meeting ever. Except I actually came back with something. Most exciting meeting we've had. We just received a $150,000 grant for new recruitment and retention work with the help of the Central Ontario Health Team. And I noted today, I was following it at lunchtime, it was officially announced by Aurelia. Aurelia's report on their clinic initiative is out. They've decided not to support a government-run recruitment effort there, although they will continue discussing the possibility. It wasn't popular with a lot of practicing private practitioners. They are planning, no, now I can tell you, they are now delivering 500,000 in a grant, which gives our team 4 times the budget we've ever had. And so it's pretty exciting. Now, our committee, and we're very preliminary, this just happened, what was it, yesterday? The committee believes that giving this money out in financial incentives like they're doing, where they're giving doctors 100,000 here, we're not going there based on initial discussions. We believe that the attraction here is Aurelia and area. We also, because of the training and locums that we're building into recruitment, that's attracting lots of young people, and we think we got the right program. So this money would be put into a situation where we would diversify the funding. We will be doing a business case and report back, of course, to Aurelia on this. But for instance, instead of giving out the money and then having a doctor leave after 5 years, the idea would be maybe pay the interest on the loan for a doctor, or like keep our capital as much as possible, or provide grants, interest-free grants. So we've got a lot to do to discuss how that's going to be done, but that money is going to be kept in a very special place because it gives us very special opportunities. So exciting. I don't know how Aurelia comes up with Bitcoin like that, but we were thrilled yesterday. We were in a real good mood. What was I going to say? We're confident we'll attract the doctors. I want to ask this board, if you know anyone, we do a wraparound thing for people. Like we have people coming from UK, for instance, and they have children and they don't know and understand how our elementary school or high school system works. Part of the thing that we do on this committee is just this wraparound service. We try to find things like realtors or whatever you need. We want to do everything we can to get you going. So we need, and they don't have to be part of our committee, but even if they were on call, we need someone who understands the Ontario education system that they can talk to so they're happy and content that their children can be safely moved from one country to our country. And so if you know someone with that kind of, we would really appreciate getting their name. It's a big hole for us, and we know there's somebody out there. We just have to find them. The fundraising at the library brought in $34,000. I think Member Minnings mentioned that a little while back. This year, we were at 80% capacity. Our big support's coming from the actual medical community itself. Business was down, maybe because of the current climate. So next year, we'll be chasing businesses big time. So maybe be talking to you. But one thing that they did want us to pass on is that at the highest level, we have to note that recruiting family doctors into a failed provincial business model is a real challenge over and above everything else that's going on. So it will continue to be. They need to fix the family practitioner model. This money is not going to give us the far go ahead that we need. The province needs to step up to the plate and do what needs to be done with family doctor systems. And that's right from the committee. From our Ontario Medical Student Retreat that Councillor McIntyre covered last month, the head student has signed up for our training program for this year. Get this. Strangest things happen to these things. We've been told that when the students did some sort of report back, they enjoyed being taught how to tie skates on and get on skates. As simple as that, right? And so there you go. It's strange. So there you go, Jim. Just get them into hockey. Finally, we will be supporting reference letters for the establishment of a 3-doctor clinic in Brecon. We will, well, because Romero doesn't contribute.
Oh, I know.
And while we would rather they would play nicer than that, we would still support in a letter, right? Because they are trying to form, I know I sent a bit of information to you on that. So you need to have 6 people to get certain funding for this program, but you can get exceptions. Apparently they're putting together 3 doctors. They're asking for us to support that initiative. And of course we will. And there's other possibilities out there as well that I don't know if I can speak to at this time for a clinic that may be closer to home. I don't know. You think we can speak about it or no? No, not at this time. Okay.
Too early.
Good things are going on. That's it. Things are going the right way. That's our report from that one. Early District Agricultural, if anyone here knows Charles Francis Horn,
Yes.
he passed away.
Charles
Uh,
Horn did?
Yeah, I personally don't know him. His visitation is 4 to 8 o'clock at the Mundell Funeral Home on Thursday, and
His family came from Matchadash.
did they? Okay. Well, I know he's a big deal to the agricultural committee. And that's all I know. I've never had an opportunity to meet the man. Memorial service will be held on Friday, March 28th at the same location. We are now forming a number of activities. I've been asked to sit on the personnel committee and may be active on the agricultural awareness committee as well. They're planning a country video for May 10th to raise money for the June rodeo, June 21st and 22nd rodeo. Fall fair is planned for October 3, 4, and 5. We will again have a midway. The March break was a boon for the roller rink again. It's always our biggest week of the year. We were just flooded with students. Best week ever. And that's them. Really a district chamber. Some really interesting stuff happened. We met yesterday morning. Strategic objectives. This relates, Councillor Minning, to something you were talking about. It relates to the buy local and innovate local premise. There's a plan to continue expanding network events, and over the next 3 months, focus on events supporting the waterfront and the Port of Orillia. So they're moving ahead as well, and I guess you heard that from your committee. And by the way, I've met 2 of the members of your committee, and they're thoroughly excited with the economic development. So really, really great to hear. There are some challenges. According to the committee, that we don't know what the impact of Donald Trump will have on American visitors this year. And this is a particular concern for port activities and for the marinas in the area. Apparently, we've got promotions out there from the chamber. We're still trying to get them to come. Contract negotiations with the city of Orillia on the management of the port are currently at a standstill. Things aren't going too well. Big fight over who gets how much of what. In terms of advocacy, there's now a focus on serving local businesses with crime prevention. They want to move into what they call the Scram camera program. So they're not, before, remember they were talking about housing and affordable housing and things. Well, now they're sort of more specifically focused on trying to protect businesses. In Barrie, some stores are now making people ring a bell before you can get into the store. So it's that kind of thing they're trying to discourage. Mayor's breakfast is in the early stages of planning for this year. They hope to have all mayors participate, but I think it'll be in the second or third quarter. Not right away, I hope. And finally, there will be no all candidates meeting. There's just not enough time. And therein is my report. Oh, sorry. I got to give this piece here. This is Carmen Stumpo's report to the chamber. A couple of points you need to know about. The surge management issue with regard to influenza is finally starting to taper down at the hospital. They've had a real go of it. They've had to use makeshift rooms and so forth. So influenza has been a serious issue. Message, get vaccine for God's sakes out there. Well, thankfully, there was no report of measles. Impact on U.S. tariffs. The price of pharmaceutical devices and consumable products and other raw materials may not be shielded from the tariffs, and the cost of construction will increase as well. So they're worried about this trade war quite a bit at the hospital. Strategic planning and corporate priorities. They've launched their strategic plan in consultation using a variety of channels, and they hope to discuss their plans with the chamber more in May. And finally, the site for the future hospital. The announcement of the site selection for a new hospital was unfortunately postponed because of the election. We will resume planning for this announcement as the legislature resumes and a caretaker period is over. We have begun the process of due diligence for the future site. So it's coming. Now you've got my full report. And now we ask for Madam CAO's report.
I will be very quick. Between the number of agenda items that you've had today and the number of emails you've had from me in the last week, I think council's pretty up to date on what I've been working on, and it's been a really long day, so we should move into closed session.
I don't think that'll be too long. All right, we're ready for that then. Thank you. Oh, yeah? Good.
Okay, motion to go into closed is that committee resolve in a closed session that this meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 231 9(2) for the purpose of considering personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to municipality or local board, which if disclosed would reasonably be expected to prodigiously significant the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations, persons, group, persons, or organization. Mover and seconder.
Moved by member Jansen, seconded by member Taylor. All in favor? closed and adjourned. Beat, long day.
Motion reads that closed session adjourned at 3:36 PM and that the meeting is hereby now reopened to the public.
Moved by member Cox, member Mennings, seconded, all in favor? Yep,
Okay,
popular one.
and it's just a motion to adjourn at 3:36. Well, let's say 3:37.
All right,
Nice.
moved by member Jansen, member Taylor seconds it, all in favor? We be done.
Thank you.
It was a good day. We covered a lot of meat.
5 minutes.